Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escabel. Today is Wednesday, September 22nd. It is 9 a.m. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin by introducing my fellow colleagues here with me today. With me is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. Joining us today is also our Executive Director, Eileen Sobek, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our two Chief Deputies, Eric Oppenheimer and Jonathan Bishop. Janine Townsend is the Clerk of the Board, and assisting her today is Courtney Tyler and Margie Argel. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded. We don't have a physical meeting room, and you're either viewing us one of two ways. You are either on a live stream on YouTube Live or on the Cali Bay website, or you're here on the Zoom platform with us. If you intend to speak on any of today's items, you need to be here on the Zoom platform with us. There are instructions on our website, and there's a link at the top of today's agenda. If you are having trouble filling out the form and getting the password and link to the Zoom platform here with us, you can email Janine Townsend at commentletters@waterboards.ca.gov, or there's also, there should be an email on the notice as well. Until it is your turn to speak on your item, your camera will be off, you will be on mute, and please do speak clearly when you are called up to do so, and introduce yourself by your name and or affiliation. With that, I think we can move on to, and I don't believe we have public forum here, but quickly apologize, let me pull up my speaker cards. And then otherwise, we can move on to the first item in our agenda here, which is, item number 15, and consideration of a proposed resolution to adopt a drought-related emergency regulation for curtailment diversions in Mill and Deer. And we have Ms. Diane Riddle. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escabel and board members. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I am one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights with the State Water Board. I will be providing a brief introduction to agenda item number 15, a proposed drought-related emergency regulation for curtailment of diversions on Mill and Deer Creeks due to insufficient flows for specific fisheries. The proposed regulation would establish drought emergency minimum flows for the protection of specific runs of federally and state Endangered Species Act listed anadromous fish, including spring run, Chinook salmon, and steelhead, and two tributaries to the Sacramento River, Mill and Deer Creeks. The proposed regulation would also provide the State Water Board with a more streamlined process to curtail diversions of water to prevent the unreasonable diversion or use of water to ensure that minimum in-stream flows are available for the migration of salmon in Mill and Deer Creeks. The proposed regulation would allow for local cooperative solutions as an alternative means of reducing water diversions to meet the minimum in-stream flow requirements or to comparably protect fishery resources, and includes an exception to curtailments for minimum health and safety needs. To reduce the impacts of inefficient flood irrigation practices for lawn watering that may occur in the watersheds and make more water available for economic and environmental uses of water during this drought emergency, the proposed regulation would also establish new limitations for domestic lawn irrigation. With that, I will turn it over to staff from the State Water Board's division. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general agenda for today. After introduction, staff will provide a summary of the current drought emergency conditions. Staff will provide an overview of activities and public outreach conducted to date and the need for the emergency regulation. We will then provide an overview of the proposed emergency regulation and summarize public comments received on the proposed emergency regulation. After that, we will discuss next steps and schedule. Next slide, please. Before we get started, I would like to introduce the great team of staff we've had working on this effort for the past several months. We have also had invaluable assistance from staff from the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the National Marine Fisheries Service, who are here today and will also be providing a presentation. I will now to Nicole Williamson, who will the presentation.
Thank you, Diane. My name's Nicole Williamson, and I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights Bay Delta section. Before we get into the substance of the emergency regulation, I would like to provide some context regarding the significant drought emergency and water shortage conditions that exist this year, prompting the need to consider emergency action. California and the entire Western United States are facing a significant drought following one of the driest periods on record. The Bay Delta watershed has experienced 2 consecutive extremely dry years. Water supply in many parts of California, including the Sacramento River watershed, is insufficient to meet a significant portion of water demands, including ecological needs. The water supply shortage is a particular concern in Mill and Deer Creeks, which are tributaries to the Sacramento River and which provide high priority habitat for listed salmonid species. According to the United States Drought Monitor, the entire state of California is currently experiencing drought conditions. As of September 14th, nearly 90% of the state and all of the Sacramento River watershed is experiencing extreme or exceptional drought conditions. Next slide, please. Together, water years 2020 and 2021 are expected to be the second driest 2-year period on record, behind only 1976 through 1977. Precipitation has been well below average this water year. As shown by the blue line on the chart, the precipitation index for the Northern Sierras is only 46% of average for the state. In addition to low precipitation this year, there was also a significant reduction in expected runoff from snowmelt this spring due to extremely dry soils and warm temperatures. With respect to recent conditions, April through June of this year have been the warmest and driest period on record since 1896. Next slide, please. On Mill and Deer Creek specifically, dry hydrologic conditions this year have resulted in low stream flows. This slide shows stream flow conditions on Mill Creek at the U.S. Geological Survey's gauge on Mill Creek near the town of Los Molinos, California. This gauge is located above major diversions in Mill Creek and is considered to represent unimpaired flow conditions. This graph shows that unimpaired stream flow on Mill Creek has been very low in 2021 and similar to stream flow conditions during the 2014 and 2015 drought years. Next slide, please. Similarly, this slide shows stream flow conditions in Deer Creek at the U.S. Geological Survey's gauge on Deer Creek near the town of Vina, California. This gauge is located above major diversions in Deer Creek and is considered to represent unimpaired flow conditions. Similar to Mill Creek, this graph shows that unimpaired stream flows on Deer Creek have been very low in 2021 and similar to stream flow conditions during the 2014 and 2015 drought years. Next slide, please. As drought conditions evolved this spring and summer, various actions have been taken by the Newsom administration to respond to those conditions. On April 21st, Governor Newsom issued a proclamation of a state of emergency for Mendocino and Sonoma counties in the Russian River watershed. On May 10th, Governor Newsom expanded the state of emergency proclamation to 41 counties, including the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed, which includes Mill and Deer Creeks in Tehama County. The May 2021 proclamation finds that it is necessary to act expeditiously to mitigate the effects of drought conditions in the Delta watershed, both to ensure the protection of health, safety, and the environment, and to prepare for potential sustained drought conditions. To ensure critical in-stream flows for species protection, the May 2021 proclamation directs the State Water Board and California Department of Fish and Wildlife to evaluate minimum in-stream flows and other actions needed to protect salmon, steelhead, and other native fishes in critical stream systems in the state, and to work with water users and other parties on voluntary measures to implement those actions. To the extent voluntary actions are not sufficient, the proclamation directs the State Water Board, in coordination with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, to consider emergency regulations to establish minimum drought in-stream flows. On July 8th, the governor expanded the emergency declaration to 9 additional counties and called upon Californians to voluntarily reduce their water use by 15%. Water Code Section 1058.5 provides the State Water Board the authority to adopt emergency regulations in certain drought years, or when the governor proclaims a drought state of emergency in order to prevent the unreasonable use of water, to require curtailment of diversions when water is not available under diverter's priority of right, or to require monitoring and reporting of diversion or use. Next slide, please. Mill and Deer Creeks are recognized by the resource agencies for their high aquatic resource value. They support self-sustaining, naturally produced populations of California and Federal Endangered Species Act listed spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead, and are recognized to provide critical habitat to support the recovery of these threatened species. Unlike most tributary streams of the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers that now have major water storage facilities blocking miles of historical anadromous spawning habitat, the headwaters stream habitat in Mill and Deer Creeks is relatively well preserved and is accessible for use by anadromous salmonids. A large amount of headwaters stream habitat for these watersheds is located in the Lassen National Forest and provides a cold water refuge for salmonids even during drought years. Minimum flows are needed to provide passage for anadromous salmonids through the lower valley portion of these watersheds so they can access the cold water refuge in their spawning and rearing grounds. Due to limited diversions in the upper watersheds, minimum flows for spawning and rearing life stages have not been identified as an issue at this time. In 2014 and 2015, the State Water Board adopted emergency regulations to protect spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead in Mill, Deer, and Antelope Creeks. These emergency regulations required curtailment of diversions if drought emergency minimum passage flows were not met. Additional information will be provided later in this presentation discussing the success of these minimal flow levels in that extreme drought. Since the previous drought, the Tehama Resource Conservation District has completed the Antelope Creek Fish Passage Improvement Project with funding from the Proposition 40 Integrated Watershed Management Program administered by the State Water Board and funding provided by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The project is intended to help address fish passage concerns in the lower Antelope Creek watershed. The project includes completion of an in-stream flow study in lower Antelope Creek watershed to determine fish passage flow needs, and the design and implementation of retrofits to 2 existing water diversions in the lower Antelope Creek watershed to improve passage, which are operated by the Edwards Ranch and Los Molinos Mutual Water Company. In addition, in 2020, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued a lake and streambed alteration agreement pursuant to Fish and Game Code Section 1602 for the operation and maintenance of the Edwards Dam diversions on Antelope Creek. The lake and streambed alteration agreement provides for minimum in-stream flows for the protection of fish passage consistent with the Antelope Creek minimum base flows required by the 2015 emergency regulation. The lake and streambed alteration agreement also provides for a minimum flow level during the summer months. As a result, State Water Board staff has concluded that an emergency regulation is not necessary on Antelope Creek at this time. Next slide, please. In response to this year's drought conditions, in April and May 2021, staff from the State Water Board, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and National Marine Fisheries Service met with Mill and Deer Creek stakeholders to discuss possible voluntary measures to protect threatened steelhead and spring run Chinook salmon during the 2021 drought year, and requested that water users provide a written description of proposed voluntary actions. In response to this request, Stanford Viner Ranch Irrigation Company provided an outline of key terms for drought year 2021 actions on Deer Creek on May 12th. Los Molinos Mutual Water Company provided an outline of key terms for drought year 2021 actions on Mill Creek on May 14th. State Water Board staff reviewed these documents in coordination with National Marine Fisheries Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife staff. In June, all three agencies provided written responses that identified improvements that would be needed to the proposed voluntary actions to provide needed minimum protections that would negate the need for the State Water Board to consider an emergency regulation to establish minimum drought in stream flows. To date, State Water Board staff has not received revised versions of the outlines of key terms for drought year 2021 actions for Mill or Deer Creeks. On July 30th, National Marine Fisheries Service staff submitted a written recommendation to the State Water Board requesting that the State Water Board consider an emergency regulation to address insufficient flows for spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead on Mill and Deer Creeks. The National Marine Fisheries Service recommended, at a minimum, that the State Water Board consider flow regulations similar to those adopted in 2015, as flows below those levels would be expected to cause significant harm to threatened fish species in Mill and Deer Creeks. Similarly, on August 9th, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted a written recommendation to the State Water Board requesting the development of an emergency regulation for the protection of aquatic resources on Deer and Mill Creeks. On September 1st, the State Water Board released a preliminary draft emergency regulation for public review and comment. Several parties submitted comments on the preliminary draft emergency regulation, and those comments will be summarized later in this presentation. On September 10th, the State Water Board released the board meeting agenda item and draft resolution for the proposed emergency regulation, providing an additional opportunity for public comment. On September 16th, the State Water Board released a notice of proposed emergency rulemaking and informational digest for the proposed emergency regulation. These materials are posted on the Mill Creek and Deer Creek Drought Response webpage and were distributed to interested parties through the Mill Deer Drought email list. Next slide, please. Due to severe drought conditions, immediate action is needed to protect threatened spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead in Mill and Deer Creeks in light of limited water availability during the current drought. Adequate stream flow during migration periods will support the survival of spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead by providing critical passage over shallow riffles and diversion structures and reducing water temperatures. Current regulations do not provide for bare minimum fisheries flows in the Mill Creek and Deer Creek watersheds, specifically the minimum passage flows needed by spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead during critical migratory periods. Gauge records indicate that during the summer of dry years, diversions on Mill and Deer Creeks have mostly or entirely dewatered these streams, which would otherwise have flows absent these diversions. Exceptions to curtailment for minimum human health and safety needs are also warranted, as well as provisions for voluntary local cooperative solutions. To reduce the impacts of highly inefficient flood irrigation practices for domestic lawns that are not reasonable during a drought emergency, limitations on domestic lawn irrigation in these watersheds are also warranted. State Water Board staff have encouraged water users to develop voluntary solutions to meet the minimum flows identified in the emergency regulation. However, no agreements are in place at this time. Long-term cooperative solutions are also encouraged in collaboration with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service that provide fisheries protection on these creeks. Next slide, please. This slide shows spring run Chinook salmon escapement to Mill and Deer Creeks during the period of 1960 through 2021. Escapement is the total number of adult fish returning to a stream to spawn. Spring run Chinook salmon escapement to Mill Creek is shown in blue, and escapement to Deer Creek is shown in orange. Note this graph includes some data gaps, including a data gap between 1965 through 1969, but shows that spring run Chinook salmon population levels on Mill and Deer Creeks have been in decline in recent years. Although the spring run Chinook salmon returners to Mill and Deer Creeks this year have been higher compared to other years since the previous drought, the number of spring run Chinook salmon that return to Mill and Deer Creeks this year is much lower than historical levels. I will now hand the presentation over to Stephen Louie to provide more detail about the proposed emergency regulation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning. My name is Steve Louie, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Bay Delta section of the Division of Water Rights. I will provide an overview of the proposed emergency regulation. In general, the proposed emergency regulation would require the following measures on Mill and Deer Creeks. Establish emergency drought minimum flow requirements to protect spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead. Prohibit inefficient domestic lawn watering practices. Provide for local cooperative solutions to support flow and fishery needs, and require curtailment order reporting. I will go into more detail for each of these proposed sections of the regulation in the following slides. Next slide. Proposed emergency regulation section 876.5 would establish drought emergency minimum flow levels in Deer and Mill Creek to allow for migratory passage of adult and juvenile spring run and steelhead. These minimum flows do not represent optimal passage conditions for spring run and steelhead, but instead represent bare minimum flow needs for passage that are less than optimal and could result in stress on these fish species. Section 876.5 provides exceptions for curtailments for diversions for minimum human health and safety needs, non-consumptive uses, and approved local cooperative solutions. The proposed minimum flow requirements are consistent with those adopted in the 2015 emergency regulation, which were developed by the National Marine Fisheries Service in coordination with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Current information continues to support these minimum flow needs during severe drought conditions. Next slide. This graphic shows the migratory timing on Mill and Deer Creeks of spring run and steelhead, which are typically present throughout the year. The minimum flow requirements were developed based on the migration patterns shown in this graph. As this graphic illustrates, spring run upstream migration typically occurs during the months of February through July, with a peak in migration during April and May. Adult migration typically peaks during October through November and January through March. Juvenile downstream migration for both species typically peaks during October through November and March through May, though it can extend into July. Far run Chinook also spawn in Mill and Deer Creeks, but typically in the lower reaches of the creek. Next slide. This table shows the proposed numeric flow requirements and their timing. These flows are proposed to be required to the confluence with the Sacramento River and would be measured at the most downstream gauge in the creeks. The proposed emergency regulation curtailments would begin October 15th at a base flow of 50 CFS, or full natural flow, whichever is less. In October, we'll start for adult steelhead migration. Also, for the protection of spring run and steelhead juvenile migration, a base flow of 20 CFS, or full natural flow, would be required from October 15th to June 30th to provide connectivity with the creeks, within the creeks, and with the Sacramento River. There is a lot of overlap between the adult migration and juvenile migration base flow periods. So if adult migration, the adult migration base flow would be required when adults are present. However, if only juveniles are present, then the lower juvenile flows would be required, helping to conserve water for other uses. A base flow of 50 CFS or full natural flow would be required from April 1st to June 15th for adult spring run migration. In addition to the base flow requirements, the proposed regulation contains short duration pulse flow requirements of 100 CFS or full natural flow at the request of the Department of Fish and Wildlife or National Marine Fisheries Service. Pulse flows may be requested to facilitate migration for either adult spring run migration or juvenile migration, based on fish presence and desired migration movements. Pulse flows are in lieu of and not in addition to base flows. The proposed adult spring run pulse flows could occur from April 1st to June 15th and would last a minimum of 24 hours to a maximum of 72 hours. There are two triggers for the proposed adult pulse flow. First, a pulse flow would be required if the full natural flow at the upstream gauges is 100 CFS or less for 3 consecutive days. Second, a pulse flow would be required at the request of the Department of Fish and Wildlife or National Marine Fisheries Service as approved by the Deputy Director of the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights. The juvenile pulse flow could occur from June 1st to June 15th and will last a minimum of 24 hours to a maximum of 48 hours. The juvenile pulse flows may be required if the fishery agencies observe juvenile spring run or steelhead in the lower reaches of the creeks, and they submit a request and it is approved by the Deputy Director. The proposed regulation also provides that if monitoring data suggests that the relevant migration periods have not begun or have ended prior to the dates identified in the regulation, the fishery agencies can notify the Deputy Director that curtailments may not be necessary, and the Deputy Director may choose to suspend curtailments. Next slide. These charts show the effect of the emerging flow regulation during the 2015 on the fish species in Mill Creek. Dates are on the bottom axis, and the flows as cubic feet per second are on the left axis. The blue lines represent flow measurements taken at the gauge upstream most major diversions, and we consider this full natural flow. The orange solid lines represents flow at the downstream gauge below all major diversions. The dotted blue line represents 50 CFS, the adult base flow requirements. The left chart shows steelhead passage in green bars as numbers per day on the right axis, and the right chart is for spring run Chinook salmon passage. In 2015, the flow requirements in Mill Creek were implemented through voluntary agreements. Starting on the left, we can see that it appears that through October, nearly all of the flow was being diverted out of the creek. And as soon as flow was able to reach the Sacramento River at adequate rates, steelhead were able to successfully migrate up the creek. On the right, diversion started to increase in March, and by April, flows were maintained at 50 CFS. You can see the distinct flow peaks when the pulse flows were implemented. The spring run adults were able to successfully migrate through June. No passes was observed after the flow dropped below 50 CFS. The graphs also show that increases in passage occurred corresponding with the pulse flows, suggesting that the pulse flows queuing was working. Next slide. Similarly, as indicated in this slide, we observed successful migration in Deer Creek in 2015. In 2015, the flow requirements were implemented through curtailment orders since voluntary agreements could not be reached with enough parties. Overall, in 2015, Deer Creek had lower steelhead passage rates than Mill Creek, but that could have been due to the success of the cohort in previous years. The flow requirements appeared to allow successful migration, and the pulse flows appeared to increase the movement in Deer Creek. Spring run migration ceased once the flow dropped to zero. Next slide. This slide shows preliminary spring run passage data from this past spring for both Mill Creek and Deer Creek. Flows on Mill Creek primarily stayed above 50 CFS until the first week of June, but then steadily dropped. Spring run passes started to slow in mid-May, but a late May pulse flow did allow for an increase in passage. Observations of passage in Mill Creek ended once the flow dropped substantially below 50 CFS. This past spring on Deer Creek, it appeared that low flows impacted spring run passage. Flow started to drop below 50 CFS in early May. Spring run passage in Deer Creek appeared to be restricted until a couple of voluntary pulses in mid and late May of about 60 CFS again allowed adults to migrate upstream. The flow in Deer Creek dropped to less than 15 CFS in May, and by the end of June, the creek was dry. These low to absent flows in Deer Creek are expected to have impacted passes of adults and any juveniles still attempting to out-migrate to the Sacramento River. While voluntary pulses appear to have provided some benefits to this spring, these voluntary actions were not adequate to avoid potential impacts when flows drop below the levels to allow for adequate passage. Next slide. Since the last drought, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has completed in-stream flow studies for Mill Creek and Deer Creek to evaluate the flow conditions needed to support the recovery and viability of salmonids on these creeks. The flow criteria development process considers a variety of factors beyond minimal passage, including temperature, ecological functions, and more optimal passage conditions needed for the long-term recovery of the species. Conversely, the only factor that was considered for the proposed emergency regulation was minimum passage flows. So far, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has released a draft in-stream flow report that recommends flow criteria for Mill Creek. As you can see in the table, the study identified that significantly higher flows are needed for the long-term management of salmonids species on Mill Creek, even during the low flow water years when compared to the minimum passage flows for the emergency regulation. For critical water year types, minimum flows during the migratory period ranges from 140 CFS to 190 CFS, depending on the month. In addition, the draft criteria recommend that continuous flows reach the second river year-round. The Department of Fish and Wildlife hasn't released a draft flow criteria recommendation for Deer Creek yet. However, the empirical data summarized in the technical study showed that many similarities occurred between the two creeks, which suggests that the flow for the long-term management of salmonids on Deer Creek would be comparable to those on Mill Creek. Next slide. In addition to the proposed flow recommendations, Section 876.7 of the proposed regulation would prohibit an existing practice of flood irrigation of domestic lawns by limiting all lawn watering in these watersheds to less than 18.5 gallons per day per 100 square feet, consistent with the California Code of Regulations, Title 23, Section 697, which identifies the reasonable quantities of water for which to apply in new water right applications. 18.5 gallons per day per 100 square feet is specified as the amount of diversion and use that could be reasonable for domestic lawn watering, absent other circumstances affecting the reasonableness of water use at a given time or space. The proposed regulation does not provide an exception to continue watering lawns while other uses may be curtailed. This section instead provides an additional limitation on water use that is not curtailed, recognizing that some water will be available for diversion during most months that the regulation and curtailments may be in effect, and that inefficient irrigation of domestic lawns is unreasonable in light of the severe drought. By limiting inefficient lawn irrigation, more water will be available for economic and ecological purposes. Next slide. Section 878.4 of the proposed regulation also allows for water users to propose alternatives to the curtailment orders issued under Section 876.5. The proposed regulation would allow the Deputy Director of Water Rights to approve such agreements, provided that the diversions subject to the agreement are reasonable, do not injure other lawful uses of water, and provide the required flows at the same or greater level of protection to the fisheries as the drought minimum flow requirements. Under the proposed regulation, voluntary agreements could be proposed between water users and the Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Fisheries Service for approval by the Deputy Director in place of State Water Board issued curtailment orders. Voluntary agreements could be proposed involving multiple water users with individual entities. However, voluntary agreements as a whole for each watershed would be required to provide protection comparable or greater to than provided by Section 876.5. The Deputy Director's approval for either pathway discussed may be subject to additional conditions, such as reporting requirements, and all approved agreements are subject to the requirements of the article. A request for approval of a voluntary agreement may be submitted to the Deputy Director prior to or after the issuance of curtailment orders. All voluntary agreements are subject to public review and comment. Next slide. The proposed regulation will also apply existing Section 878.1 on the Mill and Deer Creek curtailments. This section allows for exceptions to curtailment orders for diversions for minimum human health and safety uses. This section was approved by the board earlier this year for other drought emergency regulations. The proposed amendment to this section specifically identifies that curtailment orders in Mill and Deer Creek watersheds are also subject to the same potential exception for ensuring minimum human health and safety needs are met. Generally, these exceptions provide that diversion to meet minimum human health and safety needs less than 55 gallons per person per day may continue after the issuance of curtailment orders, if no other feasible water supply is available. Any diversion greater than 55 gallons per person per day requires submittal and approval of a petition by the Deputy Director. Next slide. The proposed regulation would apply to existing Section 879 to the Mill and Deer Creek curtailments. Existing Section 879 establishes a requirement that all water users who receive a curtailment order respond with information regarding their compliance with the order within 7 days. The proposed regulation would amend Section 879 to have it also apply to the curtailment orders issued under Section 876.5. This provision would require water users who have been issued a curtailment order to certify that their diversions will cease in order to ensure the minimum flow requirements are met, or they must certify that their water rights are not subject to curtailment. The diversions that would be authorized to continue include those that have been identified as non-consumptive for Section 878, those that have been certified as being needed to meet minimum human health and safety needs for Section 878.1, and those that are approved as part of a voluntary agreement for Section 878.4. Next slide. On September 1st, staff released the preliminary draft drought emergency regulation for Mill and Deer Creeks. We received comment letters from 10 entities representing irrigation districts, landowners, industry, advocacy groups, and non-governmental organizations. On September 10th, the State Water Board released the agenda for today's board meeting, which included the draft resolution language and the agenda item for this proposed regulation. We subsequently received 3 additional comment letters over this past few days. Next slide. This slide provides an overview of the major themes of the comments that we received, which I will provide more detail in the following slides. We received both support for and opposition to the adoption of the emergency regulation. Next slide. In these next few slides, the black text includes a summary of the comments received, and the red text reflects staff's responses. Several commenters commended the past efforts for collaboration with the fishery agencies and requested that more emphasis and time be put towards voluntary approaches versus emergency regulations. Some commenters asserted that the state made inadequate attempts to develop voluntary agreements. The State Water Board, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and National Marine Fisheries Service have been in discussion with water users in Mill and Deer Creek watersheds since April. Once it was clear that the severe drought conditions would likely persist throughout the remainder of the year. Los Molinos Mutual Water Company and Sanford Viner Ranch Irrigation Company submitted their outlines in key terms, which described voluntary actions that they were willing to take for water conservation, fishery protection, and water supply during the 2021 drought. In June, the State Water Board and fishery agencies responded to the water agencies asking for revisions and additional protections for listed species. No additional proposals have been submitted that provide comparable protections to the proposed emergency regulation minimum flows, which the best available science indicates is the minimum levels for protection needed to sustain listed species throughout the drought conditions. The adoption of the emergency regulation would still allow for cooperative solutions to be proposed prior to or after the curtailment orders are issued. Next slide. Commenters stated that emergency regulations are not necessary because voluntary postal actions in the spring resulted in exceptionally good fish counts this year. Commenters also asserted that viable populations have been persistent in the creeks for a century. The State Water Board appreciates the continued stewardship of water users and the continued coordination with the fishery agencies. Staff also concurs that voluntary spring flows this year showed clear responses for spring run migration. However, the data suggests that much of the increase in escapement this year may be due to a combination of factors, including wetter conditions when these returning adult spring run were juveniles, in addition to voluntary actions. Of note, the majority of fish migration occurred before the post-flow events. In addition, as we saw earlier, flows fell below the minimum passage levels in early June in Mill Creek and early May in Deer Creek, which likely reduced the total number of out-migrating fish and impacted passage of fish exhibiting late migration life fish diversity. While water management actions on the creeks have been able to sustain populations in the creeks, the species' long-term population abundances have shown continued declines. This highlights the need to ensure protections for these species during this severe drought. Some commenters indicated that the rigid flow requirements in the proposed regulation would counteract voluntary solutions with fishery agencies. However, both the Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service recommended that the State Water Board adopt regulations this year because voluntary proposals so far did not appear to provide enough protection for spring run or steelhead. Next slide. Commenters stated that the proposed minimum flow requirements were not based on science, and the state hasn't attempted to evaluate minimum in-stream flows and other actions to protect listed species. The minimum passage flows were developed by fishery biologists from the National Marine Fisheries Service and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. The state and federal agencies vested with responsibilities for protections of these species and expertise regarding the needed measures for that protection. These are also the same agencies that many commenters encouraged to continue cooperation with. In addition, the proposed minimum flows are consistent with a passage study commissioned by the Deer Creek Irrigation District, which found multiple sites on the lower Deer Creek with depths of 1/2 foot or less at 49 CFS. And one location was likely unpassable at less than 50 CFS. The Department of Fish and Wildlife's in-stream flow methodology identifies a minimum water depth of 0.9 foot for adult Chinook salmon and 0.7 foot for adult steelhead to provide protective passage conditions to minimize abrasion. Finally, as presented earlier, there is evidence that the implementation of emergency minimum flows during the last drought resulted in successful passage through the lower reaches of the creeks. Commenters acknowledge that the creeks play critical roles in parts of the life cycle of the species. However, the water users on these creeks asserted that they should not be responsible for conditions downstream, which may be adversely impacting the species populations. The emerging regulation does not extend additional responsibility on the water users beyond the immediate watershed or out of water right priority. The proposed emergency regulation would only provide flows to allow bare minimum passages through shallow riffles within each respective creek during these emergency drought conditions. The most recent data suggests that even more flow would be required for the long-term sustainability of the species. Commenters acknowledge, including fishery agencies, that there is new information since the last drought that suggests that substantially higher flows than the proposed minimum flows are necessary to protect the species, including year-round flows. Considering the severe drought conditions, staff are still recommending the minimum flow levels consistent with those adopted during the last drought. Data collected during the last drought suggests that with these flows, spring run and steelhead were able to successfully migrate to the upstream reaches of the creeks, where habitat conditions are substantially better. Next slide. Some commenters stated that the frequent droughts necessitate long-term solutions and indicate the state has not made adequate progress on developing or implementing long-term drought solutions. As indicated previously, the Department of Fish and Wildlife has completed in-stream flow studies for each creek and has released recommended in-stream flow criteria for Mill Creek. In addition, long-term solutions have been implemented on Antelope Creek, which was subject to the previous drought's emergency regulation. Staff agrees that long-term solutions are also appropriate for Mill Creek and Deer Creek. However, these long-term solutions take additional time, do not negate the need for emerging minimum flows this year. Next slide. Commenters stated that water users have repeatedly proposed physical solutions to address passage conditions that would require much less flow. However, they asserted that the state has not allowed the projects to be implemented. The fishery agencies and the state water board staff have informed the project proponents that additional information is needed to fully evaluate the projects, including engineering designs, environmental review of any proposal, and any required permitting. Initial assessments have identified that the proposed projects locations are in the vicinity of fall run Chinook salmon spawning habitat, and impacts like these need to be evaluated. Project proponents have stated that the state should pay for restoration projects. The state has many funding programs that provide financial assistance for restoration projects that help to conserve and restore threatened and endangered species. These grant and loan programs have had varied application requirements and timelines. Additional information on the requirements for funding of these projects can be found on the State Water Board's website listed on the slide. Next slide. One commenter stated that the State Water Board lacks the authority or duty to act in direct accordance with the Endangered Species Acts. The State Water Board has been working closely with the fishery agencies to provide water quality conditions to protect listed species. The protection of listed species is a designated benefit.
Apologize, I think we lost Mr. Louie here for a moment.
We can take over if needed, or we can wait another moment.
I think he's returned here again.
Okay, great.
Stephen, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, sorry.
No, nowhere in the least.
Okay, the curtailments may be issued as part of the proposed emergency regulation of the curtailment order. Curtailments that may be issued as part of the proposed emergency regulation are not an absolute prohibition of diversions. The emergency regulation would require in-stream flows for the protection of listed species, but any additional flow in the creeks would be available for other uses. While our emergency regulation would likely require some users of water to reduce their diversions in some months, it is anticipated that some water would be available to some users during all months where containment orders will be in effect. For example, in Mill Creek, for the period of record, full natural flow has never been recorded below 50 CFS, and flows less than 60 CFS have only been recorded on 4 days since 1928. Likewise, prior to the summer, full natural flow on Deer Creek has never been below 50 CFS, and water should be available for some diverters to some part of the month. Staff's analysis of statements of diversion and use, annual reports, and hydrology suggests that all diverters reporting stock watering will have water available to them if they choose to use that water for that use. Next slide. This slide summarizes the next steps for the emergency regulation. If the board adopts the regulation, it would be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law for approval. The public would be available to submit comments to OAL for 5 calendar days. OAL would then have 10 calendar days from submittal to review the emergency regulation. If approved without any delays, the regulation would go into effect around October 4th. Next slide. This slide provides information about how parties can contact us and stay informed. Questions can be emailed to dwr-mill-deer-drought@waterboards.ca.gov. Staff are monitoring the email box and we'll get back to them as soon as possible. We also strongly encourage affected water users and other interested parties to subscribe to our Mill Deer Drought email distribution list if they haven't already. You can sign up for the email list by visiting the State Water Board's email subscription list webpage, shown here, and by providing your email address. All of the subscribers to the Mill, Deer, Antelope Creek subscription list used during and after the last drought have been included in the Mill, Deer drought list, so those subscribers do not have to subscribe to the new list. People can regularly check our Mill Creek and Deer Creek drought response webpage for current information and additional references. This includes the staff's presentation. We are prepared to answer any questions there may be, or we can turn it over to the Department of Fish and Wildlife or National Marine Fisheries Service.
Thank you so much. Just really continue to be impressed. I know it's been a long summer of curtailments here in various watersheds that we've worked on, but here in the Mill and Deer Creek watersheds, just knowing that there is success from the last drought, and not unlike the watersheds we're working in throughout the state, there are lessons learned, and we're incorporating those. So I appreciate the good work that's gone on. I don't have any question, but looking to my fellow board colleagues if there is before we move to our Fish and Wildlife colleagues. Okay, seeing none.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, please.
First off. One of the comments that was brought up was that there wasn't adequate flow gauges, I think, and I'm wondering if staff could speak to that.
Oh, we did get the comment on inadequate flow gauges, but we weren't provided with any specific information for why that flow gauge was inadequate. So I think we can continue to work with DWR and the commenter on figuring out what their problem might be with that flow gauge.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Also going to suggest that this is a question that we can also pose to Department of Fish and Wildlife and National Marine Fisheries Service staff to speak to if they have comments on that issue.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. It might be helpful to know if somehow the gauging is less than it was in the last drought, or if we put up temporary gauges, which I know the Division of Water Rights did in a number of watersheds in the last go around. Ms. Williamson.
So I can tell you that the gauges that are used for compliance on Mill and Deer Creeks are permanent telemetered gauges operated by the California Department of Water Resources. So we are proposing to use the same gauges as the previous drought for flow compliance purposes. There was a temporary gauge installed on Antelope Creek during the previous drought because it doesn't have a permanent gauge at this time.
Very helpful. Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues to our folks here? And then otherwise we can hear from our fish agencies. Okay, thank you.
So just to introduce, next we have California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Matt Johnson giving a presentation, and then after that we have National Marine Fisheries, Brian Elrott giving the presentation, and they can start up now.
Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, board members and others. Thank you for the time. My name is Matt Johnson from California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I'm also joined by my colleagues, Jason Roberts, Fisheries Program Manager, Michael Harris, Fisheries Supervisor, and Micah Green, our legal counsel in the department. Next slide, please. Again, my name is Matt Johnson. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the department. I started in 2012, and in this In that time, my work has been focused on fisheries monitoring, management, and water operations on the upper Sacramento River and its tributaries. Currently, I'm a member of the state voluntary agreement settlement team. Worked on deer and mill monitoring fish since 2003, much of that time as a field technician. And I've lived in Tehama County since 2001. Next slide. Deer and Mill Creek support 2 of the 3 remaining viable independent Central Valley springline Chinook salmon populations. Deer and Mill also support Core 1 Central Valley steelhead populations, as well as fall run and late fall run Chinook salmon. When these fish are provided sufficient timing and volume of flow, these fish can access all of their historic spawning and rearing habitat in Deer and Mill. This habitat is recognized by the department and National Marine Fisheries Service as some of the best anadromous fish habitat remaining in the Central Valley. It truly is remarkable habitat. They were spared the extensive rim dam construction that occurred on nearly all of the Central Valley rivers. So they're truly unique in providing this high quality habitat. Next slide. Timing of flow needs by species and life stage on Deer and Mill. Adult Central Valley steelhead are present October through May. Steelhead entering the creeks is primarily October through March. And then we have post-spawn adults that need to leave the creeks and migrate back to the ocean. And this occurs in April and May. Adult Central Valley fall and late fall run Chinook salmon migrating October through February. Juvenile Chinook and steelhead are present nearly year round in the lower reaches of Deer and Mill, primarily from October through June. And adult Central Valley spring run Chinook salmon are primarily migrating in the period March through June. Next slide. So here it's sort of a punchline of flow needs and timing for the fish in Deer and Mill. The department is requesting an adult base flow at 50 CFS, October 15th through June 15th, and a juvenile base flow of 20 CFS, October 15th through June 30th. In addition to the base flow, the department is asking for pulse flows in the spring period. And that is up to 3 pulse flows in the period April 1 through June 15th, timed at CDFW's discretion. We would like to see pulse flows last 72 hours in total. And ideally, pulse flows would convey the full natural available flow minus up to 10 CFS for stock water. Pulse flows are one of those situations where more is better, but we acknowledge that board staff have identified 100 CFS as the maximum pulse flow volume. That is what was used in the 2014 and 15 drought, and the department supports that pulse flow volume in lieu of our request. Next slide, please. I'm going to linger on the importance of pulse flows here for a minute. Pulse flows mimic the sudden increase in base flows following rain or snowmelt events. And this type of event is absent during most drought conditions, although there are some exceptions. In 2021, we did not see any natural pulse flow events on Deer and Mill. Salmonids have evolved to take advantage of natural pulse flow events to successfully complete freshwater migrations. And managed pulse flows are a critical tool to utilize in impaired stream reaches during drought periods. Figure at the bottom is descriptive of pulse flows that were utilized in 2014 during drought conditions in the spring. The black line is impaired flow. The green bars are adult spring run entering Mill Creek when a pulse flow was not occurring, and the orange bars are fish that entered during the pulse flows. See, there's a pretty clear relationship between the managed flow action and the positive response of fish. And I want to note that pulse flows are especially critical towards the end of the migration seasons for adult and juvenile salmonids. Towards the end of the migration season is when water supply and conflicts between agriculture and fish needs are most pronounced, and pulse flows are a way to protect those late returning fish, to protect life history diversity of fish in the creeks. Next slide, please. Balancing water during the drought. Water rights on Mill and Deer Creeks exceed base flows in dry and critical year types, disrupting fish migrations and dewatering stream sections. Mill Creek water rights total 203 CFS of unimpaired flow. Deer Creek water rights are for the entire inflow, 33% to Deer Creek Irrigation District and 67% to Stanford Vina Regional Irrigation Company. Next slide. So adult spring run are the focal species regarding the need for emergency minimum flow regulations on Deer and Mill Creeks. It's a highly sensitive species, as I mentioned, only 2 of 3 places where we have viable populations left in the valley. And our CDFW's monitoring shows that these fish have not recovered since the last drought, and their populations are now at historic lows. Next slide. This is just a photo of an adult spring run Chinook. Advance one more time to show some data. Thank you. Here we have monitoring results from CDFW. These are spring run spawner escapement estimates from 2014 through 2020. The department intensively monitors spring run on Deer and Mill. We do near real-time video monitoring on the lower watershed, counting fish entering the creeks and describing their run timing. And we follow up later in the season with surveys in the upper watershed. These surveys document the abundance of fish closer to spawning, which is, in our opinion, the more important time to assess populations. Once spring run have entered Deer and Mill, they need to live an additional 5 to 6 months in the creek in fresh water. And during this time, pre-spawn mortality events can be significant. It's natural for these fish to suffer loss during this over summer period. So it's important to use spawner escapement survey data as an indicator of the abundance of fish. And I'm zeroing in on populations since 2014. You can see in the years really 2017 through 20, quite precipitous decline, with 2020 on Deer Creek being the lowest recorded abundance estimate of spring run. Next slide. Photo of spawning spring run Chinook. Advance one more time, please. And these are spawner escapement estimates for Mill Creek. Again, you can note the really low abundance levels for spring run, which is very troubling. Brian Elrott from National Marine Fisheries Service is going to address kind of what low abundance means in terms of extinction risk and population viability. But clearly, these populations are extremely low right now. Next slide. Stressors on Deer and Mill, Spring Run, and Steelhead are many. And these stressors exist throughout their freshwater life cycle. We have no control over their success in the ocean. That's another area which bears a heavy degree on their success. But critically, and while we are here today before you, is that minimum flow protections on Deer and Mill are needed to transport adult fish through the impaired stream reaches to successfully reach the upper watershed to complete their life cycle. The department acknowledges the fact that stressors exist outside the watershed, but this period where these adults, these successful fish that have made it to the ocean, survived in the ocean and thrived, and they've come back home, and the lower reaches of the creeks present a critical transition zone or turnkey. Once they get past the impaired reaches, they are available to access habitat that is as good as can be found in California. And it's just a critical balancing of flow needs for fish and agriculture for a critical life stage. Next slide, please. Outreach since the last drought, 2014 and 15. Since the last drought, the department has continuously worked in good faith to coordinate with local stakeholders and pursue voluntary agreements with water users. On Mill Creek, we have a groundwater flow exchange agreement that has been around since the early 1990s. The department is actively working with our partners with Department of Water Resources and the Nature Conservancy to increase this exchange program. We want to increase the capacity of instantaneous groundwater to make pulse flow or base flow requirements easier on the local water district. And I want to point out, in 2020 and 21, the department coordinated with Deer Creek water users to provide voluntary flow actions, a restoration of flows in the fall of 2020 and 2 spring pulse flows in 2021. These were candid and very personal agreements with Mike Wallace of San Provina. And we acknowledge how positive these were, but they just didn't go far enough for protecting these sensitive species during drought. Next slide. And in conclusion, the Deer and Mill flow recommendations discussed here were adopted by the board in 2014 and 15. The department has presented minor revisions to the pulse flow volume for 2021 and 22. During the last drought, Los Molinos Mutual Water Company voluntarily adopted CDFW's emergency drought flow requirements, a CESA MOU. And similarly, Deer Creek Irrigation District adopted our measures, signing our CESA MOU. And in 2014, our monitoring showed that minimum flow requirements were successful for Spring Run and Steelhead. We strongly feel that readoption in 21 and 22 is needed to protect these fish species if drought continues. That's the end of my presentation. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate you coming here and the collaborative work I know that's been going on since the last drought, and certainly here in the moment. I don't have any questions, but looking to fellow board colleagues if there's anything here on the biological side that they have a question about or would like answered. Okay.
Maybe I'll just follow up with the same question.
Oh, yes, please, board
That's
member.
fine. But just one of the commenters said that there needed to be a flow gauge at Ward Dam on Mill Creek in order to be able to enforce these flows or track and enforce these flows. So I don't know if that's something you can speak to or have opinions on, or somebody else.
Yes, I can speak to that. Currently, a flow gauge is located approximately 1 mile downstream of Ward Dam. Ward Dam is where the local water district has the most control over managing volumes of water. So it is really the ideal place to have a flow gauge. And the other important reason is the existing flow gauge downstream of Ward Dam is not precisely accurate. At low flows, the Department of Water Resources acknowledges plus or minus of 5 to 7 CFS error. So the gauge can be reading a little high or a little low, and the Department of Water Resources actually has to go out and take flow measurements to make sure it's recording accurately. So it would just be better to have more confidence in the flow gauge and to have that flow gauge closer to the diversion point.
Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Not seeing anything further from my colleague. Oh, Vice Chair, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thanks for all of your work and these important streams. I just have a question regarding resources. So of course there's the flow gauge needs, but then when you get out to the watershed, it appears that, there are other resource needs that could also be helpful. So I know that there have been some grants that have been issued in the past. And so just like to hear a little bit more about those grants and anything potential for the future. And then, of course, looking at it from a water user or diverter perspective and irrigation efficiencies, I know there might be some possibilities there as well. I don't know if you can answer that part of the question, but just want to hear your thoughts about potential areas where an infusion of funds over the long haul would help.
Yes, irrigation efficiency studies have been completed on the Mill Creek Agricultural Service Area and Deer Creek Irrigation District. To my knowledge, only small amounts of these, the identified improvements have been funded and completed. The department would like to see the irrigation districts fully engaged in implementing these efficiency projects. We fully support that. We think it would make a big difference.
Thanks. And I should probably give our staff a chance to comment on that as well.
If they have a comment.
Yeah, waiting here to see. Ms. Williamson, thank you.
I'm not sure if we have a lot of additional information to provide, and I definitely welcome other State Water Board team members to step in. Matt, the information you've provided aligns with my understanding of grant funding on the Mill and Deer Creek watersheds. Again, like you mentioned, I know that there was an efficiency study completed on Mill Creek. It does seem like a great next step would be to implement more of those efficiency items that were identified. I'm not sure of the status of, pursuing grant funds for those types of projects.
Okay, so for me, this is going to be, having been on the board in 2014 and 15 when we adopted, I'm pretty comfortable with where we are here, but I'm also interested in kind of going the next step, seeing what can be done to those voluntary measures did help, but didn't quite hit the mark. And so what can be done, in between to try and help move those cooperative solutions along. And I think in part that would include seeking out any grant funding that might be able to help. And so I'm committed to being involved, directly in this. Have had some meetings with stakeholders, and so I think as we think about closing out and next steps at the conclusion of today's discussion, I'd like to hear from our staff about things that we could do to continue the conversation.
Thanks, Dee Dee. I also wanted to add that, as we mentioned earlier in the presentation, we have successfully pursued grant funding programs on Antelope Creek that have negated the need for emergency regulations on that creek system. I think similar measures in Mill and Deer Creek would be appropriate to explore, and we're happy to work with water users and you on exploring those opportunities further.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, and thank you, everyone, for, I know what is an incredible opportunity, especially with the dollars that have been recently passed in the state budget to really contribute to habitat and projects here that get us to that long-term discussion, even as we here have to take extraordinary steps to preserve. And, again, it's not lost on me that these flows are not here flows that are meant to promote or expand the population size here of the salmon. They're not recovery flows. They are very much belly scraping flows here in the emergency, and we need to keep our eye on the long term, even as we have to take these emergency actions. So thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate that. Others, any question or comment for our fish and wildlife counterparts here in the state? And then otherwise, I believe we have our federal fish agencies here to present as well. Okay, I think we can transition.
Actually, I believe I'm next with just like 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Of comments.
Oh, yes. Sorry,
That's
Mr.
okay.
Harris. I apologize.
No, I
Yeah,
apologize. I didn't mean to jump in.
Good to see you.
Okay, I'm Michael Harris. I'm the Upper Sacramento River Basin Fisheries Program Supervisor for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Just to add to the previous conversation until I get into my brief comments, it's my understanding that Trout Unlimited does have some groundwater studies working in the upper part of Deer Creek with DCID, Deer Creek Irrigation District. And I do believe they're doing some type of water transaction valuation studies on Deer Creek as well. So some of that water efficiency, water transaction work is actually starting. I just don't have specific details. So I just very briefly want to just touch on a couple points from the September 8th comment letters to the State Water Resources Control Board, just to provide a little clarity from the department's perspective. As the State Water Board staff identified, the voluntary action process this early spring was not successful, and the department, under its public trust responsibility, as well as the specific language in the May 10th drought proclamation, made recommendations to the board. As the September 8th letter from the Deer Mill water user stated, in that letter, this process was to be able to avoid the development of emergency regulations. And so it's very unfortunate that the Deer Mill Creek water diverters were not expecting this action to be taken by the department, but we totally recognize, and in the future, if we do make a recommendation to the board, we will certainly include the Deer Mill Creek water users at that time so that they're aware of it. because we do work closely with Deer and Mill Creek water users. And I think first and foremost, they should be acknowledged for independently on both systems, providing 3 pulse flows voluntarily this spring for primarily the migration of spring run Chinook salmon, but also other species. So that is something they should be definitely acknowledged for. Department works very closely with Deer and Mill Creek water users on Deer Creek right now. We've just finished the Deer Creek Irrigation District fish passage and screening project. We're working with Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company on designs and permittings for improved fish passage and screening systems at their water diversion. There's a floodplain project that's also going on there as well. On Mill Creek, we're working right now with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service on a retrofit for Ward Dam so that they don't get sediment buildup in front of their fish ladder. In short, we do support the Mill Creek water users, and I think we really value the relationship / partnership that we have with them. But one of the things, the point I want to talk about is there's been a lot of discussion related to this multi-benefit channel restoration. And I think it was a large component in several of the letters. In essence, this just includes trenching through critical riffles in Deer and Mill Creek so that during drought conditions, there's fish passage through the system with less water need. During the past droughts, this has come up. The department and other regulatory agencies were very clear about the regulatory requirements and the permitting that would be required to actually complete such actions. But the department, through our partnerships and with Deer and Mill Creek users, we actually this spring met with Deer and Mill Creek water users in the field to discuss this. And I think from that meeting, from the department's perspective, we came up with sort of this idea for this comprehensive flow and passive strategy for Deer and Mill Creeks. And I think the department's perspective was we developed a pathway to improve fish passage and aquatic system health. And we were moving this forward. And the hope was that this would have been a framework of information for all of the interested parties to use so that in the future we could use this for some type of local comprehensive agreement for both Deer and Mill Creek. Unfortunately, as we tried to move that into some type of document that had the language that we had all kind of talked about in the field, specific components were just quite frankly removed from the sort of the ideals that we push forward, such as in-stream flow. And so we certainly just weren't able to get to that point where we could start moving this process forward. But I think in essence, the department is really supportive of ecosystem projects that in concert with voluntary actions would lead to an increased conservation benefit, increased fish passage opportunities, and increased ecosystem health. So I think long-term, that's something we're certainly willing to continue to work on from the department's perspective. And then the last very quick point is from the last record, I just want to acknowledge that our Office of General Counsel regarding the Public Records Request Act has contacted both water diverters. It's my understanding that as of September 10th, over 1,000 documents had been released and that there's been another batch released. So I just want to thank the board for the opportunity to provide those clarification points. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Harris. Really appreciate the great work. I think any further question or clarification from board members or comment? Okay. And now, yes, Mr. Elrod.
Yeah,
good to see you.
Thank you. I can jump in, and thanks to the board for this opportunity to talk about the adoption of the emergency flow regs on Deer and Mill Creeks. So I'm Brian Elrod with NOAA Fisheries, and also with me is Howard Brown. He's a senior policy advisor, and he may provide comments at the end. But I've worked on Central Valley salmon issues for 18 years and have been NOAA Fisheries Central Valley Salmon and Steelhead Recovery Coordinator for 11 years. And this has given me a broad perspective on what watersheds and actions are needed to recover Central Valley salmonids. And, really for science-based and species conservation reasons, Mill and Deer Creeks are really near and dear to my heart. And I will try and explain why as we go through these. So next slide, please. So I wanted to take a little bit of time. Some of this has been covered by Nicole and Stephen and Matt, but want to take a little bit more time just to stress the overall importance of mill and deer particularly for spring run Chinook salmon recovery, but also for steelhead. But what makes these places unique is that, the historical habitat is still accessible. They're not blocked by large dams like many of the spring run populations. And because of that access to higher elevation, it provides some climate change resilience. I'll show that a little bit more in a bit here. But for me, the big one is, these are populations that have persisted for at least several thousands of years. So this is a genetic lineage that is really at risk, and is important really for that, maybe the next bullet here, the genetic and life history diversity, to maintain these populations and maintain that genetic lineage, because I'll also get into this a little bit more as we go through the slides, but the life history diversity and genetic diversity that mill and deer spring run have is really critical for spring run viability throughout the whole Central Valley. And, we've heard about really mill, deer, and Butte Creek, Butte Creek being another spring run stronghold. But in terms of genetic diversity, that population has gone through a genetic bottleneck, and the Mill and Deer Creek populations haven't. So there's a much greater genetic diversity with the Mill and Deer populations than with the Butte Creek population. And that plays out in their life history diversity somewhat. And I'll try and show that. And then the last point here is, mill and deer have been shown to be important non-native rearing habitats for winter run Chinook salmon. And there's other, non-native rearing habitats outside of mill and deer that are important too. That's not necessarily unique to mill and deer, but these combination of factors and characteristics, really no other watershed in the valley supports that combination. So next slide, please. So historically, there were 19 independent viable populations. That's, the blue lines represented there. So all through the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley. And next slide, please. So currently what we have are the Mill, Deer, and Butte Creek populations being the three that are extant independent populations. And then next slide, please. Yeah, sorry for the vertical advance there. I didn't realize it was that funky. But there's also populations in Clear and Battle Creeks. Those have reestablished in part from strays from Mill and Deer Creek. And then there's a hatchery population in the Feather River. And then I'm sure many of you have heard about the San Joaquin River reintroduction of spring run. That's an experimental population. And, because of the life history and genetic diversity of mill and deer spring run, those mill and deer fish were really sought after for their reintroduction into the San Joaquin. So next slide, to touch on the climate change resilience here. What I'm trying to show is, under the current conditions on the left there, most of the major independent populations of spring run all have significant amounts of habitat outside of that 25 degrees Celsius isotherm. So higher up into the watershed, you can see, blue, outside of the gray area. And then, by 2100, mean summer air temperatures are expected to rise by at least 2 degrees Celsius. So the panel on the right there, under that scenario, you can see, the gray blob kind of gets bigger, and the stream, lineage outside of that shrinks. But if you look at the upper parts of mill and deer, it does, remain outside of that. So that's, and I guess I'll point out, it's not shown on here, but the the Butte Creek population is completely swallowed by that gray area, which, this is somewhat of a simple analysis, but it is an indication that the over summer water temperatures in mill and deer should be suitable at those, higher elevations that they do have access to. Now this, next slide, please. So for the life history diversity, the basic setup here is, you have season along the x-axis and length on the y-axis, and this is showing, size and monthly distribution of juveniles leaving the creeks. So I'm trying to point out, what I'd like to try and point out is get you to see two general groups of juveniles that are leaving. And I know it's probably confusing because there are, 4 groups indicated: fry, par, smolt, and yearlings. But if you look at the top pan, I'll just focus on mill. In November, you can see some horizontal bars. Those are essentially representing fish captured and leaving the system. So November, the top panel near the bottom in the fry area, the pink area, you'll see horizontal bars start. And then as you progress through the season, you see more of them in December, more of them in January. And these are, fry that have, emerged from the gravel in the fall, October, November, and then shortly thereafter are moving out. And they continue to do that. So it's one group of fish is these small fish that emerge and leave the creek that same fall, winter, or spring. The other group I want you to see is in October, still looking at that Mill Creek panel. In October, you see a bunch of, larger fish, not the fry fish. And those are fish that have stayed over the summer. They emerged the previous fall and they stayed over the summer, and now they're leaving October, November, December. And it's those larger yearlings and large smolts that are really unique for Mill and Deer Creek. So you can see that, more evident, those two groupings, the ones that leave the first season and the ones that over summer and leave as larger, yearlings in the fall. You see that more prevalent in Mill and Deer than even Butte Creek. And Butte Creek is, a spring run population. That's classic spring run life history, is to do that yearling behavior. But many of the, most of the populations, the spring run populations and other Chinook populations in the valley don't do that. They don't over summer. So Mill and Deer are unique in that fashion. And what we just, some recent research that I know Rachel Johnson submitted to the board, the Cordellini et al. Paper, that's showing those late, leaving fish are really important in droughts and ocean heat waves in terms of supporting the cohort of spring run, where, in those years of droughts and ocean heat waves, the fish that leave at small sizes perish. And, the ones that do stay and get larger sizes in the high quality habitat and like in places like Mill and Deer, those are the ones that are actually, able to survive. So where that kind of relates here is Stephen showed a figure in his presentation of, lower Mill Creek flows in October in 2015, and it was at 0. And that's, part of the emergency regs is to provide, base flows during that, October period, which would, support those yearling fish, which is, those fall flows seem to facilitate those late migrating juveniles, and it's probably disproportionately important during drought years. So I know that was a lot. Hopefully that came across. Next slide, please. And here with our our recovery plan, Matt touched on this a little bit. I just wanted to emphasize, so we do have a recovery plan covering winter run, spring run, and steelhead. And, the Mill and Deer Creek populations or watersheds are, the highest priority watersheds in that recovery plan for spring run and steelhead. And the highest priority actions in there for those populations relate to flow and passage. Next slide, please. And just to provide some further emphasis on the importance of mill and deer and addressing the flow issues there, this goes all the way back to 2001 with, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's restoration program plan. I just talked about our recovery plan. Something I did want to make sure to point out is the Natural Resources Agency's Sacramento Valley Salmon Resiliency Strategy, specifically talking about mill and deer and meeting the flow criteria identified in the technical studies, in DFW's technical in-stream flow, studies. And those are what Stephen described earlier. And those are really key documents to identify and to support. There's been a theme of the emergency flows versus, a longer term solution. I think the technical flow studies from the department will be vital in those longer term solution flows. And then lastly, this is a more recent, the CVPI, near term restoration strategy highlights mill and deer in terms of the importance for non-natal rearing for winter run, but it makes eligible for funding. And I guess connecting some dots here, I don't know that we can deal with flows with that funding source, but there was a recent notice of funding opportunity from the Bureau and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for substantial amounts of money if projects hit the priorities within the near-term restoration strategy. One of those priorities is, non-natal rearing, i.e. mill and deer creeks. So next slide, please. And then we've really, and this is where, Matt referred to me talking about the extinction risk. I don't think I'm going to get into the details too much of the viability analysis. You can see there for mill and deer, let me back up a little bit. Every 5 years, we do a status review for our listed species. And part of that is an extinction risk or viability analysis. And so you can see, the last, really 10 years, we went from high extinction risk, sort of bouncing back to moderate in 2015, and then back to high in 2020. That high extinction risk level for mill and deer is largely driven by abundance. You can see, in the bottom figures there for mill and deer, the obvious trend downward. The yellow bars that are covered in the gray shading, that indicates the years that were analyzed for the 5-year review. It doesn't include the 2020, value there of, 73 for mill and 90 for deer. So I guess what I'd say here is, based on what we know about how populations go extinct and, what we're seeing with our extinction risk analysis results, I don't think we have much more time to get this right. We're really staring at extirpation and the loss of this extraordinary genetic lineages of these populations. That's stretched back, like I said, that, several thousands of years. We could lose that shortly. So then lastly, our recommendations, we support, for the drought emergency, we support the department and the board's flow recommendations. But again, on that theme of, longer term, to better support these populations, we need, more protective flows and flows based on CDFW's, flow studies. So I'll stop there, and I don't know if we want to do questions, or maybe Howard can jump in if he has comments.
Thank you, Mr. Elrod. I appreciate the presentation and the context setting for the importance of these watersheds, truly. Looking over to my colleagues to see if there's questions, and if not, we can have Howard Brown here do a presentation as well, or add.
Well, good morning, Chairman Escobar and members of the board. And again, thanks for hearing us. My name is Howard Brown. I'm a senior policy advisor with NOAA Fisheries, and I'm currently experiencing some IT problems and not able to turn on my video, so bear with me there. But I just want to reiterate that, as both Matt and Brian have mentioned, Mill and Deer Creek support some of California's most iconic and imperiled salmon populations. And I'd also like to point out that the nymph salmon and steelhead recovery plan that was published about 7 years ago, I think Brian touched on this a little bit, makes it clear that the two most significant risk factors and recovery priorities facing spring run Chinook salmon in the Central Valley are their degraded migratory conditions that are related to low flows and inadequate fish passage conditions on these two streams. So we've really been signaling these habitat concerns for quite some time, and I believe the stakeholders are very familiar with this. So I don't think we're starting from a unique, uninformed starting point here. I think that's important. And although some progress has definitely been made to remediate some of the passage problems caused by the agricultural dams on these streams, there are many ongoing conversations focused on the long-term solutions. Deteriorated in-stream flow conditions still remain. So I think it bears reflecting a little bit on the comments made yesterday by California Department of Fish and Wildlife Director Chuck Bonham, that the fish agencies are really focused on two key things in this drought: temperatures and migratory conditions for salmon. And these are two of the streams in the Central Valley where the fish agencies are absolutely united in our pursuit to protect the migratory conditions for salmon. And I'd also like to note that it's not really a sustainable solution for an endangered species to have the fish agencies come back to you every time we have a drought and ask for support. But here we are again. And I'm reflecting a little bit back in 2015, where Vice Chair Didi Adamo said she didn't want to see us back again, go figure this stuff out. Well, it's been really hard to figure this out. But for now, we'd like your support to help achieve these bare bone minimum flows so that when fish return in this next water year, that they're able to navigate upstream to their spawning habitat. And I guess lastly, I'd just like to say that I fully agree with the need to focus on the long-term solutions. I think there's a lot of promising momentum between the agencies and the stakeholders. I think we have the right group of people talking, and I again appreciate Vice Chair Adamo's offer to step in and help us push the ball forward so we can balance the beneficial uses on these streams in a way that can help us recover these important salmon and steelhead populations. So that's all I have. So thank you very much again.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And thank you as well, Mr. Elrod, again, and for just the relationship here at the federal and state level. It is that continuum, I always say, of local, state, and federal decision-making here amongst us that is going to make the difference here in these difficult conditions. And yes, I'm unfortunate that we're here so quickly in such terrible drought conditions again, but it's the urgency. I think that hopefully it can lend to our efforts on the long term that we can then take advantage of, even though we're in less than ideal conditions. So just thank you. Thank you for the continued technical expertise and importantly, work here across the watershed together. So I think board members, any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none from my colleagues. Thank you again to our partners here in the state and federal fish agencies. At this point, I'd look back to our staff if there's anything further to cover. I know we have here about 10 commenters to work through and can hear from them before we have further discussion here as a board. But anything at this point, Ms. Riddle?
No, I think we can turn it over to public comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to first call up Victoria Rodriguez. And those of you on the platform here should see the scroll, and so it can help you prepare for when you'll be coming up next.
Hi, thank you, Chair and members. My name is Victoria Rodriguez, and I am the Public Policy and Regulatory Advocate with the California Cattlemen's Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit representing the interests of all ranchers and beef producers in California. And my comments really are focused on the minimum livestock watering exemption. We recognize that the board has to make tough decisions during this extreme drought. And we do recognize the importance of the Chinook and steelhead species preservation. But looking at the Scott and Shasta emergency regulations and other ones similar, there was a minimum livestock watering exemption, recognizing the importance of continuing to be able to water livestock during the drought. And considering that it is an extreme drought, one that we've seen, in prior years, but one that's continuing to get worse, the ability to get things like groundwater, the ability to use things like stock ponds that water diverters have been able to use in prior years is not there right now. We've talked to ranchers and producers in the area. I spoke to a couple different stakeholders in the Tehama County region. I spoke to the UCCE extension person for Tehama County. I spoke to the local cattlemen's association there. And what they're really seeing from ranchers and producers in that area is that wells are drying out. Stock ponds have been completely dry this whole season. There's not access to groundwater. Their one access to water is through irrigation, which they're diverting to get. So there just really isn't any alternatives. We would be happy to work with the state on providing alternatives, but for the time being, providing that minimum livestock watering exemption is really what's keeping producers still in business and what's preventing them from being forced to liquidate stock. So they're, ranchers aren't going to let their cattle go without water. They're not going to have cattle die. They will sell off if it gets to that point, but we'd really like to be able to work with the state in a way that makes that, not be a reality and continue to support this really important industry and the people who are feeding the people of California. So that's where my comments are, is really just looking for that minimum livestock watering exemption that we've seen in previous regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate the comments, and we'll flag. I want to hear from our folks the rationale and decision making around previous exemptions for livestock watering and the treatment of that here in the Mill and Deer Creek curtailments. So thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. Next, we have Chris Shurin.
There we are. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this. I'll try to be quick. It seems like we're doing this over and over and again, and I understand that. It's a very difficult year across the board, and appreciate your patience and your hard work and listening to folks again and again and again in all these different watersheds. Here, Mill, Deer Creek, we defer to the locals as always, the farmers and ranchers, the diverters in the area is the best judges of local conditions and local possibilities and local constraints. And we appreciate the regulations recognition of the possibility of cooperative solutions. We absolutely support those, at least on conditions that are not unacceptable to the water users themselves. We are very hopeful that cooperative solutions can be had wherever we can have them to try to get through some of these impossible conflicts that we have in the face of minimal water this year. So we asked the board staff to redouble its efforts to reach those solutions in this watershed as well as others. As far as alternatives, we continue to believe that the physical solutions have absolutely got to be pursued. Emergency channel modification, moving gravel, things like that. It was unclear to me how this has fallen apart to date in this particular watershed. We hope we come back around on that, certainly, and work towards longer term solutions, because just my limited knowledge of stream beds is that when the water gets low, moving some gravel may help to get some fish through without an exorbitant water cost, which is what we're trying to avoid here. In terms of implementation, we think the curtailments should be keyed to fish presence. When the fish are not present, we think that curtailments should be lifted in real time to the maximum extent practical. In terms of science and balancing, I have heard various concerns raised about these flows, that they may even harm fish in some regards by drawing them into the system when temperatures are too high. I'm not sure what the whether that is valid or not. I'm not a scientist, but it's certainly a concern that should be answered. Overall, there's a high water and economic cost involved here, and that brings about the reasonableness inquiry. We think that the fish flows that have been identified here absolutely have to be subject to the same reasonableness inquiry, the weighing of costs and benefits involved. The last couple of things, we continue to voice our concern about the board's use of its unreasonable use authority. That's a very unwieldy tool that is, I think both legally and politically dangerous. We've visited this in the Russian River watershed. We've visited this in the, I don't think in the Delta directly, but again, we come back to this, and I think that there is still a meaningful distinction that water users are entitled to rely upon, a legal distinction between pre-14 and riparian rights on the one hand and post-14 water rights on the other hand, which is what is committed to the board's jurisdiction by the water code. So I think that's important. I am aware of Stanford Vina and other Court of Appeal decisions, but they are certainly not the final word on the subject, and they do not abrogate what is in the water code. The other thing I would mention there is groundwater. We are very leery of the State Water Board getting involved in the business of curtailing groundwater extractions. And the final thing, thanking you for your time today, is that we support the idea of livestock watering exception written in here. I think it was written into the reg up in the Chess and the Scott. It should be written in here, a meaningful livestock watering exception. So we ask you to look at that. That's it. I appreciate what the board does. I appreciate this difficult year, and I appreciate being heard on behalf of farmers and ranchers across California and in this watershed in particular. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you as well, Mr. Shearing. Appreciate your contributions and continued discussion here with the board around how we best manage and focus on the outcomes in our watersheds. But your legal differences are noted. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Julie Zimmerman is who we will call up next. Ms. Zimmerman.
Hi, I have a presentation that I submitted. Oh, great. Thank you so much. I'm Julie Zimmerman. I'm lead scientist for the Nature Conservancy's water team. And the Nature Conservancy is a water rights holder on Mill Creek. We own 3 water rights, and we've owned water rights there for about a decade. And we're also active in areas of environmental flow science and river restoration and salmon populations. I've worked on salmon and flows for 10 years in California and longer than that in other places. I'm also part of the technical team that's developing the California Environmental Flows Framework. We believe that environmental flows are necessary for all streams in California. But the fact that Mill and Deer Creeks, which are so important to spring run, and 2 of only 3 rivers with independent spring run populations, the fact that they don't have any mandated in-stream flows is frankly astounding. We heard a lot of really good information from DFW and from NIMS, and the NIMS 5-year status report for spring run really show population declines for the species, especially in drought years. The cohort replacement rate in 2015 was only 0.14, which was much below replacement. We know they do really poorly in years like this one. Insufficient in-stream flows in both creeks have been consistently identified as the top threat to spring run populations, and providing flow is a priority 1 recovery action in the nymph, salmon, and steelhead recovery plans, as well as other recovery plans that have been done for the valley and our own work that the Nature Conservancy has done. Flows and high temperature are a problem in spring, summer, and fall. And in summer, Mill Creek often goes dry and never reaches the Sacramento River. And that's not even just in drought years, that's in most years. This year, the Nature Conservancy is using our own water rights to keep Mill Creek flowing. And for much of the summer, our water was the only water in Lower Mill Creek and the only reason why the river is reaching the Sacramento River. Next slide, please. We support the board's emergency regulations that are intended to provide flows necessary for salmon and steelhead in these creeks. However, we do think that the emergency regulations shouldn't be a Band-Aid approach in drought years. These drought years are becoming more frequent with climate change, and we need flow criteria for these streams that should cover the full year so that the river is not dewatered again next year. We also require higher flows that are consistent with the DFW draft in-stream flow criteria so that they're actually protective. Flow criteria are crucial, but only work if we have a stream gauge to accurately measure flow downstream of the diversion. So there had been questions about, I think it was our stream gauge. We funded a feasibility study by David's Engineering to look at the MCH gauge, the DWR gauge, and it's not, as we heard from Matt Johnson, it's really not reliable at low flows. So in a really dry year like this, our water rights are about 10 CFS, and the error on that gauge can be as high as 6 or 7 CFS. So it's really difficult to tell if our water that we're dedicating in stream is actually making it there. So we funded a feasibility study. We had been talking with Liz Molinas about putting a stream gauge on Ward Dam that can more accurately account for our water and other water from other water rights. And we even offered to fund the gauge, but so far Liz Molinas has not allowed us to install it. But most importantly, we think that the Nature Conservancy should not be responsible for providing all the in-stream flow in Mill Creek. That responsibility should be shared by all water rights holders. We're prepared to share in the responsibility to meet these minimum bare bones flow requirements for the emergency regulations, but our remaining water should be protected so that it can be provided above and beyond the minimum flows to help with recovery. That's why we bought the water on Mill Creek. We want to help with salmon recovery. We don't want it to default to us because we're willing to provide water in stream to do everything for everyone and provide all the water for emergency regulations. Next slide, please. Recent work on environmental flows in California show they're needed all year to support ecological functions, not only when fish are present. Summer base flow needs to be protected as well. And the graphs on the right here show flow in Deer and Mill Creeks in September of 2015. So the same month during the last drought. The top line on both graphs show flow at the USGS gauges upstream of diversions. The middle line shows DFW draft in-stream flow criteria for September. And the bottom line shows flow measured at the gauges downstream of the diversions. Mill Creek was completely dry for the entire month, and Deer Creek had very minimal flow. Flow in both creeks was well below DFW's draft flow criteria. Salmon can be found in tributaries to the Sacramento River in any month of the year. We heard from Brian Elrod about the importance of non-natal rearing. That happens throughout the summer. Allowing rivers to go dry does not support ecosystem functions of perennial streams and artificially constrains salmon migration and rearing and contributes to their population declines. It's impossible to tell if flows are needed only when fish are present. When the flow is non-existent, fish are not going to be there if we don't have any flow reaching the Sacramento River. Next slide, please. Flow studies have been completed on Mill and Deer Creeks. All the information is available to set in-stream flow criteria. DFW should finalize the flow report so the board can develop environmental flow criteria that are protective of both creeks in all years. We think that emergency regulations should remain in place until year-round environmental flow criteria are adopted by the board. Again, Deer Creek are critical for supporting spring run salmon populations, and their numbers are declining. They're really on a path towards extinction. The drought is a wake-up call that we need to do more to prevent that extinction and to protect our freshwater ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simran. Appreciate your comments today and contributing to the discussion and for the long good work that I know the Nature Conservancy has been engaged in here in the watershed. This is really, truly an opportunity for all of us to continue to circle back on one of the more critical watersheds here in the state. Truly. So thank you. Next, I believe.
Sorry, I had a question, if that's okay.
Of course.
Thanks. And I echo your comments, Chair Escobar. I'm curious about this gauging issue because I feel like it's important that we are able to enforce our requirements. So staff may want to jump in here and correct me if I'm wrong, but so my understanding is in the proposed regulations, we are requiring reporting of diversions, of lack of diversions when it's curtailed and amounts if it's not fully, if there's still some allowed. And I'm wondering if you could just speak to Zimmerman, why a improved gauge at Ward Dam is necessary for these emergency regulations if diverters are reporting their diversions or
Well, we found that we can't tell for sure if all of our water is making it downstream. So there's enough error in the downstream gauge so that sometimes it measures less water than we think should be there. Sometimes it's more, and it's impossible to really tell what is going where. So we have more information on it. We have the feasibility study that David's Engineering did that assessed different places to put a gauge that we can share that with you. We have correspondence with Los Molinos where they at first said that they would let us put a gauge on Ward Dam. We helped them apply for a grant to do it. We offered to fund the gauge, and then they haven't been answering our requests lately. So we have that correspondence, but this is one of kind of a list of things that we would like to see happen, is to have a gauge on Ward Dam where we can really see what water is going where and know if our water is making it past the dam. And if it's only our water, there's some requirement for fish bypass flows. And there's been some disagreements this summer as to whether our water should be, it's all the fish bypass flows, like we're taking care of that as well, where it really should be shared by all water rights holders. And there's just it's not an accurate enough of a gauge to really be able to parse that apart when we're at such low flows.
Okay.
But we're happy to provide more information. My colleague Jake Saul has been really in the weeds with this and doing a lot of the back and forth with Los Molinos. So he has a lot of information that we're happy to share.
Ms. Zimmerman, and thank you, board member. Ms. Riddle, is there anything that you wanted to add?
I was just going to offer, I think we appreciate the gauging issues and are happy to work through those if the board proceeds with adoption of the emergency regulation during the implementation phase. It may be that this is an issue that really needs to be addressed in the long-term planning sense, but there may also be some short-term measures that we can do upon implementation that we're happy to explore further.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think there are, it sounds like definite need to follow up on some of that here in this watershed. And what it reminds me of is the work I know that we were doing statewide with DWR as part of legislation that was passed in the last legislative session, not this most current one, to look at telemetry across the state and work with, and I know TNC has been a huge advocate of this. I mean, the fact is we have fewer stream gauges now than we had just a decade or two ago. Some of them USGS stream gauges, some of our most, stellar of data quality when it comes to gauging. And so we have a real challenge. We need to be increasing the spatial awareness that we have of our hydrology in our watersheds. And we've been trending in the wrong way. And so I was glad to see the legislation. I think it was Senator Dodd that had advanced it. I think there's just such a need in the space. And so I think the board member for her focus here on the watershed. And I think, again, it's part of a greater and larger discussion. So thank you. Yes, please, Mr. Harris.
Yes, I just also like to say, from a qualitative standpoint, we do really think that the reach between Ward Dam and that lower gauge is really a gaining reach. So there's a lot of water coming in through that system that if they're trying to use it at Ward Dam to figure out in-stream flow contributions, they're probably capturing, if they're way downstream, some water that's not part of that flow contribution. And then I also just want to state that we can work with DWR during this existing reg process to more frequently check that DWR gauge and make sure it's reading accurately moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. We're only as good a decision makers off the data that we have. Okay, I believe, and I apologize, I thought I saw a name here on the scroll that's not on my list. I have Bill Hardwick up next, but I believe in here it is Bill Hardwick, so ignore me. Mr. Hardwick.
In Chair Esquivel, we have Mr. Hardwick in two ways. Mr. Hardwick, if you're using your phone, *6 should be the command to unmute. We're giving you that opportunity. There you go.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time here. Just a couple really quick comments here. I want to understand, make sure everybody understands that even with the low flow conditions that we had this spring of 2021, it was still a very good run of spring run salmon of 662 that came through based on the CDFW report. I want to say this shows that our management strategies that we've had in place since 1991 have been successful in providing fish passages all these years, and even in dry years. These proposed regulations do not really address the current stream conditions. They are based on a study done in 2014 and 2015. There have been several high flow events that have drastically changed the stream bed dynamics out there. And this has probably contributed to maybe an improved fish passage at certain areas that before were considered unpassable. Another issue that we have here is is there any evidence of Mill Creek fish reaching the mouth and not entering Mill Creek? And what the company thinks about that is we strongly believe that there's been a decline in the number of spring run salmon from issues in the main stem as opposed just into Mill Creek itself, i.e. striped bass population. Is there anything being done in the main stem to ensure the salmon make it to the mouth of Mill Creek? And again, like some of the other speakers have said, this will be an impact to our shareholders as production efficiency will be hindered due to not being able to have the rotation as we normally would for pasture, for cattle, for our orchards out there. So I just want to bring that to everybody's attention. And Los Molinos has always been willing to work with other departments out there to make sure that there is fish passage that is needed, as well as keeping our shareholders in with the water out there. So one of the issues that has been coming up is putting a gauge on Dam Ward. The reason we said no to that is that there is a fish bypass that goes farther on down from about maybe 100 yards down from our dam, and that's water that is being dumped into Mill Creek that needs to be also counted as in-stream flow. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hardwick. I appreciate yours as well, and the comments and continued engagement. Would reflect here again that we're adopting protections that were in place through voluntary efforts as well in 14 and 15. And so I think, it's hopefully we can all agree on the need to act here and to better protect the species given the precarious circumstance they're in. But as always, and appreciate it's a balancing and know that it doesn't come without impact. So I appreciate the engagement and the points being made here. Next, we have Andrea Fuller.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on the draft emergency regulation for deer and Mill Creeks. My name is Andrea Fuller. I'm a fish biologist and vice president of Fish Bio, a fisheries research, monitoring, and conservation firm. I have more than 25 years of experience researching and monitoring salmonid populations in the Central Valley, including evaluations of migration timing and passage relative to stream flow conditions. This last spring, we were contacted by the Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company and Los Molinos Mutual Water Company to review available information regarding migration timing, flows, water temperatures, and passage conditions for ESA listed salmonids in Deer and Mill Creeks. Want to first echo some of the comments that Bill just made. One being that it's not unprecedented for large returns of salmonids to occur during drought conditions and in the absence of drought orders. For example, during fall 2013, in the second year of drought, so where we're at now, but not as dry as the current conditions, and in absent of curtailment orders, flows were less than 50 CFS until late November, when likely 90 to 95% of the fall run salmon had already entered the systems. Under these conditions, more than 1,000 fall run adult Chinook salmon successfully migrated into Deer Creek that year, which represents the second highest number of returning fall run adult Chinook salmon over the last 18 years. Clear demonstration that a minimum flow of 50 CFS was not necessary in that year for adult upstream migration. That's also very different than the flows that were identified in the CDFW 2017 and 2018 reports for both Mill and Deer Creeks. As Bill had mentioned, there's been substantial changes to the riffles in both systems over the years. 2017 was a remarkable year with extremely high flows that likely contributed to major changes to the stream beds of both creeks. And even in the absence of those high flow events, we've documented substantial changes to riffles. For instance, in 2012, 2013, CDFW conducted reconnaissance surveys on Deer Creek to identify critical riffles where passage conditions would be the most limiting for upstream migrating salmon or juveniles for that matter. And three of the most critical riffles, when they went back to do the surveys in 2014, one of those riffles was no longer limiting. We did further survey of those riffles this last spring and found that another one of the three riffles was no longer limiting. So certainly some substantial changes can happen between years. And one of the presenters earlier had noted that back in 2014 and 2014, a couple of my colleagues had surveyed lower Deer Creek and identified two critical riffles, one that was likely unpassable at 49 CFS and one at flows less than 50 CFS. Those same riffles, again, changed substantially in surveys conducted by CDFW, by ourselves in this last spring. So there's what flows may be limiting or critical riffles that may be limiting in one year may not in another year, which calls into, brings to mind the potential and the missed opportunity to look at some of these critical riffles in these lower flow years and opportunities that we may have to make some minor modifications to those riffles to enhance fish passage under low flow opportunities. And I just haven't gotten the sense that there is a strong support for this, for looking at those opportunities in most years, even though this was something that was historically done. It's something that in other watersheds, such as the Salmon River, has strong support from conservation groups to encourage local landowners to make these modifications to enhance fish passage under low flow conditions. It really seems that we are missing an opportunity to pursue that both in the immediate future and down the line. This was something that was brought up during the 2014-2015 drought. I understand that there are some regulatory limitations in terms of permitting needing to be conducted. But it doesn't seem that there has been much momentum and much desire among the agencies to see that through. I've heard of engineering designs, et cetera, being an impediment. What we're talking about is small modifications, potentially hand modifications of moving some rocks to make a more defined thalweg with improved depth. And these riffles may change from year to year. So to go in and think that it's an engineering design at one particular riffle, it's really more simplistic than that, and possibly something that the locations and the specific approach would need to be identified in more of a real-time basis based on the conditions that are presenting at that particular time. And yeah, and the flows that we've seen fish pass at not only less than 50 CFS, but those flows are in stark contrast to some of the flow conditions that were identified in the CDFW reports. In particular, two of the most critically limiting riffles identified by CDFW would need flows of 120, 145 CFS for passage to occur. And we've certainly seen many fish pass successfully under much, much lower flows. To what degree that is a result of the riffles changing, over time is unclear, but certainly something that needs to be explored. And timing. Timing is something that we've talked about a little bit here, and it's something that is a great concern to me, in that the order is extending through June 15th, and it's intended to target conditions during a drought year. And in drought years, we typically see fish migration end earlier. It's not just because the flows are starting to decline, but also because temperatures are on the rise. So as temperatures climb later in the season, we're less likely to see more fish moving in, and those temperatures are higher in drought years under dry conditions. The idea that we are going to manage off of fish presence is of concern. As I understand it, the data were not readily available during the 14-15 drought to guide whether fish were present. And to the extent that those data are going to be made available on a real-time basis for management going forward is of concern.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Are you completed with your comment?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The issue of riffles is interesting, and certainly it is, when we look at these amounts and these flows, it's far more complicated in the watershed, and there is a lot more specificity, certainly, and when it comes to at what points in the river, and because of modifications from flood years, et cetera, how best to make that balance. I feel confident here in the recommendations that have been here, but understand, and I think to your point, even a discussion of how you might manipulate the creek or stream bed in order to achieve passage at lower flows requires so much more study and understanding here that I find it hard to be able to understand how best I might incorporate that in the way that the board is proceeding now in this moment. But acknowledge that there's an interesting and needed discussion there, especially if there are examples of where similar modifications are working in other states and other watersheds. And so encourage for that discussion to go on. But when I see and view the standards that we're setting here for the minimum amounts, the work and study from our fisheries agencies around what those might be, and to acknowledge that these aren't restoration flows, these are trying to get us through difficult times, I still feel confident in the balance there. But I appreciate the good work I know Fish Bio is doing with stakeholders here in the watershed, not just on this creek, but other places in the state, to continue to engage in the real science and need to ensure that specific data and science and information is really guiding our decision making here. So I thank you for your comments. Next, we have Jackson Manazian. And I believe, Mr. Manazian, you had requested nearly an hour. I believe we provided 20 minutes here. And so you have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Stanford Vina Ranch Irrigation Company and Los Molinos Mutual Water Company, I want to make one thing very clear. We requested an evidentiary hearing, the opportunity to call witnesses and to cross-examine the employees of DFW, NIMS, and the state board who have presented to you at length and made repeated misrepresentations, deceptions, and frankly, some outright lies. Now, you refuse to hold an evidentiary hearing. You refuse to pay compensation to the water users that are going to be devastated by what you're doing. And the question we've been asking is, why would you undertake such an abusive measure in a year like this? There is no emergency. You had record, unprecedented fish return numbers this spring in one of the driest years on record, with unrestricted diversions from water users. What's the problem? What are you going to say to explain why you are devastating these individuals in rural Tehama County? Now, when you think about what evidence you're being fed, what facts you're being fed, and how inaccurate they are, it's tough to know where to begin. But let's start with this. You're adopting a resolution that says there is a problem with flood irrigation of domestic lawns. We're not aware of any lawns. So you're ratifying a lie, essentially. And if you would just hold an evidentiary hearing, a 3-hour evidentiary hearing for all the water users, these kind of things would be flushed out. This is not necessary. The water users, Stanford Vina and Los Molinos, the leaders, are working with a certain individual in the Red Bluff DFW office that has acquired some credibility with them. And they worked with him throughout the spring, coordinating operations, collaborating, and look at the success. Record fish return numbers, record dry conditions, unimpaired diversions, unrestricted diversions. So there's no problem, and there's no basis on which you're going to find necessity. And Matt Johnson, to tell you that the voluntary measures this spring didn't go far enough, what an incredible statement. Did he ever ask the water users for additional post flows that they refused? Did he ever tell them in writing, look, fish are in the creek, we need more water? No, he knows this is a bad idea. He really does. And he's coming to you with a half-hearted presentation that doesn't even disclose all the fish that came back up the creek this spring. This is working out there. There's something going, a little bit of momentum, in which the leaders of Stanford Vina and Los Molinos have taken a risk, and they've said, we're going to do what we can to work with DFW in Red Bluff, to collaborate on the timing, on the scheduling, and we're going to make it work if we can. And you're just throwing that all in the wind. You say you want long-term voluntary agreements. Why would DFW or NIMS ever compromise if they think they can write you 2-page letters without any evidence, and you will take the water they want for in-stream flows without an evidentiary hearing, with a 5-minute comment period, without compensation? In the games, the abusive nature that your staff has unrolled this in, 3.5 days, business days, to submit comments over a holiday weekend. You're not fooling anybody. We know what's going on. And what are you going to say when you're asked why you're doing this? You have excellent fish return numbers. Their best explanation is that what occurred this spring, what was the phrasing? Not good enough to prevent potential adverse impacts to species. There is not an act in humanity that doesn't have a potential to have an adverse impact on species. So why won't you just hold the hearing so we can call witnesses and you can get the facts and then make a good decision? They actually cited to you their 2017 and 2018 studies on Mill and Deer Creek. You understand that the flows they say are required for fish in those studies, their conclusions, with unimpaired flows are still not met half the days of May and almost all of the days of June. If you had no diversions whatsoever, you still can't meet their passage criteria. Under the EPA temperature standard of 68 degrees Fahrenheit, most of May is not suitable for fish passage. So whatever's going on out there, it seems to be working. And you're just getting in the middle of it. If NIMS and DFW really thought there was a problem, they would assert their powers under the ESA and they'd prosecute somebody. But they're not doing it because they don't have any evidence. And so they're coming to you with their conclusions and their statements and their really short letters and saying, why don't you do this, State Board? Declare it unreasonable. Take the water. And the real abuse of nature is that while you espouse principles of environmental justice, social justice, you are devastating the individuals that rely on the water. This is not the Central Valley. These are not large farms. These are small operators in rural Tehama County trying to survive. And under their water rights, there is enough water for them. This is not a situation of curtailment for lack of water. This is a situation in which you're taking their water from them, forcing them to dry up crops, sell livestock, and just try and survive because you think you'd rather have the water in the stream. You don't really have any evidence that it's going to help fish, that it's going to benefit fish. You use the word belly scraping flows. There's nothing in the record to support that. You say in the resolution, best on the best available information. You have no information. You won't hold the hearing. You won't allow people to call witnesses and cross-examine, which is how things are done in this country. So you're just abusing them and violating them because you think you can. You think, oh, well, we can say it's unreasonable and, they can submit comments and so be it. Well, that's a very dangerous game you're playing because someday somebody's going to be on that board that has very different views about what's unreasonable. And they're going to think that they can use a 5-minute comment period and just say, no water for the fish. You're setting the precedent and you're doing it again. You knew there's going to be a drought. It's California. We have them once every 7 years. Sometimes more often. There's nothing necessary. There's no emergency. And you're just spitting in the face of the water users that have gone out of their way to cooperate, to submit proposal after proposal. Let's restore the channel because that's what's necessary to improve fish passage. You have to modify the riffles. If you really care about enhanced fish passage, if DFW and NIMS really care about enhanced fish passage, then you have to make it easier for the fish to swim up the creek. And the way that's done is you do it by hand, you concentrate flows and increase depth at areas where it will help them. But the agencies have no incentive to go along with this. They think they can just keep deploying green tape because they know they can come to you and your staff will orchestrate the taking for them. And that's exactly what's going on. So you are making it impossible to achieve the voluntary resolution you purportedly want. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Manazian. I'll note these digital platforms can sometimes leave out the human element and make us a little more heated than we would be otherwise. I appreciate some of the points you made in there. I'm not spitting, or nor is this board spitting in the face of communities. We've taken great care this last summer to ensure that we have space for volunteer agreements, but that we also set a floor here for action and for outcomes in our watersheds that I think I can understand and know are complex. We have many stakeholders within them. And what I would hope for is a continued spirit of one of really understanding those outcomes and driving them together in our watersheds. But I appreciate your points and thank you for your time. Next, I'd like to call up Ted Hammer. Or Todd Hammer.
I have nothing at this point. Sorry.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up then Michael Wallace.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am the president of Stanford Viner Ranch Irrigation Company, and I just have a few comments to make. Jackson stole most of my thunder, but that's okay. I wanted to make note that that we did have a pretty good fall and spring without any curtailments. I was the one who was direct contact with Matt Johnson during those critical times. It's really, from my point of view, running this system for the benefit of the fish and balancing it with for the benefit of the water users is about the timing of the transition from one beneficial use to another. And so I worked with Matt on in the fall last October when he started to see fish present. He gave me a call, and I talked to my water users, and we orchestrated a smooth transition. And I have heard of no fish being trapped or no fish making it to Deer Creek that didn't make it to the spawning grounds last fall. And the same goes for this spring. We worked together a lot more intensely this spring, doing a couple of pulse flows. There was a storm, I recall, that we worked around to help with the fish passage. And I think we did a really good job. There was no fish. I have heard of no fish. He hasn't reported to me that any fish were trapped and didn't make it over the two diversion dams on Deer Creek. What had happened on one occasion, he called me and said, "I've got 8 or 10 salmon, looks like spring run salmon, in a deep hole in the lower stretch of the creek. I think we need to get those moved up." And so I called Deer Creek, the other Deer Creek Irrigation District, the other diverter on the stream, and I called our water tender, and we got the word out that we were going to stop the water immediately. I think that night or the next night we stopped for 3 days. Everybody stopped diverting completely, and those fish moved on up. Then later on, we did another pulse flow. There was no fish trapped, but Matt and I decided we should see if there's any fish in the river that want to come. We did a pulse flow, and I believe 1 or 2 more fish managed to go over the dam, if I recall correctly. I haven't ever received the final counts of what went over our dam, the number of fish that went over our dam this spring, but I believe I was told it was more than 500. So I would see that as quite successful. I was very, very disappointed that those counts did not show up on any of the graphs presented by Matt or by any of his colleagues or any of your staff or anyone from NOAA. They gave you this dismal point of view that this is a complete and utter disaster, and I think you're being misled. I mean, they're telling you that we had a pretty successful year, but they don't put it in their presentation. And it's not like they didn't have time. I mean, the run was over in June, early June, and we made a transition when the water temperature. The other thing I want to talk about is water temperature. The other factor in this is not just the presence of fish, but it's the temperature of the water. And at the time that we transitioned from this spring from the beneficial use of passing fish to the beneficial use of irrigation, the water temperature had reached a level that was dangerous to fish. And Matt and I had that conversation on the telephone, and I asked him to please go and check the deep holes in the lower stretch before we went to full diversion, and full diversion was required in order to meet our diverters' needs, to keep them from having to shut down their businesses this year. I don't think that transition was made at the wrong time. The temperature was getting high, too high for fish, and in his opinion, the fish had passed, and in my opinion, the fish had passed, and mutually we made a decision, and it worked. What came out of that, I think, from this episode over the last 6 or 8 months, or I guess over the last winter or fall and spring, what came out of that was a level of trust between myself, the president at Deer Creek Irrigation District, and our water users, between all of us as a group and Fish and Wildlife. This is very unfortunate that that's all being thrown to the wind, and we're just back where we started with a cut and paste of what you did in 14-15 with no improvements to it. Just a slam down with really no effort put into it. I'm very, very disappointed. So I guess those are my comments. I guess the question I would ask to Fish and Wildlife and to NOAA is, if we were to cease all diversions in Deer Creek, what do they think would be the result? I mean, do they really think that Deer Creek is the problem? We don't have any fish that are coming into Deer Creek that aren't making it up to the spawning grounds. That's not happening. And they haven't told me if there's any evidence or that they have found any fry that's not making it back out to the river. I don't think we're the problem. We're being focused on, but the failure, the utter failure, is in the main stem, not in Deer Creek. So, I don't know why there's so much attention on us and our small amount of water flow as compared to where the fry are really getting killed and why the fry aren't making it out to the ocean. I think that there's some improvements could happen, but this big fish run we had this year was an utter surprise to them. So, why was it a surprise? They're supposed to be managing this. And I think they're over managing Deer and Mill Creek. And I don't think there's sufficient management going on elsewhere. So I guess now that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. And I'll say, the good working relationship that has been developed and takes years to develop between the agencies and local managers here needs to continue. And this shouldn't be seen, and I don't see evidence of the fish agencies hiding the ball, if you will. And it is good that there are signs that our management activities, which again, these are conversations that have been going on for years. And here we're determining and talking about emergency curtailment in the face of very dry conditions. And so I think we do want to be focused on the long term. We know it is not just conditions and actions in this part and reach here in the tributary, but the entire life cycle in the entire watershed that the salmonids have to migrate through. So I do want to emphasize that there is that perspective statewide, although it's not a focus here in the curtailment rate. It's because it is focused on these minimum flows in a year like this and moving in. And I would encourage that there is still space for voluntary action. And again, it's really incumbent upon us all, particularly how difficult the circumstance we're finding ourselves in with continued dry conditions in the coming year. We talked about that yesterday at the board meeting, that we keep the right spirit in the work. And so I appreciate the comments. I am listening here. And want to see how we continue to, as we contemplate this regulation and implement potentially in the months ahead here, make sure we keep the right spirit and open to ensuring that the local leadership is there, that is really the bedrock for continued success in our watersheds. It can't always be this fight. And I know a lot of folks, there's a lot of fight that to be had, especially in years like this. But I just want to thank you for your comments and your engagement. Yes, please.
About the stream bed modification, we did have a meeting with Fish and Wildlife in regards to that. And to be honest, I wasn't aware that idea had been scrapped Apparently, it's been scrapped because I refused to sign an MOU that gave up water that my constituents, or whatever you want to call them, my water users, desperately needed. I guess not signing that MOU is what blew it up. I don't know, but I was handed an MOU that I couldn't sign. And so I hope that that's not blown up. I think that we can get to a point of stream bed modification that will work. The old timers in our district believe, and I think they're right, that the reason we have a native fish run is because of stream bed modification throughout the last century. It used to be allowed. We have documents showing where Fish and Game gave us permission, gave us a permit to go into the stream with heavy equipment and well, not really a lot of heavy equipment, just one small bulldozer, go drive it right down the stream bed and push basically a ditch into the center of all of the critical riffles. Takes, half a day, one day, and it's done. That was done regularly in critical and dry years. And that's why we have a fish run. So at least that's what they say is why we have a fish run. I think we should get back to it. It doesn't have to be done with a bulldozer. We can do it either by hand or gently with a long reach excavator. I think that's all possible and doable. I think it'd be a lot easier with the excavator. I think that the water diverters would pay for it. It only need to be done in critical and dry years. We need to get through the permit process to do it, but I don't think I should have to sign away my water or our water to do that. So I think that, we'll provide water flows. We want the fish to come back as much as you do, but we also want you to work on the main stem. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. Yeah, I appreciate that. And not being in the middle of those discussions, I know Vice Chair here has been a lot more involved in the watershed. And I think we're here to understand all of that work and its important context as we make decisions like this one, knowing that, we can't fix everything here in this vote. And so, but I appreciate it. And thank you for the engagement today. Next,
if I could, sorry, Chair.
Oh, of course, by all means. Board member.
Yeah, so I just want to thank Mr. Wallace for your comments and just your on the ground expertise and experience over the last years and what you've seen. And certainly what I'm thinking about today are these emergency regulations. I don't question the need for understanding the long-term needs, whether it's habitat channel modifications, appropriate flows, how to balance temperature issues, other issues that we see with the fisheries. Those are all real concerns that we need to address. But today, I'm thinking about these regulations and the purpose of the flows, predominantly to provide fish passage here and those belly scraping flows. And so I would like to hear at the appropriate time, maybe after commenters back from the fish agencies and staff, a little bit more about what was seen this past year, what the flows were like, and why they think we did see a good return. And also, I think Ms. Fuller pointed out some similar numbers in 2013. So just thinking back to the record, knowing that the science and our understanding is still evolving here, but reflecting on the significance of my decision this day, I would just like to hear a bit more about that. So just want to flag that.
Thank you, board member. And thank you, Mr. Wallace. Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chichizola.
Hi, hold on, I'll turn my video on. Hello, my name is Regina Chichizola. I work with Save California Salmon, and I also work with the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. I wanted to say that we do support these emergency curtailments. We understand that, this hurts irrigators, but unfortunately it needs to be done. The numbers that we saw, I'm glad that we're having better salmon years this year, but the fact is having better salmon years doesn't mean you have to have water. But seeing numbers like 20 spring Chinook returning to the creeks, or 80 spring Chinook returning to the creeks, Mill Creek and Deer Creek, are ridiculous. Also hearing about these creeks going dry so early in the year, not good. And I think that the irrigators have the right to be frustrated that this action is coming so late in the season and that they didn't see it coming and that they thought that the voluntary actions and agreements would lead to this not happening. But the fact is that this is something that's going to happen a lot. And I'm really glad that the Nature Conservancy brought that up. It's climate change. It's going to continue to happen. And we are going to need to set some minimum flows for these creeks for spring Chinook to be able to survive. And once those minimum flows on a permanent bases are established, then at least there'll be some certainty for people to know what they're going to be able to irrigate and not irrigate in the years ahead when we look at what our predictions are for the years. I don't think that these emergency curtailments in the future are the way to go. Same for the Scott and Shasta, same for the San Joaquin. I think we need minimal in-stream flows to be set in water board code in order to make it so that the salmon can survive, but also so that farmers and irrigators do have certainty so they can plan for the year. Because I know, like, if I got cut off right before a harvest, for instance, I do minimal gardening, but I would be frustrated if that was my livelihood. And it's good to be able to plan ahead also so you can get drought relief and kind of look into what is necessary. That said, in order to look at permanent solutions, we are going to have to look at what in-stream flows are predicted to be in the future and look at water rights system and what is actually makes sense, what's a reasonable use of water and what isn't. To hear it brought up before that we need to make sure that there's not flood irrigation of lawns being allowed. I mean, that should be the minimum in a drought year. Like, that should have been established early on for the whole state. No one should even think of flood irrigating lawns in a drought year. Truthfully, I don't think flood irrigation of pasture should be allowed in a drought year. So I just think that actual real long-term solutions are the way to go to make sure that we're actually looking at not just these bare minimum belly scraping flows, but actual recovery. I mean, the spring salmon are facing extinction. Butte Creek is the only place that they're doing all right in the state, in the entire state. And then we just had a major fish kill in Butte Creek because we allowed the temperatures to get too high, which was also a foreseeable thing. I mean, these creeks going dry were foreseeable. These curtailments being needed were foreseeable. We're not only going to get there on voluntary actions if we don't actually have flow criteria on what we're going for put in place. So that's what I'm asking for the board to do. And unfortunately, that will take a hard look at water rights. But when we have things that are completely unreasonable, like flood irrigation happening within these watersheds, then we can maybe adjust water rights and make it so that they are fair and equitable to all, and that we can actually begin to recover the salmon. And just one last thing I wanted to say, and hopefully I'm within my time, is that this is not a fish versus food or fish versus agriculture issue only. These rivers in the Central Valley and the fish in the Central Valley provide for drinking water supply for the state. Obviously, Mill Creek and Deer Creek and Antelope Creek and Butte Creek and creeks like that are not providing like the majority of that water, but it's still critical cold water that we need going into drinking water supplies and into habitat. But we also need to look at what we need for our people who are recreating in these watersheds. We need to look at for salmon fishermen to make sure that the fall run is recovering in a way that is actually providing for the people who are losing their livelihoods within that are salmon fishermen. I mean, the salmon fishermen have lost, I think, 90% of their boats in their catch within the last 20 years in the Sacramento watershed. So I just think we need to look at equitable ways to deal with this, but also certainty. You know, we need to know that we have fish to catch, and farmers need to know when they're going to be curtailed and when we're looking at bad years, and it's going to happen and it's going to become worse. So I do support these emergency regulations. I think they came a little too late, but I also support some long-term real solutions, and some if we can get there through voluntary measures, great, but we still need in-stream flow criteria so people even know what they're going for. And I'd like to thank all the commenters today, even the ones that were really passionate, because it is going to take everyone getting together to do this. And I especially want to thank the Nature Conservancy for their efforts. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Chicazola. I appreciate, as always, your good engagement and comments here at the board. Thank you.
Chair Escobar,
Yes.
I had another individual that was sent the password but has not got on the platform yet. I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay. We can proceed for some discussion. If you are still intending to comment on this item and haven't been able to make it on the platform yet, please do try to. And if you're viewing from one of our live streams, you need to be on the Zoom platform, and hopefully you can get that link and get on here soon. But we'll just do flag for me, Ms. Townsend, when the individual joins the platform.
Yes, I will.
Board colleagues, one, I wanted a follow-up understanding on the treatment of livestock watering in this curtailment as opposed to our Scott Shasta. And I know Board Member McGuire, and I'm interested here as well, is just a little response from our federal and state fish agency colleagues and our own staff, just on the need for the long-term solutions, the ability for us to continue to make sure we're collaborating with folks in the watershed, and importantly, you get a little more understanding of this year as well. Ms. Riddle.
Yeah, thanks. Could I suggest that we maybe take a short break so we can coordinate with the fishery agencies on just the most efficient way to answer the questions that have been
Definitely.
posed? Who would be best to do that?
I think that's more than fair. I appreciate that, Ms. Riddle. And importantly, before we do that, then any other board members with follow-up or questions that they would like, so that we can make sure that's all considered as you discuss.
I'm wondering if there's recommendations from staff on how to incorporate just follow up in terms of implementation on exploring the gauge issue. So I think you answered the question, but more just if you have recommendations on how to make sure that there's some follow up on that appropriately. Thanks.
So I have one area that I had planned on talking about, and that is next steps after implementation. And so, Ms. Riddle, I'd welcome your suggestion along with the fish agencies on a check-in at an appropriate time, anticipating that if we have, whether we have to readopt or not, I think that an opportunity for a check-in on ongoing collaboration in the area.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Anything else? And if not, then we can take 15 minutes.
Chair,
Ms.
the individual
Thompson.
has come on the platform if you'd like to hear.
Yes, please. Yeah, that works. And then otherwise, we'll take, is 15 minutes good, Ms. Riddle?
Yes, I think that should suffice.
That should be enough. Okay. And then, yes, we'll go to the commenter.
Okay, hold on one second. Carrie, I have asked you to unmute.
Good morning, or actually maybe almost afternoon. This is Carrie Burke Hanna from the Mill Creek Conservancy, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. It was a little bit difficult navigating your meeting, but I'm so glad that I'm able to speak to you.
Yeah, apologies for that. And I'm glad you're here on the platform with us. Thank you.
No problem. I think every Zoom meeting is different, and I'm not the most tech savvy person, but I understand how important your deliberations are today. And as a person who was involved with the creation of the Mill Creek Conservancy, and I live in the watershed, at the upper reaches of the watershed, I have been very disappointed that there has been no monitoring of our spring run Chinook salmon in the upper watersheds. My husband's family has owned a ranch in Tehama County for 100 years. We allow Fish and Game, DWR, to do monitoring on our ranch, on our private property, and not to have an ongoing continuum of information to make these important decisions is so critical. And of course, my personal observation, it has been disappointing that the salmon that we have seen over the years at 5,000 feet, which is so remarkable, and probably the highest elevation of spawning spring run Chinook in California. It is sad, but I think it also is, we really need to consider that the majority of the fish lifespan is spent in areas downstream of Mill and Deer Creek. And we have no control over those impacted conditions from the Sacramento River to the Delta to the ocean and back. I also spend time in coastal land use planning, and it has been shocking in my lifetime to have visited a marine reserve. As a child, I've seen abundance of sea life, which now, when I recently visited the marine reserve at Fitzgerald Marine Reserve in Moss Beach, hardly anything. And so I think there's so many difficult issues for you to consider, but I really wish that we would have more stakeholders involved. And I think it is just hard to navigate and for them to understand these things, and whether there would be a continuance to allow additional comments, that would be much appreciated. But I do hopefully that, one, that we need more monitoring of the fish populations throughout the watershed, and two, please consider that it is that our small watersheds, that people do take it very seriously, private stewardship works, and that we are devoted to having a healthy watershed. And of course, many of us have been impacted also by the Dixie Fire, which puts on other constraints to our watershed. So thank you very much for your service, and hopefully this can be continued before final action. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. I really appreciate your voice and your engagement and the long-term engagement here in the watershed. And to your point, yes, need others to continue to contribute. And here we want to make sure our public processes are making sure and reaching the largest number of stakeholders so that everyone is part of this discussion. So thank you. I appreciate that. And on the monitoring, we'll be interested then to hear a bit from our folks on ways in which we can ensure that we do have good monitoring in place, even as we take action here in this year, that helps us continue to be better decision makers in the years ahead, which we will continue to need to be. So thank you. I think with that, Mr. Roberts, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment to talk about the monitoring. The Department of Fish and Wildlife conducts extensive monitoring in the upper watershed of both of these creeks, RED surveys, snorkel surveys, water quality, and water temperature data. We try to balance that use with not bothering these adult fish so much to lead to increased pre-spawn mortality. And if the board is interested in exactly what we do, I could pass all that information to Diane Riddle.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. That's actually helpful. And I think here, sounding like at least folks are feeling that there isn't enough going on. And so I think it's also a communication into the community and ensuring that the data is also reaching them and continuing to circle around us all here. I'd be interested in seeing that too, though. So thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Roberts. Okay, I think, was there anything further from board members to flag for Ms. Riddle before we take our break? And seeing as how we're pretty much nearly at lunch, do we want to just go ahead and take lunch, and we'll say we'll take a 30-minute and come back at 12:30? Does that work for everyone? Okay. Well, then let's do that. And we'll, sorry for not providing a break here in the morning so far. I know there's a lot. Hopefully everyone felt comfortable to make sure and take a break as needed. And otherwise, let's take a 30-minute and we'll be back for further discussion and deliberation before the board and follow-up discussion with our sister agencies. So thank you, everybody. Look forward to seeing you in 30 minutes. All right, everyone, it's 12:30. We can begin gathering back. I'd like to invite up Ms. Riddle and folks to begin our discussion. Thank you. I hope everyone had a good lunch.
Yes, we did. It was stock full of useful information. So I'll go ahead and start things off. We distributed the responsibility for addressing some of these questions. We're going to start off with Brian Elrott, who's going to speak to conditions that occurred this year and the returns that we've seen this year. So I'll turn it over to Brian to start things off.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second there. Thanks, Diane. Yeah, so I don't think, we were necessarily, well, to address why, conditions, or at least the fish had a, quote, decent return this year. Those are, adults that were produced, as respond and, produced and went downstream as juveniles during wetter conditions. Like 2017 was wet, 2018 was below normal, which isn't too bad. So I have not looked at the specific data in Miller Deer Creeks during those years, but I did do just a general check of water conditions. And, I believe that explains why we're seeing so many, a decent amount of spring run in Mill and Deer and throughout the whole Sacramento system. There's abundant spring run populations. We heard a little bit earlier about the Butte and the pre-spawning mortality. And I guess the other thing I would say in terms of, I showed information on extinction risk. That analysis is doesn't really hinge on 1 year of data. So it tries to, really capture abundance. If you're looking at strictly abundance over kind of a 3-year time set, and then also we're, in terms of extinction risk, the trend is really what's more important for where you end up as like high, medium, or low extinction risk. So we would, if we had to, think about adding in that, this year's returns, it would not change Mill and Deer from being at high extinction risk, just knowing how those analyses are conducted. Yeah, I think that's all I needed to address there.
Thank you, Mr. Elrott. Further, Board Member McGuire, did you have any further question?
Well, I think that's helpful for me up to a point, but I think part of what I'm trying to understand are the flows. Ultimately, what we're voting on today are flows, minimum flows. And I get, again, that there's long-term implications here. And certainly I see the trends, Mr. Elrod, I appreciate that. I hear you, I agree. It's troubling what we're seeing with the fisheries. But, when I heard the comments about the fact that the fish were actually able to make it up into the upper watershed this last year, I guess that's what I was just trying to understand better is, was there truly an impediment for the fish to migrate?
Yeah, thank you. That is a key point, especially in this discussion here. And something I left out is really, the majority of those fish that came back this year came back earlier in the spring when flow conditions were higher than they currently are. So that is in play as well. Just, higher flow conditions during the spring when the fish are moving up.
I think the point is that at the time that those fish moved up, the emergency regulation flows would have been met. And so that's part of the answer is I think it's a demonstration of those flows working. Jason Roberts is going to provide a little more information about the critical riffle flows and some of the comments that were raised there.
Thank you both. That was very helpful.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, members of the board. I think the first thing that I'd like to cover is the CDFW report that was frequently mentioned. I'm not an expert in the methodology, but I think the general assumption is The department conducts critical riffle analysis and recognizes that those critical riffles will move over time, but there's an underlying assumption that those riffles will reform. And I think the second point to be made about the department's flow study is the department's flow study did not try to balance multiple beneficial uses of water. It just looked at what the fish needed. And it was always my impression that that is one piece of information to use when a process like this occurs or a local agreement occurs, is that this is what fish need, this is what agricultural needs, and we would balance beneficial uses. The second topic would be riffle issues. I think the department is willing to discuss improvements to the channel that help facilitate fish passage in combination with a long-term agreement that includes flow and other things. That aside, the department doesn't have the regulatory authority to not require certain permits that are required under state law, and we surely cannot waive other departments' permitting requirements or federal and regulatory permitting requirements. I've tried to explain that to the water users a few times. Maybe I'm just not doing a good job. The third thing that I would like to touch on is my program has been trying to negotiate in good faith with these water users since the first drought. We haven't stopped. We've been doing it in a variety of venues, and we look forward to continuing to work with them to come up with a long-term solution that works for everyone. That said, we are willing to work in an expeditious fashion to try to come up with some local drought agreements that do meet the needs for this these specific emergency regulations if the water users are interested. And I think the last thing, there was a discussion about fall run in 2013, and I don't think that information can be used in a discussion about spring run needs. Fall run needs are heavily influenced by hatchery returns and stray rates and other factors that make them dissimilar from spring run and steelhead. That's all that I had, Diane, if people have questions.
Just thank you, Mr. Roberts. I appreciate the response and the continued, I know, good spirit to engage in voluntary agreements that meet a standard here, and importantly, strike the right balance. So just thank you.
Okay, great. With that, I think we can turn it over to Matt Johnson to speak a little bit about finalization of numbers for return numbers for the spring of 2021.
Thank you, Diane. Yes, we have completed video monitoring for the 21 season for spring run returns. That is still in draft form. It's being finalized currently. I am an open book on that information, but I don't like to put final numbers into a report until all of the QA/QC processes have been completed. That's been delayed a bit with COVID and working from home this year. That said, I did recently attend a board meeting with Los Molinos Mutual where I shared information, and I did share some preliminary information from the pulse flow results with the Deer Creek users, but I recognize that I haven't provided final numbers as timely as I had in the past. Another point why I did not include video station data in my presentation was because of the emphasis the department puts on final spawner survey escapement data. Normally, I would have completed surveys on Deer Creek in August, but the Dixie Fire precluded entry into the forest. And I plan to get started doing red surveys on Mill Creek next week. And again, just with this unique spring run life history where they're spending an additional 5 to 6 months in fresh water before completing their life cycle, it's really important to be looking at that spawn or escapement survey data to really know how robust this run was this year.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the transparency. And here again, I know there are a lot of challenges out there: wildfires, COVID response as well, meaning that sometimes information isn't as timely. And appreciate the explanation and again the continued work in the watershed. I want folks to continue to have the right relationship and understanding of each other's intentions, knowing that sometimes they can be easy to maybe map on certain assumptions. And here, it's just the good work and transparency that you're doing that I'm really appreciative of, and we all are here. So thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much.
With that, I think that covers the fishery related or most of the fishery related comments. Our staff will go ahead and respond to the remainder of the comments I think we heard. One was on the topic of stock watering and why we didn't include an exception for stock watering like we did for Scott and Shasta, and Stephen Louis can provide some additional information related to that.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle.
So the emergency regulations for the Scott and Shasta did include an exception for stock watering use. In those watersheds, cattle production accounts for the majority of the water use in those watersheds. And so it was more important, appeared more important for those watersheds. We don't have a lot of information to show that it is as important in Mill and Deer Creek watersheds. But due to the recent comments, we did do a more in-depth analysis on the usage in the Mill and Creek. And so what we found was, based on 2018 reported data, only one water right claimed stock watering use in Mill Creek, and 4 claims were made for stock watering in the Deer Creek watershed, and it really accounted for 3 users overall. And based on their very seniority water rights, and the historical hydrology, it didn't appear that these entities would be without water during the year. And so if they chose to use water for stock watering, they could. That's the reason why we didn't recommend including the exemption for this regulation.
Makes complete sense to me, Mr. Louis, and hopefully that's helpful to any diverters in the watershed who are diverting for stock watering, having some comfort here as to why it's not specifically called out. So thank you.
Right. The next issue I can go ahead and speak about, and those were questions related to gauging needs on the tributaries. And really, I don't think it's an issue with the gauges themselves. The gauges are capable of monitoring flow conditions under the emergency regulations. There is possibly an issue with the ability of the gauges to monitor for the smaller flow levels that the Nature Conservancy is providing as part of their in-stream flow dedication. Both issues, however, really are an issue of calibration of the gauges. DWR is responsible for maintaining these gauges, and I think what's really in order here is a coordination effort with DWR to ensure that there is more calibration of those gauges. So we would suggest that we include some resolution language directing staff to coordinate more regularly with DWR and arrange to have that calibration occur more frequently. We do have some contract resources that we could potentially dedicate to that type of effort. So I think that's an appropriate next step on the gauging issues. Otherwise, the issue of engaging in long-term planning efforts. I think we agree that that's an appropriate next step in these watersheds, that there is a clear need for a long-term process to establish in-stream flows, consider the balancing decisions that need to be part of the board's decision-making process, and evaluate all of those issues in more detail in a robust, thorough process. So we would also suggest for that we include some additional resolution language directing staff to develop a plan for engaging on long-term in-stream flow planning efforts, including consideration of possible voluntary efforts, and come back to the board with an update, perhaps in the next 6 months. So we are working on that language now. We don't quite have it developed yet. We could perhaps allow you to move on to another item, or I'm not sure exactly how you might want to handle that, but we can pull that language together as quickly as possible and bring it back to you for consideration.
I think that sounds great. Those additions would be welcomed. And Vice Chair, please. And also just flag for other board members, again, if there's anything further being requested or desired, and then we can discuss how much time would be most appropriate and how to treat that. But Vice Chair, please.
Thank you. I would just want to make sure on a couple of other items. I think that you'd plan on including this, but not just long-term, but ongoing drought and sort of interim flows in the meantime, interim flows and actions that could be taken, including voluntary actions. And then also, I'd be curious about some additional information on resources, availability of resources, both for restoration, potential resources for planning efforts, perhaps even mediation services that could be utilized, and also irrigation efficiencies.
We will be sure to include those.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Others?
Yes, can I circle back just to the stock watering? I wanted to just clarify. I think that I heard that there, it would be unlikely for the water right holders that because of the seniority of their water rights to be curtailed, but does that mean that they could be curtailed and not be able to, have water rights for stock watering?
That could be a possibility. There's another component that we haven't spoken about, and I'll let Stephen chime in if he's got more to add to this as well. But there is also, the possibility for water users to purchase water, perform water transfers if there is a situation in which a water user is curtailed but another is not. And Stephen can speak more to the analyses that he did, but we also looked at, there were no time periods in which all diverters would be curtailed. So some diverters will always have some access to water. The stock watering needs, I think, are relatively small. I think, several acre feet, not a very large use at all. And that seems like another feasible option that water users could engage in if they do encounter limitations due to curtailments. They also may have the ability to fill stock ponds during times of availability for use when water may be unavailable. So I think there's a variety of solutions available to those with stock watering needs, but I'll turn it over to Stephen to see if he's got any additional information to add.
So we do have a very limited information on how many cattle are being used in these watersheds, but we did have some information from Deer Creek Irrigation District reports that they have 400 head of cattle, and overall that would have a need of about 0.55 acre feet per month for those cattle. And overall, based on we don't know how the hydraulics is going to end up next year, but historically, Deer Creek Irrigation District will have anywhere between 100 and 1,100 acre feet per month available to continue for diversion. And as we pointed out in the presentation earlier, There's only 4 times in the past 100 years that Deer Creek had flow less than 60 CFS. And so there should be water, it's almost guaranteed to have water, but we can't guarantee it, of course, because it's in the future. But even both creeks should have water available to them for some diverters.
May I, Chair?
Yes, please, by all means, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Board Member Morgan, for bringing that up again. That's something that I neglected to mention in my list. I did have some discussions both with staff and the Cattlemen's Foundation, and they did reach out to UC Cooperative Extension and determined that the stock ponds that exist are dry at this time. But after I heard from staff, I felt that, you know, it wasn't something that I was going to hold me back on my decision on this. But I do think that it's important to continue to monitor this issue. Staff in conjunction with UC Cooperative Extension and the Cattlemen's Foundation, and the foundation is interested in ongoing discussions on this.
Yeah, I think that it's worth, we want to be sensitive in monitoring to see if, you know, there is really, there are harms that are happening here. Again, you know, we have in the Scott and the Shasta, because of, you know, both the importance of cattle to the region, but the need to not let cattle die, and because of a lack of access to water here. An exemption and a process to go through one hearing here that there may not be enough activity to really warrant then having that whole process. But I think we want to be, as the Vice Chair said, aware if that's the case, and if there is some way to provide remedy, I'd be open. But if anything at this point, monitoring and continuing to work then with locals to understand if there is a need or a challenge there for some exemption. But hearing again what the relative few had, at least that I kind of identify, and the impact and need for their watering needs, it, you know, I don't think it begs the full need for an exemption here. But if we see it, I would want to be aware, and maybe that's a fair characterization of where we might be on it. Anything further before we, and at this point, we do have a fee discussion to get to, so we can just hold off a vote until we're able to come back after maybe, you know, hearing one of the fee items. How do we feel process-wise? I think would that be enough time, I guess, Ms. Riddle? Or do you see the need is really maybe, you know, 15 minutes or so, and can provide folks a break and neatly cap off this item? And Mr. Lawfer, any?
Yeah, I think if you want to move on to the next item, then we can make sure we get the language right and it's in good condition when we bring it back to you for consideration.
Okay, we'll do that. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll hold the vote here until we get to, and and I apologize because I know this means that folks are going to be hanging on here through then a fee discussion with us before we get to our full vote. But I want to make sure that folks have enough time and the language is right and be able to move on in our schedule a bit. So I apologize for having to bridge folks. I noticed, Andrea Fuller, you do have your hand up. Before we move off, then this item would want to make sure you have an opportunity to say what you would like. Ms. Fuller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut off folks that were responding on the list of issues earlier, but I just wanted to provide one point of clarification in response to Mr. Roberts' explanation regarding the 2013 fall flows. And I understand and agree that there are factors that could result in differences in the numbers of fall run or spring run returning to the system as a whole. But the point that I was trying to make with the 2013 was that we had flows that ranged from approximately 25 to 45 CFS, averaged 36 CFS through near the end of November, yet we saw more than 1,000 fish successfully migrate upstream during those conditions. So just wanted to make that point, that I agree that there could be some differential in affecting the numbers that are arriving at the mouth of Deer Creek, But once they experienced the conditions of 25 to 45 CFS, they were able to successfully migrate through the system in large numbers in that particular year.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. I appreciate
Thank
the
you.
point. Thank you. Okay, we will pause then on item number 15, and we are moving now on to and making sure everyone is good with it. So, okay, moving on to item number 16, which is consideration of a proposed resolution adopting emergency regulations revising our fee schedules. And here, I think our first discussion is on water quality. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Chair and board
Good
members.
to see you all. Good.
My name is John Russell. I'll be introducing the item here today. I'm going to spend a little bit of time up front on the water quality ones. There's some similar issues that go through all four of the presentations, but I think I'll try to say what I need to say once and then just reference back to my discussion right now. So if we could have the first slide. I wanted to provide today a little bit of background on how we got here to where we are right now. And then there were some comments that we received prior to the board meeting from some of the stakeholders who wanted a little more in-depth history. So I wanted to provide a little background there. For a little bit of background on this year, if you remember last year at this time, we were adopting the fees, and we were also behind the scenes constructing the administration was constructing the budget for this year. During that time, we were in the financial predictions from the LAO and the legislature and the governor were all pretty dire. We had been in the pandemic for about 6 months at that time. We expected quite a bit of financial distress for the state as, you know, we went through the pandemic and there was a high unemployment and everything. So going into the budget year, well, let me start with the fee adoption. So the board did adopt some fees last year, considering that we were anticipating a fairly dire situation. We didn't adopt our full fees needed to support the program. And we knew that going into the year, we were going to accommodate those reduced revenues through some forced savings by holding positions vacant in the water quality program. So one of the things that you'll see in the discussion this year is there are some prior year deferrals that will come up, things that we deferred last year, but they'll come up in the discussion this year. Then, as I said, going into the governor's budget in January, the governor released a budget that was again fairly lean, because at that time we were still expecting reduced revenues for the state. In the month or two after the release of that budget, though, actual revenue numbers started coming into the state, and they were a lot better than anybody had ever projected. As a result of that, a couple things happened. The governor removed the furlough that all state employees were under. That was about a 9% reduction in pay that all of us were taking. We had planned for that last year to last for 2 years. That was the administration's original intent, was for those furloughs to last 2 years. So those ended a year early. And then on top of that, because there were quite a bit of revenue coming in for the state, the administration and the bargaining units for the various unions were able to negotiate some pay increases for all of our employees. That's the pay letter portion of that. That came in the June-July timeframe. So things were a little bit different from when we initially talked to the stakeholders in January to where we find ourselves now. And then the third thing that happened that was a little bit out of our control, actually totally out of our control, is pro rata was increased this year. And David and Glenn will talk a little bit more about this in their presentation, but pro rata is basically our share of paying for some of the departments in the state that are critical to the state's functioning, but don't themselves generate any revenue, like the state controller's office, for example. So that's a real short way of saying that, the first three things you see on the list there after the four things were things that came up to us that were really non-negotiable when we had to build this year's budget and this year's fee schedule. And when I say non-negotiable, it means we really didn't have any influence on how they came about, nor is it something that we have any discretion over not implementing. Pay increases, while I appreciate the restoration of my salary as an employee, it obviously wreaked havoc with our plans for keeping fees low again this year. And I wanted to touch briefly, in addition to this, there are some cost savings measures that the governor's office has wanted all departments throughout the state to implement. We were implementing a 5% cut this year. Last year, we were just in the planning phases for that. That's primarily coming out of our operating budget. The state services, the money that we use to pay for our staff was not included in that. So it came out of our operating expenses and equipment budget. And it was primarily related to our wide-scale implementation of our telework. Things like reducing office equipment usage, copiers, printers, reducing travel. And then as we get further into the telework phase, we'll likely be able to reduce our footprints in our buildings that we lease and operate in. So that's a little longer cost savings, but that's going to be built in there too. And then briefly, I just wanted to acknowledge, as you all heard yesterday, we did get quite a significant amount of general fund this year, but it's not in a form that we can use it to support the water quality program. It largely came to us in our local assistance programs, the arrearages, some water resilience, some infrastructure. It's money that comes to us with the expectation that we give it out in loans and grants for water quality improvements throughout the state. So again, we did get a large chunk of that, but we can't really use that for the most part for our water quality programs. And then really briefly, the last thing I wanted to touch on was a few of the programmatic aspects. And in the presentation today, you'll see a little bit more history than we normally put into our presentation. And that's in response to a comment letter from some of the agricultural coalitions that, to paraphrase them, they wanted to know why the water quality or the waste discharge permit fund, which is essentially our water quality funding, increased dramatically in the last 20 years. And what were the causes of that? So we'll talk a little bit about that. David and Glenn will talk about the numbers part of that, but I really wanted to focus just for 1 minute on the programmatic aspects. There's 3 or 4 slides later in the presentation where you'll see all of the budget augmentations that have happened in the last 20 years. And they are significant. It's a significant ramp up of our program. And in fact, a lot of our programs were actually created at the board during that time period. So we've included that list just so you can all see how that happened as we rolled through the 20 years. So, and the final point I really wanted to make was, today we're talking about fees. And I don't know if it's the chicken or egg, which comes first, the program or the administrative part, but they're so closely intertwined that really what we're talking about today is, do we want to maintain the funding that we need to maintain the water quality program that essentially the legislature has given us for the last 20 years? And having worked in program and in admin, we do maintain a world-class water quality program, and there is a cost to that. So like I said, David and Glenn will go through some of the numbers of that like we usually do, but I just didn't want us to lose sight of the fact that, we're just not raising fees in a vacuum just to raise fees. It really does go to support pretty much everything you hear during the board meetings, with the exception of the local assistance, the DFA staff. And with that, I'll hand it off to David And at any point, if you have any questions, feel free to stop us and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Russell, I appreciate the additional time that'll be given to setting some context. You know, this is now my fifth fee adoption hearing, and there's some common themes that we hear year in, year out. And, you know, I know last year we talked about cost of compliance being a space that I think drives a lot more costs for industries than, say, our fees here to ensure that we're able to run our programs. But there's always this tension. And importantly, I'll just say it out that, you know, the legislature and the governor's office go through all sorts of negotiation, public negotiation, to set then the positions and direction to this board. We then turn around and set fees to implement. But what we always have, I fear, is a second bite at the apple and an attempt to erode then the ability to carry out the direction of the legislature and the governor. And so, you know, I want to address and really get to the heart of this fees discussion. We're here to be transparent and importantly show where the dollars are going and how they're benefiting the state. But it was over a decade ago that we were transitioned into a fee-based organization. I think that we need to have a good, honest conversation around how best we continue to support these programs, understand that they do come at cost, and how is it that the general fund perhaps supports it more or not. And I think it's importantly a leadership discussion for the legislature, but here is the venue from which the discussion happens yearly. And again, wanting to see a little traction in actually addressing the concerns out there, and appreciate then this discussion. So thank you.
All right, thank you, John. Good afternoon, Board Chair Joaquin Escobar, fellow board members. My name is David Ceccarelli. I'm the lead manager in the Fee and Revenue Branch. And assisting me today with this presentation is Glenn Osterhage, also with the Fee and Revenue Branch. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight again kind of what the agenda of this presentation looks like. We're going to move into stakeholder outreach. We're going to talk a little bit about the WDPF program budget details, the WDPF fee revenue distribution, the waste discharge permit fund fee fund growth charts, budget change proposals for this fiscal year, what the average program fee changes are being proposed, additional proposed fees changes, fees not changing, comments that we've received, and then finally we'll open it up to questions. Next slide, please. So we had, of course, a series of our stakeholder outreach. Each of our meetings are aligned with iterations of the governor's budget. Just to give an example, our first water quality fee stakeholder meeting was on February 18th, and this goes in line with the governor's proposed budget that's released on January 10th. And then, of course, we had one on June 10th for the May revise, and then a final meeting on August 5th to go over the enacted budget. Throughout this process also, we had a general stakeholder meeting that was specific to cannabis fees. So we had some discussion on fees, and as we go further through our presentation, we are presenting proposing some fee adjustments for the cannabis program. The focus of these meetings are on the discussion of the budget and cost drivers, BCP's estimated fee adjustments to meet our authorized budgetary expenditures. These meetings give staff the opportunity to have dialogue with stakeholders and keeping them informed and help address any concerns. We also, throughout the meetings, there were some discussions on cost of compliance, continued discussions on cost of compliance, and that there are going to be additional meetings moving forward with this. And if you'd like any additional information, please contact Karen Mogus, Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality, or Bob Gore. He's also helped leading these discussions for cost of compliance. Next slide, please. And so I should have mentioned this a little bit earlier. Glenn and I, we're going to be tossing back several of the slides. So at this point, I'm going to pass this on to Glenn Osterhage, and he's going to talk about the program budget details.
Thank you, David, and good afternoon, Board Chair, Vice Chair, and Board members. As David introduced me, I'm Glenn Osterhage, the branch manager for our Fee and Revenue branch within the Division of Administrative Services. So this first chart, and actually the next page, we normally show this at our stakeholder meetings as one chart, but for viewing purposes, we split it into two. This first page is more focused on the expenditure side as it relates to the budget. I'm going to focus in on column B as in Baker. Those were what we were targeting fees for last year. As the board should remember, fees were below what we needed by about 3%. That's what the deferral that John mentioned earlier. But that was our fee budget for each of the programs. Column C is in Charlie. The BCPs that David will go into on a slide later on are specific just to the stormwater program this year. And then D are all the adjustments to try to make the numbers work. But ultimately, we get to E, Edward, on what our fee budget is for each of the fee paying programs for this cycle. The focus I also want to mention is under the cannabis line. If you notice under column D, it's a negative 12 million. I'm actually going to talk about that on a different slide instead of speaking about it right here. So this is more of the expenditures. We set fees or targeted fees last year at about 165 million, and our target this year is 174 million. Next slide, please. In the second half of the chart, this looks more at the revenue that we match up to the expenditure side. So column F shows our estimated revenue, which is $152 million, our shortage, and then we're looking to adjust the revenue ultimately for column H to the $174 million. And then David is going to talk a little bit more about the averages, but for each of the fee paying programs, you can see what our shortage is this year. As John had mentioned, and David's going to go on a later chart on the cost drivers, removal of furloughs, pay letter, deferrals, a number of different programmatic items took place this year for the double-digit numbers. Next slide, please. And this I'm going to hand it back to David as he was going to go through the budget cost drivers for us today. David?
Okay, thank you, Glenn. So again, as John had mentioned earlier, here are the budget cost drivers. Our budget is going up about 9.9% based off of this. And as John mentioned, what's driving this is the removal of the furlough savings. We had a pay letter for general salary increases. There are a couple of budget change proposals for the stormwater program. And then pro rata cost. And it's expected that our pro rata cost was going to go up. And I say that because with the general salary increases, those were applied to the majority of employee unions or classifications throughout the state, and classifications like the Department of Finance and controllers, their salaries went up. And so as a result, we see our pro rata costs go up. So that's why we had anticipated that we would see some additional pro rata cost. Next slide. And as Glenn mentioned earlier, these were the deferral amounts that we were looking at last year. So if we had done full fee increases last year, these were the amounts for the programs that they would have received increases. And so these are on top of what we need for just, again, our regular employee compensation. So next slide, please. So I think, Glenn, you're going to touch base on this one.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it back. And as I mentioned on a previous slide on the cannabis program, this is a very difficult one to explain. So I'm going to try my best not to get too far off into the weeds on, we're basically reallocating the cannabis program to size it based off of our current revenue. On a yearly basis, we normally go to the board to set our revenue to match our expenditure. So they're usually 1-to-1. If we do have a bit of a reserve, we can defer some costs, but we're still fully staffing all of the positions within the fund on a yearly basis. The cannabis program, for those that have been in our stakeholder discussions, we did talk about this in depth in the June meeting and reviewed it again in the August meeting. But expenditure-wise, the cannabis program revenue was not anywhere near what we were budgeted for. So the cannabis program has been actually holding positions vacant for a number of years. We didn't have the revenue, so we couldn't afford the positions. But also because of that, and the way we prorate or allocate what we call our indirect and overhead costs, most people focus on our foundational programs. The cannabis program was taking a larger proportion of that based off of their expenditure number. So I will take one step back and say, prior to the cannabis program, at least the statewide version, the foundational programs were fully supported by all the other fee-paying programs. When the cannabis program came on board, they took over their proportional share of the fund for those additional costs. The result of the revenue for cannabis being below expenditures is a number of foundational programs also have to be held vacant for a number of years. So we are, in essence, resizing cannabis so that the revenue is in line with our allocated expenditures. And with all that, and this is a new chart that we have not previously provided to our stakeholder community, we are treating revenue for cannabis the exact same way we handle revenue for all the other programs. So for every dollar that comes in, 73 cents on the dollar supports the normal program indirect costs, and 27 cents on the dollar is supporting the foundational type programs. So what this allows us to do by readjusting this is, assuming the board, or if the board does adopt full fee increases, it will allow the board to fully staff all the non-cannabis positions. There'll still be a number of cannabis positions that will need to remain vacant, as that revenue stream will still be below the expenditure number. So we're reframing this. I'll be honest, when we talked with the stakeholders in June and August, trying to explain it on the expenditure side was tough to do, and I think there was a lot of confusion. So we're now pivoting to talk about the revenue portion. So every dollar that comes in, cannabis is being treated like every other program, and we'll be able to support all the non-cannabis positions with full funding. So before I go on, I'm going to ask David to see if I missed anything, because this is a rather difficult thing to explain verbally.
No, I think you touched bases on everything. I think, again, it's important to note that, as you mentioned, when the cannabis program came in, they took their share of cannabis foundational cost. We're now aligning the cannabis program with the revenue that the cannabis program is bringing in. And as you can see that on this chart here, that we're treating it like any other water quality program, that every dollar that comes in goes towards cannabis's direct portion program cost. And then the remaining 27% goes towards paying for a foundation and monitoring cost.
Okay. Thank you, David. So as we're going to go into the next slide, please, I'm going to hand it back to David to talk about some of the new discussion points that John had mentioned. John had mentioned, yeah, the program goes back 20 years, but our analysis is going back to fiscal year 2009-10. But David's going to go through, these are slides that have not yet been presented to our stakeholder community, but is framing the conversation on what has been, what we're now calling augmentations to the program that are above and beyond the normal year-over-year growth. So David?
So thanks, Glenn. So basically what this chart is illustrating is the waste discharge permit fund fee growth for the last 12 years. We had some inquiries on this. The inquiry did start at fiscal year 9-10, the current year. And basically that in 9-10, the program was $76 million, and it's grown to about $184 million. So let's just talk about that here for a sec. So we are showing the numbers for the waste discharge permit fund. So, and the waste discharge permit fund supports all of our water quality programs. In 9-10, I think it's important to note that there were, along with the $76 million in waste discharge permit fund, there was also roughly about $25 million in funding for what we've referred to as the foundational programs, and a little bit of federal money for some of our monitoring requirements. So the the water quality program in 910 was roughly about $100 million program. And so now looking at it in 21-22, the program is $184 million. Well, okay, what's driving that? Why did we go up that much? Well, one, that the $76 million in 2009-10 with standard annual increases about 4%. This equates to about $113 million in 21-22. So the gray area there on the right, if we didn't have any augmentations or any changes over the last 12 years with an average 4% increase, we would increase to $113 million. Now, our augmentations to the fund since 2009-10 are grouped into 4 sources. There is the stand, of course, there's a standard growth of the 4% built into each of these augmentation sources. So let's start with the top there. So what we refer to is, let's say the orange, and it's roughly $30 million. So augmentations to the fund since 910 are again a group into these 4 sources. So the orange there, this is our what we refer to as our foundational shift. This includes general fund shifts for basin planning and TMDL, and some federal fund shifts for ambient monitoring to fee authority. So during these last 12 years, there was some the legislature and the governor shifted funding from again general fund and a little bit of federal funding, and this was then shifted to fee authority. The next one that we're referring to, and that's more kind of the orangish color there, we refer to that as general augmentation. And this includes new funding for activity that is not specific to any single fee-paying program within water quality, and the costs are shared across the fee-paying programs. And we'll show you a list there. It's a lot of times a BCP comes in that's not specific to a specific water quality program, and we're spreading those costs to all programs. The next one, of course, is cannabis. That's again our cannabis augmentation, new funding specific to the cannabis program. And this is supported by fees that are paid and received directly by our cannabis enrollees. And then the blue is what we're referring to as our program augmentation. And so this is new funding for activities specific to a single fee paying program, excluding, of course, cannabis. And so, and we'll highlight this here in a moment with a list, but again, this is kind of BCPs directly to a program like I'll be showing later in the presentation, as there's a couple of BCPs directly to the stormwater program. Looking at this, and this is basically in today's cost, that's roughly, again, $184 million grown from, $76 million. Well, and again, I have some additional slides that are going to touch basis on this here in a moment, but let me get to a next slide here. So next slide, please. So this is what this is basically showing is this is shows the impacts to each fee paying program based on the budget augmentation since 910. And this is just with emphasis on the amounts associated with foundational shifts and journal augmentations. So if you were to highlight, let's just say the confined animal facility program, which is the second down, we're basically showing that their share of foundational shifts from 910 have been about $1 million. And then they've had some general augmentations, which again, these are more or less BCPs that are being spread, or some augmentations that are spread out to all fee payers. So that's, in a couple $1,000 range there. You don't see any green because there hasn't been actually a program augmentation, a specific augmentation or program change proposal for the CAP program. So that's basically what this chart is showing. It's showing the augmentation growth with emphasis on, again, program shifts and general or program related augmentations. So next slide, please. So here we are with the, this is, again, going back and we're looking at our list of all the augmentations. So these are the budget augmentations. and we refer to as the general augmentations for the waste discharge permit fund. And these are in the original dollar amounts. So when they came into the program and during that fiscal year, this is what was requested and this was what was approved. And so these again are ones that are either spread out to all waste discharge permit fund fee payers or programs, or are kind of consistent where they're associated, let's say with two or multiple water quality programs. As you can see, like in the first one there for last year, the water resilience portfolio, that one was spread out to waste discharge requirement program, and then our MPDS ES wastewater program. And again, this was in the original amount they came in, so $8.6 million. Of course, now in today's dollars, at a 4% increase, that's a little higher, of course. Next slide, please. So these are budget augmentations that are programmed, that are directly to the programs. This again goes back to 10-11. This is everything besides that's related to non-cannabis. So as you can see, there's been close to $11 million. Again, this is an original program cost. These are the budget change proposals or augmentations that have been affected for the water quality program. I'll point one out on the bottom there on fiscal year 11-12. That's $1.7 million. And the reason we're referring to is program augmentations. That $1.7 million in 11-12 was the transfer of general fund that was associated with the irrigated lands regulatory program and then supplanted with fee authority. So early on in the program, the ag program had general funds supporting its program along with fees. And then this was kind of the startup for the proposal, one of the kind of help move the increases up on the irrigated lands program back in 11-12. So next slide, please. And then finally, these are, oh, excuse me. Well, there's actually another one. This is more related just to cannabis. So these are kind of the cannabis budget change proposals or augmentations that have happened directly to the waste discharge permit fund since 14-15. There are various implementations of the cannabis program. There was in 2021, there was a continuation of the cannabis program. And so there was kind of a two-prong effect to this. The BCP that was in place in 17-18, that was sunsetting, and then a new BCP to continue the program was implemented in 2021. So this just kind of highlights the augmentation of the cannabis program, again, in the original dollars that the program came into. And then next slide here. And so this is, and as you know, kind of John mentioned earlier, and then as we kind of mentioned in the first slide, or a couple slides ago, when we showed that the growth of the program from 76 million to 184 million. This is basically showing our foundational costs, and basically for most of these costs here, these were basically supported by some other funding source. The majority, of course, was general fund. And then the general fund was, swiped, taken away, and was supplanted with fee authority. And again, these are in, dollars back in the time when these proposals came into play. And so that's why now we show them at nearly almost $30 million with the 4% kind of annual increases over the years. So next slide, please. So at this point, this kind of takes me to kind of back to where we're at now for 21-22. We have two budget change proposals in place, and both of these are impacting the stormwater program. The first one is the industrial stormwater discharge compliance. This BCP will assist in an increase of regulatory workload due to the new 2018 Senate Bill 205 addressing non-compliant industrial stormwater dischargers. I wanted to highlight that, for SB 205 requirements, it is anticipated that the new enrollments, so the unregulated enrollees, the new enrollments will eventually cover the cost of the BCP. It's just going to take some time to get there. And then the second BCP is federally designated NPDES commercial, industrial, and institutional stormwater permitting program. This BCP is to implement the new US EPA residual designation authority to regulate stormwater from current unregulated commercial, industrial, and institutional facilities. Kind of as I mentioned earlier, the NPDES stormwater program staff do anticipate once full enrollment takes place, fees from new enrollments will cover the cost of the BCPs. Like many new programs to the board, there are upfront costs to process applications, get enrollments in the program, and perform compliance inspections. Current enrollment fees will go towards covering upfront costs. And once the new enrollments revenue starts being received, this new revenue will help offset future fee increases for all NPDES stormwater fee payers. Next slide, please. So as kind of Glenn mentioned earlier in looking at how much additional revenue we need to cover for our program to meet our program expenditures, here is our proposals on our average program fee changes. And again, these increases are being driven by the removal of the furlough savings and staff return to full salaries, general salary increases, increase in pro rata costs, and then, of course, a partial deferral amount from last year. We're also highlighting in our next future fiscal years that the chart is showing a 4% increase, and this is just for our standard costs moving into our next 2 fiscal years. Of course, at this time we don't know what's in the budget, so we're not showing that. But we've always been asked to, what do we project, kind of what the starting point is, and at this point it's about 4%. So at this point, I'm going to move it over to Glenn, and he's going to touch basis on some additional program changes.
All right, next slide, please. So as David indicated, normal fees will go up about the averages that were listed on the previous page. What I'm going to go over are the other changes that are not associated with the average proposed increase. So we're going to start with the NPDES stormwater program. There are 4 different ones we're proposing some different changes on. All 3 of these were presented to the stakeholders in our various stakeholder meetings this summer. I will note there was 4 that we used to talk about. The 4th one, after discussions, it was decided not to move forward with the change. And for those that were paying attention in the summertime, that's the notice of non-applicability, or NONA, no discharge option. So we're not moving forward with any type of fee right now for that one. But for the construction program, we are right now there's a cap on the fee on 150 acres. We are proposing to increase the cap up to 200 acres to cover the additional staff time it takes for those larger type facilities. The second one is the abbreviation NEC for the no exposure certification. This program has been evolving over the last 4 or 5 years. We have actually made a couple of, actually one other adjustment in the previous year. But after discussions with program staff, we are recommending that the application fee be increased from $150 to $200. The majority of this work, and it's very quick work for staff, is on the application side. But at the same time that we're asking for an additional application amount, we are proposing to reduce the annual fee in half from $150 to $75. So as of the current year, application was $150 and the annual fee was $150. They were the same amount. So if the board adopts the change here, the annual fee will be a little bit higher, but the annual fee, excuse me, the application fee will be higher, but the annual fee will be reduced to $75. And again, that's to reflect the actual staff workload, where the majority of the time is spent on the application and less time on an annual basis. And the third one David mentioned this as part of the stormwater BCPs for this year. I'll use the initial CII, but the fee for that is very similar to the workload anticipated that we use for our industrial program. So we are proposing that this new regulated community of fee payers pay the same fee right now as the industrial. Currently is $14.74. I'm going off the top of my head here, plus whatever percent increase we go this year. So those are the three stormwater related changes that we're proposing that are different than the average changes. Next slide, please. For the water quality certification program, a few years ago, related to what is called SB 901 wildfire mitigation, we implemented a new fee based off of the number of miles of overhead, and it was set at $43. At that time, we weren't fully sure how many miles would actually get enrolled. These are the utility companies. But after reviewing again with program staff, the number of the miles enrolled, plus a slight reduction for a negative BCP, we're estimating that the fee being reduced to $40 will support the staff. So we're asking for a minor reduction in the fee specific to that water quality certification, which we call category H. For the NPDES wastewater side, we are proposing a new category discharge fee of $250. Long sentence here, but basically it's for minimal or no treatment systems to meet the limits that are authorized by the regional board to augment ambient stream flow conditions to support aquatic organisms during times of low stream flows where conditions threaten survival of aquatic organism. So a long-winded way of saying we're asking for a very minor $250 fee for these rare instances that we're in, right now, obviously with low flows, to get them regulated and to take care of those. Next slide, please. So going to our cannabis program, we are recommending a number of different changes for cannabis. What we refer to as tier 1 and tier 2, these are for outdoor cultivation. These are existing fees paid today. We are recommending that every category, tier 1, tier 2, and the different risks of low, moderate, and high, all be raised by $90. The percentage change obviously will vary from 1% to 2%, up to about 15%. But the workload, again, after discussions with program staff, the workload is actually more geared towards regulating the smaller facilities. So percentage-wise, the low ones will go up more than the higher ones, but that's where the workload is. So again, for existing fee payers of tier 1 and tier 2, we're recommending a $90 flat increase for all categories. Next slide, please. And for the existing tier 2, the definition of tier 2 is you have to be above 1 acre to be considered tier 2. We are recommending to implement a new surcharge based off of the number of acres above 2. And we have what's called, I call a metered approach. So for acres 2 up to 50, it'll be $185 per the additional acre. When you move up in scale, 51 to 100 acres, then each additional acres will be added at $100. And then we tier it down to $50 per acre over 101 additional acres. We are also asking that we cap the surcharge at 230 acres, which is just over $20,000 for a surcharge. And that again is to take care of the staff workload that it takes to review such large grows within this regulated community. I'm going to pass it back to David because I know that he's had some different conversations on Canvas. I didn't know, Dave, if you wanted to add anything on this particular one before we move on.
I would just add that, we've been working with program staff and program staff will go up to larger cannabis sites, a couple hundred acres. And they've mentioned to us that the more they're on the sites and the more they're looking, they're finding, additional water quality violations and they have to address them. So kind of keep this in current perspective with a fee structure is that whether you're 1 acre or you're 200 acres, you're paying the same amount of fee. And so you could see where the level of effort will work. does increase on some of the larger farms. So we're again just trying to kind of cover that our workload for again the larger sites that are in the state of California.
Thank you, David. Next slide, please. And the next category we're looking to do is implement an annual fee for conditionally exempt sites. The three that are listed below: indoor waste hauler, indoor municipal sewer, and then all outdoor sites that are under a conditional exemption or waiver. Right now, they pay an application fee that's good for 5 years, so they're not paying an annual fee. But staff is spending time regulating all these types of facilities. We are recommending different levels of annual fees. All of them have been paying the application fee, currently at $600, with the $90 increase that we're recommending. For the outdoor sites, they would also go to $690. But waste hauler, there is more staff time spent validating that type of discharge. So we are requesting an annual fee of $690. Whereas the municipal sewer discharge or the outdoor conditionally exempt sites, there is less staff work associated with those. So we are recommending an annual fee of $185. I do have to note that when we were going through this, the way the language was written into our fee regulations for adoptions, a very small segment of the conditionally exempt sites were inadvertently left off, and that's for the on-site waste treatment systems, or OTS. The intent was that they would continue, at least right now, to pay an application fee, but they would not be subject to an annual fee. After review of the language that was submitted, it will actually be exempted from paying the application fee. Our intent, after talking with program, is to come back to the board next year to reinsert that small group. And I say small, each of the last 2 years, there's been 6 applications within the OTS side. So it is very minimal. It was just an oversight, the way the wording was put in there. And we feel it's best to go ahead and wait till next year to make the correction. So within this category, the waste haulers, municipal sewers, and then the conditionally outdoors, if adopted, will begin paying annual fees as listed. Next slide, please. And then we have a couple of other additional proposed changes. We do have 2 sections in our fee schedule that do list out hourly rates. Currently in our fee structure at $150, our current estimated hourly rate is $185. So we are asking to increase the amount listed for both those sections from $150 to $185. And then the federal facilities do not pay towards or call our monitoring activities. So they get a reduction as it relates to that. Currently it's 9%. After review, we're recommending that the associated portion reduction should be dropped to 8.8%. So it's very small, but it does reflect their portion that they don't have to pay for. Next slide, please. And then we have a few categories that we're basically not touching. We're going to leave as they are. The board just in July adopted new fees for the winery general order. So obviously those were brand new, so there's no reason to touch those this year. As we indicated at that time in July, through program, we will review as the wineries start enrolling. It's going to take 3 or 4 years, but we will monitor that and come back to the board on any annual basis if we need to adjust winery. And then existing surcharges that are in our fee schedule, we feel is sufficient for that. So we are recommending that those remain unchanged as well. Next slide, please. So with this, I'm going to pass it back to David, who will go through some general stakeholder comments we received this year, along with specific comment letters we received for this meeting today. So David.
So thank you, Glenn. So, through our stakeholder process, we heard various comments. So I just wanted to point out several of them. So again, recent significant annual fee increases, need for another funding source to reduce fee burden on dischargers, increased fees are driving people out of the business and out of California. Drought conditions are impacting discharger revenue. Next slide, please. The significant year-over-year increases are unsustainable for dischargers. The recent fee increases have not resulted in increased programmatic services to dischargers. Reduce increases by holding positions vacant. Water board staff should work with the legislator on alternative funding for the waste discharge permit fund programs. Next slide, please. And these were, so through the agenda item, here were some comment letters and some comments within the comment letters that we received. So Karen Cohen from the California Stormwater Quality Association, within our letter, she talks about increases related to SB 205 should not be included in the proposed fee increases. And I kind of covered this earlier, but for the SB 205 requirements, it is anticipated that new enrollments, unregulated facilities that come into a program will cover the cost of the BCP. It's just going to take time to get there. And like many of our new programs are, again, they're upfront staffing costs to process the applications, get their enrollments into the programs, perform, again, a compliance inspection. So current enrollment fees will go towards covering upfront costs, but once the new enrollment revenue starts being received, this new revenue will help offset future fee increases for all MPDS stormwater fee payers. JP Catavilla from Dairy Cares, he stated that the State Water Board did not adequately consider Water Code Section 13260 subdivision D1D to consider the pricing mechanism of the commodity produced. We do consider the water board, this water board section, of proposing our fees for confined animal facilities. We're proposing to keep the fee based on the size of the operation and continue to provide a 50% discount for facilities that participate in an approved quality assurance program or a county regulatory program. And then finally, the irrigated ag coalitions, the Central Valley, they stated in previous years, fees paid by the Central Valley farmers have subsidized personal costs of other regions without approved programs. The Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program is a statewide program, and the revenues collected pay for the program statewide. This is consistent with all of our other fee-paying programs, with revenues going towards supporting the statewide programs. Once the other regions' orders are adopted and farmers are enrolled, this new revenue will help offset future fee increases for all fee payers. So next slide, please. So closing comments. I will just say, I'll kind of keep this short, but other than small augmentations to the MPDS stormwater program, these fee increases are supporting our existing waste discharge permit fund staffing levels that have been authorized by the legislators and the governor. During our stakeholder process, staff did our best to be transparent about what was driving these fee increases. We had to pivot at times because originally the furloughs were implemented for 2 years and the governor rescinded the furloughs after 1 year. Therefore, this brought staff salaries to normal pay rates. In addition, as John mentioned, later in the year, the unions representing various state employee classifications negotiated with the legislators and the governor on general salary increases. And we had to work with our budget office and the Department of Finance to determine these costs to the fund and how these would impact to our fee payers. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we had inquiries regarding the growth of the waste discharge permit fund. And this led to staff today presenting a summary and showing the augmentations over the last 12 years. As you could expect, there's a lot of details that goes into summarizing 12 years of budgeted numbers. So I just wanted to let the board staff know that my fee staff and I are committed to meet and continue our conversations with the stakeholders on the growth of the waste discharge permit fund. So with that said, I'll end it there. And then next slide is, I believe, questions at this point.
Hey, Dave, I'm going to jump in before we get the questions from the board members to correct an error on one of our slides. I believe it is slide 5. We can go to that one real quick. So the email address for Mr. Gore is incorrect here. It's listed as Bob_Gualco. It should be Bob underscore his last name, Gore. So we apologize for that. What we do post and send out, we'll have the corrected version. But for anybody who wrote down the email for Bob, as it was presented, it was incorrect. So it's Bob underscore Gore, again, Gore at walcoldgroup.com. So thank you for allowing me to make that correction.
Thank you both, and well, all of you as well, Mr. Russell. We have two panels, I believe, here, and then altogether about 17 or so commenters. We'll keep going through them. I was going to consider pausing this item, going back to 15 so that we could finish off that item. I apologize. Let's just keep through this item. We should be able to get through comment quickly and have discussion. So just thank you, everyone. And would then call up our first panel. Good afternoon. Should be.
Good afternoon.
asked.
Thank you. I was having problems
Oh, it's okay.
disconnecting. I do know that we have a couple of other folks. They may be having the same problem on this panel.
Yeah, folks on the panel should be invited at this point to share their camera if you like, and then otherwise unmute. Mr. Gore, would you like to lead us?
Yes, please. Thank you. Mr. Chair, before we start, I'd like to say that we'll take that 4% for the next 2 years. We're sold on that. So anyway, it was indeed a sobering meeting yesterday in your words, Mr. Chair, but there were inspiring words too, as Chuck Bonham said, and I'm going to have this engraved somewhere: anticipate scarcity, adapt to abundance. So we thank you, the entire board, all the senior staff, for your time and gracious engagement during these multiple crises. A little context for this panel. And oh, by the way, our remarks, like John's were Mr. Russell's, will cover items 16 and 19 together as much as possible for efficiency's sake. Fees are a significant factor in the cost of containment. And as the chair inferred, fiscal year 21-22 is a logical and critical time to true up revenue with expenses, programs, mandates, and priority, perhaps even develop some performance metrics as well. We are 50 years into Porter Cologne, and as DWR Director Namath testified to at the Water Commission last week, climate change has wiped out all historical water management records. It's a good time to realign things. Thus, as a useful base and best practice, we suggest the stakeholders do a comprehensive management audit from 2009-10 to present. We request and welcome the board's participation in our pending stakeholder staff fall workshop on containing the water quality costs of compliance, and we hope to schedule a water rights workshop as well. For this water quality workshop, we strongly urge the board today to direct and empower staff to discuss with stakeholders the general direction and plans for major program growth over the next few years in a candid and productive manner. Also, to provide full and transparent data for the major cost driver personnel. I would note as an aside that for our union brothers and sisters, pay increases are not negotiable, as stated. However, staffing levels are. The triple bottom line here is sustainable water resource management through program mutual accountability coupled with funding realignment. Permit fees are something we have to come back to. For ag water users alone, a recent Cal Poly SLO study established a regulatory cost increase of 265% between 2012 and 2018. Meanwhile, cash flow increased 22%. Meanwhile, as noted, the WDPF budget rose more than double in the 10 years ending this fiscal year. The water rights fee, water rights fund budget jumped from 7.6 million to 31.6. That's quadruple. And before we introduce the panel, one thing, again, to answer something that was raised on cannabis revenue, if cannabis as a self-contained program, if the revenue stream doesn't support a PY wherever it is, then it shouldn't be staffed. Now, we have some on-the-ground experts from the San Joaquin Valley for an operational reality check on fees and timing during these multiple crises. 2 experienced professional engineers, Charlotte Gallick, the Kings River Chief Engineer, Kelsey Chauhan, the Fresno Irrigation District Special Projects Chief, and they'll be followed by Mark McKean, a farmer. Charlotte?
Thanks, Bob. I'm Charlotte Gallick. I'm the Director of Water Resources and the Chief Engineer for Kings River Conservation District. And my Zoom meeting platform has been yelling at me all morning saying I have unstable internet connection. So I hope I can get everything across before it fails on me. I do want to give some information about our region. Our Water Quality Coalition, the Kings River Water Quality Coalition, has just about 710 acres that are enrolled. Our average farm size is about 200 acres, and we have over 100 disadvantaged communities in our region. Nearly 60% of the farms are 60 acres or less. This is the classification of a small farm. We have 20% of our acreage that is fallowed. This is up 4% from last year. This is 2020. 9% of the acreage fallowed are small farms. This equates to about 5,000 acres of small farms that are fallowed. This is approximately, or at least 80 farms. We expect those numbers to rise significantly in this year. I recognize that as a permanent discharger that there will be fees associated with these operations. But often dischargers are also businesses, and businesses are struggling in this drought, in this pandemic, in this economy. And knowing this, I took a hard look at my budgets for the programs that I run. I've made hard cuts. I really sharpened my pencil. I have unfilled staff positions. I have made sure that we're operating efficiently and stretching funds effectively. I ask that you do the same. I am only talking about water quality fees here. Also, keep in mind that water rights fees and SGMA fees and the nitrate control program fees are all being borne by the same people and the same businesses in regions where there are many disadvantaged communities, where there are many small farms. A 15.6% increase in state water quality fees in our region is nearly $130,000 increase. This brings our total fee that we pay to the state for just the Water Quality Coalition, $950,000 approximately. So that's over 25% of my budget.
Ms. Gallick, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but did I just hear that's the coalition fees on top as well that you're citing there, not just the state board fees then, right?
No, that is the state fee.
Okay, sorry. I heard you say coalition, that's all. Sorry,
Yeah.
Don't interrupt.
For this is 25% of our coalition budget. That doesn't include the costs associated with compliance of the regulation that is required of us. So the biggest part of my budget this year is actually going to direct water solutions, specifically the nitrate control program. And I want to talk about what we've accomplished through the management zones that are quite amazing. We've had boots on the ground efforts to conduct nitrate testing in domestic wells. And based on those results, we've been providing residents with bottled water. Collectively, the 5 management zones in the 4 months that we've been operating and implementing this program, we've tested over 360 wells. That's 180 specifically in the Kings. And now we are collectively providing 200 households with bottled water. And that's 87 in the Kings alone. We've also constructed and now operate and maintain 3 water kiosks. So those water kiosks average about 100 gallons per day per kiosk. So this is equivalent to about 150 households. In order to implement this program together, irrigated ag and dairy, we're providing about $1.9 million. So this has caused our ag fees to nearly double in this year. And with that information, I'll pass it over to Cassie Jahan to talk about the local impact.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gallick. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members, and congratulations, Member Morgan, on your new appointment. It's good to see you. I just wanted to really focus on the local impacts that Charlotte talked about. It's not something that you haven't already heard. Chair Esquivel, I can appreciate your comments that you made at the intro to this panel and the member comments. And I recognize the struggle that you have in making sure that you're implementing programs and charging appropriate fees. But I really wanted to focus on how our growers are impacted and how our local water districts are impacted, the overly burdensome impact this has on those agencies who have really risen to the occasion on a lot of fronts and are in areas that they never envisioned that they would be in. And one of the things that's particularly concerning is the ability to pay. Charlotte mentioned the number of small farms that we have in the Central Valley, and there's no distinction between the large growers and the small growers. Everyone pays a certain amount per acre, and it is overly burdensome to those small growers, which is leading to more and more land being fallowed by those small farmers who have been growing for multiple generations here in the Central Valley. And another thing related to the cost increases, the 265% increase over that 6-year period is just really phenomenal, and it's impossible to plan for. As I know, you're very familiar with Prop 218, and all of our districts who are having to pass these fees on to stakeholders have to go through the Prop 218 process. And there's no one that anticipated a 265% increase in that 6-year period. And because of that, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul and trying to figure out how to pay for these increases year after year after year, all while coming to the table, engaging in sustainable groundwater management, nitrate control program, doing nitrate sampling, engaging in water quality, making sure that we're working with our disadvantaged communities for placement of basins, and yet still being faced with regulatory fees, who many quite honestly view them as just another means for additional regulation. And so that is just what I wanted to share in terms of the impacts to the local growers. It's not the large growers who are feeling the most impact, even though they're impacted as well. It's the bulk of our growers who consist of the small acreages, and they just are fighting to survive, and all the while trying to be good partners in the Central Valley for all things water, not just for growing food, but for creating sustainable conditions, for making sure folks are having water that complies with the drinking water standards. And I would say that they've risen to the occasion. They're actually looking forward to being a part of the solution. That was not an easy feat to even get folks to the table to be part of the solution. But now we have many ways, because of SGMA, we have people at the table who are wanting to be part of the solution, who are doing their part, and we're just imploring you to consider only cost increases that are absolutely necessary to continue the functions of the State Water Board. So I really appreciate your time. I am going to turn it over to Mark McKean to finalize our panel's comments.
Thank you.
I hope Mark is there. Do we have Mark?
Yeah, Mr. McKean, you should be invited to unmute here.
Now I have it. Got it. Thank you, Joaquin. Appreciate that. Good afternoon, board members. I read a book once that said that any meetings that last over 2 hours, you're really stretching the attention span. So you guys are going above and beyond, and we appreciate that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, I'm a farmer in Western Fresno County, and as a farmer, I am one that pays the fees demanded by the regulatory agencies. I also wear several hats in the leadership of both water quantity and water quality. In that leadership role, I frequently get asked questions from constituents about the water quality fees, water quantity fees that are being paid. After explaining the breakdown, the next question is, what does the state portion do and how does that work? I struggle to answer that question. I'm left with the same struggle when asked what our water rights fees that we send to Sacramento are used for. These fees have increased at an alarming rate in the last few years, and I still cannot understand what is being done to assist the payer of these fees and in solving problems. We continue to be asked to do more for our portion of the fees, i.e. supplying drinking water. While we pay more, it seems the state does less. The one effect I do see happening is that those who are paying are becoming increasingly frustrated, many to the point that they're getting out of farming. In a recent 6 months, I have seen 4 neighbors say, I quit. Yes, farmers are leaving. And these are family farmers that see no future in the next generation. They're not small, some big, doesn't matter. One of these families came to California with the Donner Party, and they said, I quit. What is alarming to me is that the land and water holdings are being sold to entities whose interests do not seem to be the same as mine, which is farming the land in a sustainable manner that improves the farm for the next generation. I seem to be an exception in the fact that I have 2 sons willing to return to the farm. I sometimes question if that's a good decision. The increasing regulations and fees are causing this to happen. It is common when asked why you are leaving, the answer is fees and regulations. I request that you find ways to reduce the increased fees, and just as importantly, you need to install some methodology that allows input and transparency to the fees that are being charged. Joaquin, you said this earlier. It's not there yet, I can tell you. This is very important as we answer constituent questions. Ag has continued to do their part in solving problems and bringing solutions to issues with local control as the foundation. And as mentioned, this Cal Poly study, increasing fees 265% in an 8-year period, that's really alarming. The existing trajectory of these fees is not sustainable for agriculture. We need some relief and transparency to this process. Do you have any questions of any of the 3 of us?
No, I think I really just appreciate the time that you've taken to make sure that we are best hearing the challenges that communities are facing. Again, I kind of refer to my comments at the top of the item because this is the 5th year, and actually these aren't the first time I'm hearing these same points, and I'm really wanting to make sure we get to a different discussion here and best make sure folks are understanding where dollars are going, but importantly, the performance metrics, which proudly this board has developed and we have and continue to need to refine. So I look across the landscape and I find that there are projects that speak to this need that I'm hearing clearly, which is, can we better understand where dollars are going? Can we understand the priorities of the board? But importantly, I would like to get a sense that we're getting some progress in a discussion again that I feel it repeats itself every year. The same sort of tensions, and I thought last year by helping direct folks toward cost of compliance, we could start to really dig into again and better the understanding. And I think it's project by project here where we are reducing number of reporting requirements, oftentimes looking at the real cost of compliance as we implement and adopt programs here at the board level. And so, I have less question, but more, I think, a desire that we make sure we get to the heart of some of this discussion and also recognize that it was 10 years ago that we were transitioned to a fee-based organization. And so that increase you see is a reflection, and you saw here in the presentation, even additional components that are shifted over to the fee payers, which I am, again, sensitive that that often falls to our smallest businesses in ways that are hardest for them to be able to support. So I think there's a question of how best we equitably are pursuing the board's goals, but in a way that acknowledges that there are smaller business owners that these increases do mean a lot more, and it can't come ultimately at the erosion of we as a state able to respond, continue to protect, and ensure that clean water are the basis of our future economies here. And again, just acknowledge that there's a lot of tension. This is a yearly discussion that I have, now the 5th time here had, and it's almost the same one. And I do want to make sure that we are moving past and not talking past one another here in the presentations and data that we provide, but continue to figure out how best that information actually turns into better trust, knowing that, to your point, there is this sense of government not working generally, not just here, but nationally, and particularly regulatory agencies sometimes seeing the antithesis of economies. I think here in California, we've demonstrated that you can have as the basis of our economy, clean water, clean air, the things that we as communities have really identified, but we need to continue to do better at it. And I'm committed to making sure that we do. And here, it's not just a yearly discussion here before the board on this moment around fees. It's about the work that we can continue to do in the months ahead to build that trust. And for us to show our work, we're proud to. Again, our performance metrics and work that we do yearly is a report that maybe is a little too widget-based. It counts permits, tries to really, in a way, just quantify the output of our agency. What are the other ways that we can quantify it that maybe resonate a bit more with the ag community and others that are paying these dollars? I'm very open to all of that, but do know that this board has embraced transparent processes and fee making. And I don't know of any other agency that is so transparent in their fee setting processes. And here, again, even today's presentation that really tried to provide context for the last 10 years, something that we've heard loud and clear here. I want to get back to those specifics. Let's look at that. What is just inflation, which seemed to be a good chunk of that, and hard to say, well, you should keep your budget at $2010 any more than any water agency that runs an agency in this state can say, well, we've kept our rates at 2010 rates and we're not going to raise them, and proud of it. That's negligent and doesn't actually do service to the important work our agencies do. So just maybe that was a bit too much, but I wanted to make sure and just communicate back as well, and know that I hear you truly, and know that there are a lot of frustrations just and committed to making sure that there continues to be clear communication as to the work that we're doing and the cost and benefit, and altogether helping Californians overall have trust and understand the work that we're committed to doing here. So just thank you.
Your words are key, but the secret here is we're not here next year talking about the same thing as we just said.
You're here. Let's keep each other to that, and we'll keep a pace and engagement that hopefully gets us into better discussion.
Absolutely.
Board Member Firestone.
Great, thank you. And just appreciate all of your words there, Chair Escobar, and appreciate this panel. I very much sympathize with and just recognize how there have just been incredibly huge increased costs on ag over the last, I don't know, decade. What have we done? Probably more than that. But as long as I've seen, there's been just a very significant new regulatory programs. So we have a different kind of irrigated lands regulatory program now than we did in the past. We have CV salts. We have Sigma. We have we have changed from a fee structure, as staff went over, where it was subsidized, to one where fee holders have to pay all of those costs. And so that is incredibly frustrating. And I think even more so, I think the dollar amounts for that the impacts of the dollar amounts for cost of compliance and that this drought is having is really where there's incredible burdens, I think. And these fees are in some ways, not that they aren't significant, but they're also a smaller amount, but very symbolic of that frustration and that overall dynamic and pattern. I wanted to just talk through a couple things I see and sort of ask you all questions. So to me, there's there's a couple things we need to do. I mean, one, I think we all know it'd be great if all of these costs were not just borne by fee holders and ratepayers, and with affordability, if there's subsidies that can be put out there to reduce that burden, that is ideal. And I think a reflection of how taxpayers subsidize different portions of our economy. So I think just that is something that is ideal. We don't have control over that ourselves. And so the things that we do have control over, I think, are how can we reduce costs? I don't think, over the time that I've been at the board, I've been able to kind of see how things are from the inside a little bit. I have been amazed at how actually few staff there are to work on all these different programs. And I do think that's a real limiting factor. But I also think there's a different way of functioning within regulatory programs, where when we adopt regulatory programs, when we are doing them in a way that provides the regulated community some protections by saying, as long as you do these different reports and as long as you do these different requirements and processes with staff, then you're in compliance, rather than having just a very clear standard and sort of performance-based kind of enforceable standard. That increased the burden on staff. So I think just in general, the more that we can have really performance-based standards that are enforceable just as that, rather than also having to, what I think, understandably, dischargers want to have some protection against violations. And so they, rather than being accountable to, say, violation of a standard, there's a lot of requirements that if they're doing those things, they can be in compliance, even if the performance on water quality outcomes isn't what they want. That, I understand why dischargers want that, but that also results in higher program costs and higher staffing necessities. So I think just in general, as a strategy, I would really like to see us move towards reducing the administrative and kind of paper requirement costs, both on our staff and on dischargers, to really have it be even more performance-based than it is currently. I also totally agree and and been very passionate about trying to really dig into how we can continue to evolve our performance metrics, as the chair mentioned and Mr. Gore, you mentioned. I think, again, if we can get to outcome metrics and really look at how we're getting there, and what does performance look like, I think just as we need to move our regulatory programs, or sort of expectations and the structure of the regulatory programs on a regulated community to be even more that way, we need to be more that way ourselves. And really, my question with all of that is to the coalitions that talked here today. So I am really sympathetic or concerned about, especially in the Kings region and some of the east side. There's a lot of very small, relatively small farms. There's, like you said, there's ones that are fallowing. And I think given the drought situation and Sigma and everything that we see coming up, we're only going to see more of that, and the kind of transition. We've already seen huge transition of family farms to very large scale agriculture, and thinking about how, when we structure our fees, we can, and regulatory programs for that matter, we can think about that equity within the structure. So I'm wondering about, does the coalitions or GSAs or the different groups that you do, is there a way in which you provide some reduced fee structure for small scale growers and for fallowing, or growers that are fallowing? How do you factor those two in? Is it just like a straight, do you do anything more than just a per acre charge? Is there a place where you do a reduced per acre charge for under a certain scale, and how do you deal with fallowing?
So with regards to fallowing, I'll take that. This is Charlotte. With regards to fallowing, if the land is not being irrigated, it's not required to pay the irrigated lands program fees for Kings. So it reduces our overall enrolled acres is what happens. For smaller farms, initially as the regulation rolled out in the irrigated lands program, there was a tiering structure for smaller farms. We've moved away from that, and what we've done, because we have the CV salts that is currently being implemented, we are basing our fees on priority 1 areas versus priority 2 areas that were identified through the CV salts program. So that's how we're currently structuring our fees.
Yeah, okay. Member Firestone, this is Cassie Chahan. I can speak very similarly on from the GSA perspective. We charge just a same per acre charge, regardless of the size. And there was a lot of time and effort put into how to develop that fee structure. And at the end of the day, what was determined to be fair and equitable was just they pay the same per acre charge for the number of acres they have within the GSA boundary. And so obviously some pay less and some pay more, but it's the same charge across each of the agencies.
Okay, thanks. And then maybe just for our staff, can we clarify if they are fallowing land acreage and there's no irrigation, are they still paying for irrigated lands permits for that land?
Yeah, this is John. They are not paying, but I think they have to be fallow for 5 years under our regulations before we pay them. And during the last drought, we actually tried to deviate from that 5-year rule and see if we could return money to the coalitions, and they didn't want to do it simply because it was an administrative burden. So there is a provision in there to address fallowing.
Okay, yeah. So I guess that's helpful. I think to the extent both, we can work with you all on both on our end and, all of you, the coalitions that are having to be that intermediary, which is a real challenge, just how to continue to look at structures to support some of those equity challenges. But that was my main question. That was helpful. Thank you.
So one other thing maybe I'll offer Board Member Firestone is just the ability to be flexible in how we charge the rates. We've had requests from coalition members asking just for maximum flexibility on how and when they pay those. And this kind of goes back to the small farm point, like to pay a large fee all at once or face a penalty for late fees is overly burdensome for some folks. And so they've implored us, and we implore you to offer, or your programs to offer that same flexibility in terms of how and when we have to pay those, and avoiding late fees if at all possible.
Yeah, that sounds relatively reasonable to me. I mean, I imagine I won't even pretend I understand our pay systems and know that, you know, like all state agencies, there may be some deficiencies in how and when dollars are processed or how we have flexibility around that. I'll leave it to our technical experts to help us as a board understand those. But you know, having some, you know, flexibility, stretching those dollars, whatever, you know, there's simple things that we certainly are looking for when we develop, you know, programs here at the board, and feel there's a way that folks should be given some flexibility. You know, it is hard to have a large amount all at once. You know, that rings to me as something that we should be able to help address. So,
great.
Chairman Escobar, I just had a couple things I wanted to touch base on. The fee program for folks that have been involved for many years was primarily, until recently, a discussion about how do you equitably split up the cost. So the folks that are paying, you know, we could change the rate for smaller farms. The larger farms would pay more, the smaller farms would pay less. We spend a lot of time talking to stakeholders about how to do that, but there are winners and losers, and that's usually the undercurrent of what I heard was it's hard to come to an agreement with different folks on who should pay more and who should pay less, and so that's one issue. I would also caution, I think that board member Firestone brought it up. We could work with finance and the controller's office and see if we can figure out a way to have you know, more flexibility in when we, you know, bill people. That will take more staff and will overall raise the cost of fees. Flexibility means that we have to have more interaction and we have to have more staff to do that. And so we are very flexible in most of our requirements, and that has led to an increase in the administrative costs of reviewing their permits. When I started at the regional board, our permits all they had were effluent limits, and pretty easy to determine if you were in compliance or not. You met it or you didn't. We had very few staff to review those things. As our programs got more comprehensive and we've provided more flexibility, we need to have more staff to accommodate that. So I think these are all doable. We just need to recognize that there is a cost.
thank you, Mr. Bishop. Board Member Firestone, anything further? Okay. Board members, otherwise? Okay, seeing no further comment.
I think Vice Chair has her hand raised.
Yes.
Oh, does she? Oh, sorry, I didn't. Thank you for looking over at the list. Vice Chair, please do unmute. You may have to be invited to.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Great. Okay, first of all, I just apologize about the method of communication. I have a flight to catch, so I've been following the conversation and don't mean to be repetitive at all, but there may have been some things that folks said that I missed just because of intermittent reception here. So I just want to start by really thanking all of the commenters for flagging these issues. As the ag member on the board, I've been following these issues for a number of years and just doing a lot of hand wringing because, you know, there's only so much that we can do within our jurisdiction. I am always really mindful of us staying in our lane, and the legislature has spoken on this. So, you know, for us to do anything that would be terribly responsive, I think would involve us not following the mandate. So I do think that there's always a better job that we can do on communication and looking for ways to improve things along the lines of some of the things that have been raised. But frankly, that's sort of dancing around the edges. And since this program has been in place for over a decade at this point, we've had just a significant change, not only in terms of the regulatory requirements, but, you know, just the expectations for dischargers, and also us meeting the challenge that I think we collectively as a state are absolutely committed to, and that is to achieve the human right to water. And so I think that this, you know, really cries out for looking at sort of the big picture and looking at the policy implications here, and whether or not there's an opportunity to receive some additional funding. And so I just really appreciate your leadership, Chair Esquivel, on this. And I know we have another panel that will be sort of pivoting the conversation to looking at some of those broader questions. And, you know, I stand ready to assist in any way that I can.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I appreciate the comments and your leadership in continuing to, again, I think we can make progress on this discussion, and I appreciate this first panel. We do have still a second panel in addition to commenters. Mr. Twite, I see you have your hand up. I believe you may have wanted to speak on the drinking water fees. We're still on 16, unfortunately, but yes, can I help? You should be able to be asked to be on mute here in a moment. I apologize. I know the day has continues to go long.
Yeah, I got lost between the 16 and the 19. I thought, wow, did I miss 17?
No,
So
no.
I'll wait.
Unfortunately, still on 16 here on water quality. So, so we'll get through commenters. And we do need to go back to 15, finish our work quickly, and we'll finish off fees at that point. But I wanted to go ahead and not confuse us too much and be switching back and forth. So we'll finish off 16 here. Thank you for the panel, the first panel here. I really appreciated this engagement. Thank you, board members. And we'll have more here. We have next our second panel, which is consistent of Roger Issam, Emily Rooney, and Tess Dunham.
All right, I will go ahead and get started. Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. Great comments today. We appreciate the opportunity to participate. My name is Emily Rooney, and I'm president of Agricultural Council of California. We represent approximately 15,000 farmers across the state of California, from small farmer-owned businesses to some of the world's best-known brands. So our members experience these costs both at the farm level and also at the food processing level. And while we're here to seek some sort of deferment of the proposed fee increases today, we also want to take a deeper look at the budget and fee process as a whole. For today's discussion, you're going to hear some very common themes, and some of them were touched on already. State water board fees are higher and drastically higher in some areas. Farm acres are down, and our compliance costs are simultaneously escalating. Farm acres are down due to the current drought situation, but will also continue a downward trend due to our SGMA obligations. So we're hopeful that the State Water Board would consider analyzing the budget process and updating it to reflect the very strong likelihood of overall reduction in acreage over time. This would be consistent with our climate constraints and, again, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. And also, the chairman touched on this earlier too. The conversations we have on this fee situation are very cyclical in nature. We've been at this for some time now, and there doesn't seem to have been, at least in the last decade, a real strategic review to analyze what's working or not working in the process. I would say today, the slides that David presented were probably some of the most useful I've seen in some time. So thank you for that, David. But we do believe a strategic review of the opportunities and challenges within the budget process would highlight some possibilities of improving it overall. So just to underscore our immediate ask, we are seeking some deferment on the fee increases, but also would like to partner with the Water Board to take a deeper look at the budget process as a whole. We recognize that we didn't get here overnight, so we're not going to get out of this overnight. So we understand that this is going to take some time and commitment on all of our parts to get through it. And also, to be clear, we're not asking to erode the water quality programs or the legal requirements of the state board. We're just asking for the budget process to be modernized and updated to reflect what's happening on the ground level. So we've been at this for about a decade now, and I've got some observations as we've walked this walk with the state board. we totally concur that we should be looking at opportunities to bring general fund dollars back to the State Water Board. And we'd like to partner with the State Water Board to identify those opportunities and help bring back some of those funds to offset some activities that are in the public interest. Tess Dunham has some specifics that she'll offer in a few minutes. And also the fee division has come a really long way in providing transparency and sort of engaging in this conversation with the stakeholder community. But it's been my personal observation that they're almost siloed from program development and implementation. And so their duties at this point feel really like sort of a reporting out, like this is what happened and here's the result. There's not this real meaningful engagement with program that we experience at other agencies, like at the Department of Ag or at the air districts. As some other agencies, we do have more of a deeper collaborative approach at the implementation level, so we can identify how and where funds are spent together, and we can see trends coming over time, so we can get in front of the issues as they come up and they confront us. So I think a deeper collaboration here would go a long way with the stakeholder community. Also, if overall acres are expected to come down and the ag community is taking on more of the implementation costs, we're hopeful that the State Water Board would consider a pivot in the way it administers and manages the regulatory programs while maintaining the legal requirements. I don't pretend to have a solution to this very complicated problem today, but we'd be happy to walk through this process with you. Honestly, we could probably use another set of outside eyes to take a look at how to improve and modernize the process. I recently learned that there's an audit happening from JLAC on taking a look at the SAFER program. To me, this is a well-intentioned effort, but it seems a bit premature since that program's just getting off the ground. But I'm thinking a similar effort, analyzing the budget and fee process, taking a look back at what's transpired and kind of try to plan as to how to improve the process on a go forward might be helpful. We know on a go forward that the pressure on ag will continue to increase and the financial wherewithal will continue to be constrained over time. And it seems like the time is right for a longer look at this process, and we welcome working with you on that effort. So we could start with an external look and then consider some pilot programs to see how we can build more thoughtful, smarter and responsive regulations that reflect what's going on at the ground level while maintaining the legal requirements of the state board. And I think an analysis like this could identify where there's potential cost efficiencies and then also recognize directionally where the state board could go to be in front of the environmentally emerging trends like drinking water. So again, we are seeking a deferment today, but also a longer term approach on how to improve this process. And we look forward to partnering with you on that. So thanks for your consideration of our comments, and I will hand it over to Roger Isom, CEO of the Western Ag Processors Association.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney.
So thank you, Emily, and good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Roger Isom. I am President, CEO of the Western Agricultural Processors Association, which represents tree nut hullers and processors of almonds, walnuts, pecans, and pistachios. But I'm also President and CEO of the California Cotton Ginners and Growers Association, which represents the cotton industry in California. I want to start by thanking you for allowing us to be on this panel today and have an opportunity to provide some comments and concerns with the proposed increases on the water quality fees. I do want to reiterate something that Ms. Rooney said. We are definitely not here to erode the water quality system and program in any way. We're just trying to find out how this measures up and try to make it to where it's more reasonable for the ag industry. Our primary issue is with the continued increases that we believe are not on par with some of the other agencies that we deal with regulatory from an environmental perspective. But more importantly, they're increasingly going beyond our ability to pay. It really comes down to the performance metrics. And I think, Chairman Esquivel, you brought it up. You mentioned this performance report. I'll equate it to baseball. You can have the best on-base percentage, wins above replacement, all of these different statistics, but it doesn't matter in the bottom line if you end up losing. And that's, I think, where our concern is when you compare to other agencies and where we are. to exemplify the concerns, I wanted to look back at the last 10 years, because that seems to be the common timeline that people are looking at. If I look at one of my members that's under the waste discharge requirements, and they're considered 2C, the category 2C, which is certain threat and complexity, those fees have increased 112% over the past 10 years. That's very significant. In that same 10 years, the prices for those almonds have actually decreased 1.9%. So, and as mentioned, several times this afternoon, this recent Cal Poly study, overall regulatory costs have cumulatively increased 265% for farms in California. And in this case, this almond processor is grower owned. So it's definitely feeling that impact. But by comparison, and I think that's where the analytics start to come into it. If you look at probably the biggest impact to industry, in particular the ag industry, has been the minimum wage increase, which has gone up significantly, but really only 75% since 2011, and even tops out next year is still only an 87.5% increase, far less than the 112% that these fees have gone up. And I think in probably one of the best examples that I can really bring up is comparing this to the San Joaquin Valley Air District. Air pollution is on par, I think, with water quality. Their permit fees have only gone up 15% since 2011, and their on-farm conservation management practice fees have only gone up 11% in that very same time period. Yet, in that same time period, they have been the first air district in the country to go from non-attainment for ozone to attainment, the first air district to go from non-attainment for PM10 to attainment, and the first air district which will be announced in 2 weeks, to achieve attainment of the federal PM 2.5 standard. So when you talk about metrics, not only did they minimize the fee increases, they've actually improved the air quality dramatically. And I'll come back to that, because there's some reasons that I can't make it a apples to apples comparison, but I think helps drive our point here. Another program is our hazard materials fees that we have to pay for our members. Those have only increased 56% over 10 years. Significant, but not as significant as the water quality fees. And really, to drive home the point, I think, is that when we add up, and I can share the data, and I've shared this previously with the staff, when you look at the waste discharge fees, they are more than 2.5 times all of our other environmental regulatory fees combined. That's a head scratcher to me. So when you add up air district permit fees, our county fees, or for hazard materials business plan, Department of Toxic Substance Control fees, all that up, the waste discharge fees are more than 2.5 times that. So it's really, really strange as to how that could be. When I look at it on the farm side or our side, as these increase, we have one choice. We have to become more efficient. We have to find ways to automate and eliminate costs. We can't pass along our costs. We have to do it. And so what happens is, as you guys increase these fees, employment goes down. We have to find ways to eliminate our workers, because we just cannot afford to do it any other way, because we're subject to a world market. It makes it really tough. Some of these agencies, and in particular, San Joaquin Valley District, probably one of the most important ways they've been able to minimize their cost is they use zero-based budgeting. It's tough. Some tough decisions come out of that, but it really keeps cost in line, and it's allowed for those fees to only be increased when absolutely necessary. So I think when you're shifting people around, or reprioritizing things you're doing, I think that's got to be brought into this. And one of the other things they've been able to do is actually go to both state and federal government for like incentives, things like that, other ways to reduce emissions with other funding mechanisms. I think, is there an opportunity here on the water quality side to do the same thing, where we're not just being continually feed, but we're not producing any outcome? I think we would go a long way if we could say, hey, we've improved water quality X amount because of the things we do. I can't say that on water quality right now. There is no metric out there that says we've improved it because of these things we've done. Air quality, we can definitely show that. It's been expensive, but definitely you can see the mountains on certain days. So there's an outcome there. So I want to agree with Ms. Rooney. I think there's opportunities here to take a deeper, in-depth look, find other mechanisms to bring in additional resources, whether that's general fund or simply just tighten the belt as we have to do in ag. And so I think, again, I just appreciate the opportunity. Like to see this thing brought back to the drawing board so we can work, not just go through the motions, but actually dig down and find solutions together to try to not only minimize these fee increases, but improve water quality. Thank you. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Tess Denham.
Thank you, Mr. Isom.
All right, can you hear me? All right, excellent. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I will, since we're a little short on time, I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. And Tess Denham with Consories and Conway here today on behalf of the East San Joaquin Valley Water Quality Coalition. And if you're interested, I can kind of give you a range with respect to the East San Joaquin Water Quality Coalition, where we are in our fees, and from others as well in the San Joaquin Valley. The irrigated lands fees for the ILRP without counting the nitrate control program really ranges from anywhere from $350 to $650 an acre, largely dependent upon the size of the coalition and the acreage within that. The addition of the nitrate control program is increasing those fees by an additional $2 to above $3 per acre. So, clearly we have new programs that I think we all see huge value in, right? We want to implement the nitrate control program. We want to go out and get interim drinking water, but that does come at a cost, and we are facing this cost. And we are just at the early stages of implementation of the nitrate control program. I see that, additional $2 to $3 increasing substantially over the next couple of years. I will also note that at least for the East San Joaquin, a third of our budget is specifically designated to the surface water monitoring program. And what are we monitoring? We're monitoring ag drains, right? We're monitoring effluent, or ephemeral streams that are dry half the year, but we still have to go out and check to see if there's water in it. And while we might save the analytical cost, we still have exercised the cost in the sampling. So that is a huge component of our program. And I think the question that we would have to look at is, what is the value with protection of water quality with respect to that surface water monitoring program? But what I really want to focus on today are, where do we think there are some of these programs that, in my mind, I know 10 years ago, we went through this, it's got to be a fee-based program. And we shifted a number, good portions of the program that I would consider far more publicly benefit-based to all of the fee payers, right? When we look at the GAMMA program and we look at SWAMP and basin planning and the integrated report for the 303D impaired water body list, those are all shared across the different dischargers, but they have value for the public. And I guess what, as we look forward for next year, I'd sure like to see how we reevaluate what are the appropriate elements of your program to be fee-based, and what are the appropriate elements of the program to be shared with the general public because they have that public benefit. So, and perhaps it was talked about in your staff's presentation, and the value of Zoom is you can do 2 Zooms at the same time, kind of. So I missed a good portion of that earlier, so I apologize. But, when we think about where we're going, it just seems to me that that's maybe where we can find some agreement and get our fee programs back to what they're supposed to be, which is paying for the cost to you to oversee the implementation of that waste discharge permit or that program. Is it necessarily also the other programs that are important, basin planning, et cetera? And I would also just note, for many dischargers, not only do they pay for the basin planning staff through their waste discharge permit fees, but as we all know, many basin planning efforts that are stakeholder based and to develop salt and nitrate management plans are also then funded outside of the regional board through stakeholder fees to a nonprofit or some type of an organization. So we are paying, multiple times for those basin planning efforts. So I'll just end with that. I've used up our time and am available to answer any questions.
Just thank you, Ms. Dunham. I think a focus on what are the benefits and truly how to ensure that we're maximizing them as a program here, and finding stable sources of funding so that it doesn't always fall on the smallest businesses is the balancing that certainly we can't do on our own. We have to have a discussion with the legislature, and we couldn't do it under our own steam, if you will. But here to be leaders with you all to just make sure we're having that right discussion, that right balance. I'd note, Mr. Issam, you did note, how do we know your programs are even working? And here, as Ms. Dunham said, these monitoring programs are actually a big part of that, developing the data that shows the effectiveness and help guide our work on the regulatory side. So how do we fund that right? And if I look across our programs, they're not funded very well. When we talk about ambient and monitoring data that helps better characterize and understand our water bodies, it's usually off of a permit. It's usually off of the backs of a discharger, as opposed to really investing in that data that makes us all the better decision makers in this space. And so I think, like that, there are projects and categories of work that can better be supported, because I'll just be candid. I look at the resources we have here, and I look at the fact that our website, doesn't have a content management system. It hasn't, generated millions of dollars to be able to refresh it. If I came to the fee payers and said, help me do that, it would, again, exhaust what is an appetite right now for that sort of support, but is foundational to our success, our work, being a 21st century regulatory agency. So thank you. I appreciate the comments of the panel. And I know I think we've covered a lot of this and with the discussion in the previous panel, but I appreciate the emphasis and the direction that there are spaces that we can see this. And again, especially the benefits that the programs do provide to the public as a better way of maybe getting some better general fund support. So thank you. Okay, let us continue on. We still have additional speakers. And next, I would like to call up Jared Voskuhl. Good afternoon.
Hi, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm actually in another meeting right now, and our analyst, Alma Mashoshi, was going to be doing comments. I was just still tuning in and listening, so I'll yield.
That's more than fair. Yep, thank you. Appreciate it, Mr. Voskuhl. Next, we have...
We want to say that. Really great dialogue today. Really very appreciative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, next we have Lucy Arias.
I don't believe she's on the platform at this time, Chair Escobar.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I should glance down at my ticker to see if you're noting who's in or not. I think next, and this is a speak if necessary, I believe we have JP Cativela. Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I appreciate the JP Cataviello with Dairy Cares. I appreciate the discussion today on the big picture and the possibility of pursuing additional funding. I think that's very important. I won't try not to repeat too much of what's in my written comment letter, but I think there's a few points that are particularly relevant. Like some of the other speakers today, we've seen pretty large increases in the cost. We calculate 131% increase in our fees alone since 2012, the 2012-2013 budget year. It's important to understand it, kind of as Roger pointed out with almonds, that in the same period, the price of milk has only gone up about 3%. And we're also seeing margins really tightening during that time with higher costs in electricity, fuel, labor, and this year, particular feed has gone up quite dramatically. And that, of course, doesn't include all of our compliance costs. One particularly sharp one, a new one, is the nitrate control program coalitions, where we've seen dairies pay an additional 48% in cost on top of their fees. And that doesn't include, what we end up having to invest in dairy monitoring. We have the world's largest dairy water quality, groundwater quality monitoring program, as well as Stevie salts, the salt control program fees to the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and stakeholder involvement. So it definitely adds up. There's been sort of an intimation that Well, there was, yeah, these costs look huge, but that's just because we shifted costs. And I just want to point out that while that's partly true, there have been a lot of recent cost increases too. So this isn't just that. And during that same period, I think the chairman pointed out, we need to look at this. There's inflationary costs. So during that same period, the inflationary increase was 19.1%. So yes, there have been increases due to inflation, but the costs, these kind of cost increases and ranging into 130 to 228% are far, far past inflation. I'd just like to point that out. Mr. Ciccarelli commented on our comment about the requirement to take Water Code Section 13260 into account, which is the pricing mechanism of the commodity produced, and said the Water Board does do that they have a quality assurance program and they base their fees on herd size. And that's very similar to what they do for other dischargers. I just want to emphasize that doesn't change the fee in any way. The overall fee is still the same, and the milk still doesn't get any more expensive. So the only thing that affects is how it's apportioned among the various dairies. It doesn't change what we actually pay. And so it's hard for us to accept that that Water Code is being taken seriously. It's being considered, but that consideration never ever changes our fees. They always still go up. And then lastly, there's been this talk about performance metrics, and I think that's very important. I just think all of us as consumers of services and goods understand that one important performance metric is how much something costs. We need a good working water regulatory program, just like we need other good working regulatory programs. But we have to also look at, we judge the performance partly on what something costs. It may be the very best thing in the world, but if it costs too much, we can't afford it, it doesn't really help us. So I think we have to think about that as one of our key performance metrics. And that concludes my comments. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make them.
Thank you for your time and patience today. I know, again, it's been a long meeting, but a good discussion. And so I appreciate you sticking with us. Next, I'd like to call up Bruce Houdeshell.
Perfect, Chairman Esquivel. That is, thank you. I'm going to do what I hope speakers that come before me at the City of Roseville don't do, and that's repeat what I heard, what's been said before. I want to associate myself with the comments of everyone, both panels that preceded before me, so that I don't repeat it. And you're right, we've been at this for a while. You've been at, Chairman Esquivel, you mentioned the five years. I think the initiative that the board took up under your former colleague, Tam Dodick, and yourself and Vice Chairman Diadamo really helped us understand the process. And everybody's given their vital statistics, so I'll give mine. I'm the Director of Water Quality at Northern California Water Association. We oversee one of the two water quality coalitions in the Sacramento River Basin. We have approximately 1.3 million irrigated acres. And then, of course, Tim Johnson represents, with the California Rice Commission, represents the other coalition in the Sacramento River Basin. At 1.2 or 1.3 million irrigated acres, we are the largest. And our fees last year under the water quality fees were $1.4 million. So we pay the most and have paid the most, probably about 21% of the cost for that line item on an ongoing basis. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk with your staff over the years to understand that. I also appreciate the fact, Chairman Esquivel, what you said earlier, that let's figure out how we might be able to look at funding a high quality water quality program. Nobody wants to diminish that. In the joint comment letter from the coalitions, one of the comments was about the millions of dollars, and you've heard it mentioned by the other panels, that are spent by the growers through the 14 water quality coalitions in the Central Valley to protect drinking water beneficial use, aquatic life beneficial use, and the other important beneficial uses that are the charge of the state board and the regional board. I've got a simple solution. What I thought I heard John Russell say today in his overview is that there were costs that emerged between June and August that are not in his control. They came out of the budget process, and they resulted in, my math is, roughly 7% that were outside of his control, either in pro rata or the pay letter, the pay increase. Well, if you look at column D in the chart that he put up, some of those costs include benefits, compensation, health, so on and so forth. When that happens, that is a general fund obligation. That's not a cost that goes to improve water quality or benefit water quality. And I think that's it's probably about a third. Those indirect costs are about a third of whether it's irrigated lands or any of the other waste dischargers. So I think that's where we start with those indirect costs. And what's puzzling to me as I talked with Glenn and Dave Ciccarelli and John Russell is to understand in a year with a historic surplus, how we still ended up paying for the furloughs in past years. You would think that surplus would have taken care of those furloughed salaries and others. So like those before me, I look forward to working constructively, as we always do here at Northern California Water Association, on a solution, ask for a deferral of these fees, because 15% is a lot. It comes out of the pocket of those who would go to do nature-based solutions, whether they're cover crops or participation in healthy soils. So we look forward to your action. We don't look forward to paying nearly $1.75 million in state water quality fees for personnel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good comment and sticking with us today. And I missed a presentation. I think I recall fondly the image of the donkey pulling the cart up the hill, trying to repeat things. Anyway, good to see you again. Thank you. Ms. Cohen, good to see you.
Good to see you, Will, Chairman Escobar, and members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm the Executive Director of the California Stormwater Quality Association. I really appreciate a lot of the discussion we've had today. I also appreciate you're into day 2 and not to the end of your agenda. So I know it's been a long haul. Board Member Firestone, you said something, the word symbolic, which resonated with me. When we start to talk about, where some of these comments come from and what they ultimately mean, we get how the table is currently set, right? And just whining about it doesn't really change things. Figuring out how we fix it long-term will. In terms of where we are today, of what we already have, to our membership, which is largely municipalities, but also construction and industrial stormwater permittees, being able to go back and explain to them, what happened from last year to what happened from this year, sort of like step 1. I will tell you that I'm pretty sure that the memberships will all still feel that they're probably disagreement of the concept of deferral from last year when we were talking about what those increases would be over a 3-year period. That figuring out, we did a survey of our membership, like which breakdown would you want? I don't think there was ever an expectation that whatever funding, whatever was chosen, that there wasn't a carryover from one year to the next. So I think that's probably still something that I'm not abundantly clear on, and that I think our members would appreciate some clarity as well. And then our next comment is about, the utilization of the fees, as folks have talked about. I 100% support the State Water Board staff. I 100% am glad that the furloughs are over. Nobody likes that. Their workload didn't change. I'm sure that they all put in roughly the same hours for less pay. Super happy that that part's done. But I think when you combine this 17.9% increase with what we're trying to achieve statewide to say, it's not as simple as a numeric limit. What are the actions that we need for our biggest problems to result in improvements to water quality? How do we get to the actual improvements and solutions? And we've been doing a lot of great work with staff, but they're hamstrung too, right? A lot of the answers are, we would love to do that. We don't have the staff to do it. So when you marry those two together, that people's permit fees are going up 17.9%, and staff would like to help and like to contribute, and they say, we don't have enough staff. I think that's that sort of symbolic frustration you're going to feel from permittees, where we would all like to work on the things we know we want to, but there's not funding, but permit fees are going up 17.9%. And then lastly, I realize and appreciate that staff raised that particular comment we had asked about SB 205. Again, this kind of goes back to, this was something from the legislature. In our comment letter, we included what the analysis was from the legislature that said these fees that would be extra to State Water Board would be from new enrollees. There is significant frustration in the membership that this is being passed on to current enrollees under the IGP, as well as municipal permittees and construction permittees. And I know that your pot, again, I know how the table is set. Someone's got to pay for it, but I'm just relaying that is a significant frustration from folks. And I would add to that, on top of it, it doesn't seem that there's a horizon of, here's how many permittees need to be enrolled. This is when that funding will come in. So to me, it sort of seems like a permanent pass along if these new enrollees don't appear, or if they do, how do those municipalities or the construction folks or the current IGP folks recoup that money? I mean, this year alone, it's over $900,000 just from that pass along from SB 205. I think that's pretty much it. The other thing I would say is that when we're talking about these indirect costs and supporting solutions coming out of the state's general fund, I would happily support solutions in that vein, and anything we could do to help those conversations, I'd be happy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Mr. Osterhag here may have comment, and I want to dig in a little more on SB 205. And I'll just note, and this goes for all of us, and the obviousness is this conversation is downstream, right? We're already talking about, okay, how are we paying for what we have and what we need for the year ahead? It is not upstream of, I think, the real discussion that everyone's wanting to have and can help, because what happens, and again, after year, we find ourselves at this discussion, people are frustrated because it's at this point where it's already been passed down to us. We're trying to just fund our programs, and we're needing to bring that discussion further upstream, and we're here to definitely commit ourselves to that. Mr. Osterhag.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Escobar. So Karen, I'll try to keep this brief. And I know it's confusing when we're talking about all stormwater fee payers having to pay for these two new BCPs, where the intent, with program is we will have the enrollees down the line. So simplistically, it's really a timing issue. Let's just say theoretically in 3 years, the number of enrollees happen. That will then be additional revenue we'll recognize at that time that will offset any other future increases needed. So yeah, for a year or two, or however long it takes for, in this case, the first regional board to adopt the order. Once those enrollees come in, then that's new revenue. Dave and I have talked about this last couple of days. So this is what we do for all of the programs. We have examples with confined animals when the bovine and the poultry orders for the Central Valley came in the last few years. That new revenue is now being recognized to help offset some fees that JP had mentioned for dairies. We've done the winery order that was adopted this summer. That's going to be new revenue coming in over the next 4 or 5 years that will offset WDR fees. So every program, as board chair mentioned, we have to start it, but that revenue will come in eventually to offset. Hopefully, we'll get more enrollees than the cost, and that will offset everyone else. I don't know, Mr. Bishop, were you going to jump in? I see your picture came up.
Yeah, I wanted to touch base that we actually are already seeing increases from the 205. So that those folks are coming in. And so I believe that will move forward at a pretty good pace. And I'm sorry, I forgot the other one, and I'll jump back in when it comes back to me.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Thank you both.
I just follow up on
yeah,
that.
by all means.
I heard, I don't know if this was exactly what you expressed, Karen, but that the one of the questions was, what will it take to, in terms of what we're predicting the enrollment will be, to make up for that or cover those costs? And so that is something that'd be helpful to get from staff. I don't know that, you know, and just so that we can, just in the interest of transparency and just understanding budgeting, I think that would be helpful. And as follow-up, and then I also just have a question, is the reason, because with that program in particular, seems like we are spreading the cost across all, including municipal stormwater. And so did we look at just doing it on industrial, commercial, or sort of existing industrial commercial that isn't, or I don't know that I'm using the right terms, but did we look, because I did see in the you know, analysis with the budget committee that was the indication that we would raise fees on what I thought was a smaller subset of, and again, I understand the point is that the point of the budget analysis was this will be paid for by the new enrollees. So I get that. I'm just wondering, covering those startup costs, which we have to do in every program, like you said, is there, have we looked at how we're spreading those startup costs across the maybe a smaller set of the stormwater dischargers?
Okay, I know David jumped in, so I'm going to make a few comments and David can jump in. So as far as the initial implementation of 205, I can say I wasn't involved in that, so I'm not sure what the commitments were. I do know that at a very quick high level, yeah, we do analysis is if it was just industrial or industrial and NEC, if you want to combine those two, or the entire stormwater program was looked at. But the decision was, let's just go for the entire program right now. David, do you have some comments before we go on?
Yeah, no, I was just going to add, I mean, I was looking at what our industrial fee is right now, and it's roughly about $1,500. So to support 950,000, that means we'd have to bring in about 630 new enrollments. And then as Jonathan Bishop mentioned, you know, those new enrollments are coming in. What we can do, Karen, we could work with program staff. I would say maybe by the end of the year or first of the year, we can kind of relay back to you to kind of get a feel of how many industrial permit enrollments have come in the last, 5 to 6 months. And that kind of give you an idea of how much new revenue we've gotten in since let's say July 1.
And the other comment I want to make is I can't remember which stakeholder meeting it was. My memory wants to go back to the June, where we did mention that on a periodic basis for the stormwater program, we do look at what I call each of the channels. It's been about 4 or 5 years since we looked at the distribution of overhead. And when I say overhead, it's just general staff costs towards construction, industry, municipal versus the revenue we're getting in for each of those three. So I tabled it because I want to get through this fee setting process. But our intent is to go back to program, open up those discussions, look at the 3 different channels and validate or verify that the revenues for each of those are appropriate for our current fees. And if not, then we'll come back to the board next year and propose changes to the percentages or what we're getting from each program. So again, 4 or 5 years ago, we actually reduced some fees in the stormwater program. So it was easier to reshuffle the 3 programs when you're reducing fees. Obviously, if you have to increase fees and you're reshuffling the methodology, it's a tougher discussion because someone's going to have to pick up that change while someone else is going to pay a little bit less. So we are committed to work with program. We haven't actually looked at the details yet, but we will look at that this year.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, board member. And thank you, Ms. Cohen. Next, I'd like to call up Leslie Levy.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Berryman, and I'm standing in for Miss Levy, who left at lunch. And
That's understandable. I'm glad you can provide comment for her then. Good afternoon.
yes, good afternoon. I'm commenting on behalf of the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Thank you for the opportunity to be an active stakeholder in the State Water Resources Control Board fee schedule program. This comment expands on some recommendations provided to Water Board staff, to the Water Board members during the August 5th, 2021 Water Quality Fees Stakeholder Meeting. We believe that our request herein would substantially benefit many local agencies throughout California during this unprecedented pandemic. At Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, our primary objective is protecting life and property from floodwaters, and due to the nature of our work, we often work in regulated waters. Therefore, regulatory policy and procedures have an enormous direct impact to our budget, as well as to our ability to protect the public. In order to fulfill our mission to protect life and property by adequately conveying stormwater, we must maintain our existing flood control facilities as well as construct additional facilities in order to provide flood protection for important and ongoing private development, such as residential projects that alleviate the housing crisis currently facing the state. Thus, the topic of fee changes as it relates to implementing the state's water quality programs is of particular interest to our district. The district was previously working with Water Board staff to have meaningful discussion regarding the fee structure as it relates to public infrastructure projects and maintaining existing public facilities. However, due to high workloads, staffing shortages, and the current pandemic health crisis, our discussion was delayed, and the district would like to reopen those discussions as soon as possible. As stated previously, in order to protect life and property, it is critical for the district to maintain our facilities on a regular basis. This is typically 1 to 5 years. Maintaining the maintenance of existing flood control facilities does not involve new construction, and many of our facilities were constructed prior to the expansion of Section 404 and 401 jurisdiction into Riverside County, or were previously authorized under Section 401. Typically, maintenance activities are substantially less impactful than new construction and typically only have minor temporary impacts, if any. However, due solely to the linear nature and size of our facilities, we often end up paying the maximum 401 water quality certification fee under the current fee schedule. As the board is aware, the maximum 401 project fee has increased significantly from $40,000 in 2010 to $177,179 in 2020. This fee would then increase to $207,300 in 2021. If the proposed resolution and fee schedule increase is adopted, therefore, the district requests no proposed fee schedule increase for public agency permittees during the fiscal year 2021 to 2022. In summary, due to the fact that maintaining existing facilities is substantially less impactful to the environment than constructing new facilities, and the fact that the standard fee schedule is not commensurate to the amount of time and effort needed by regional board staff to process a permit for maintaining existing facilities, and the fact that such fee increases interfere with the ability of many public agencies to maintain their infrastructure that protects the public from flood hazards, we request that the state board offer relief to flood control agencies throughout the state by not increasing fees during the unprecedented pandemic, and that the board exempt public agencies from the proposed fee increase minimally for permits related to the maintenance of existing facilities. The district would appreciate an opportunity to discuss more of an appropriate fee structure as related to the maintenance of existing facilities for flood control. And we commit herein to initiate this important discussion immediately and look forward to working with the Water Board on this important issue. We ask that you please contact Randy Shepard or Joan Valle to set up a meeting to discuss this topic further. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you sticking with us and providing the comment here today, and a flag for folks that we should be reaching back out and following up. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tammy Humphrey.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Oh, great. Good afternoon to you guys, Chairman and Board. I'm the Administrative Executive for the Northeastern California Water Association. Our association is currently helping 225 landowners in Modoc, Lassen, and Shasta County comply with the new Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program waste discharge requirements. We strongly oppose the state board raising the water quality fee to agricultural landowners by 15.6%. Members of the Sacramento Valley Coalition, agricultural landowners, have carried the weight of increased fees and regulations for 2 decades to the tune of 20% of the annually funded costs for the state water quality waste discharge permit fee fund. It is time for the state to step up and pay its portion of costs that you as regulators keep piling onto landowners. We do business in one of the most heavily regulated states in the country. These factors negatively affect every cost we incur, by definition, putting us at a competitive disadvantage compared to other states. Raising this fee is one more straw on the camel's back. Agriculture landowners are dealing with a loss in market income, drought, water deficiencies, fire, inflation, and COVID. As a 5th-generation farmer in the Upper Pitt River watershed, I can personally attest to the economic hardships and natural disasters that myself and fellow neighbors are facing. As Mark McKean said earlier, farmers are quitting due to the increased regulatory fees and the increased cost of doing business in California. Continuing on the current path of increased regulatory fees will break one more industry that provides food and fiber to the people of our state. The governor has projected a large budget surplus. We encourage you to reject this fee increase and go back to the governor and request the funding you feel is necessary to fund the positions. Also, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board is in the process of looking internally as to how they can streamline, trim, and focus their workload. Let's give that a chance to work before increasing the state water quality fee by the 15.6%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Humphrey. I really appreciate your patience and time today and sticking with us and providing comment today. Just know that I am a beneficiary of the agricultural industry here in this state and want it to continue to thrive. And so know from this seat, looking to continue to make sure we have a productive and productive discussion and find real answers. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Chris McLaughlin.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. I'm actually going to yield my time. I agree with a lot of what the panels have said, what the last speaker said, Bruce Haddishell said, so I don't want to take up any more of your time saying the same things again. So thank you.
No, we're in the least, but thank you for being here, still part of the discussion, and look forward to continued engagement. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Last 2 speakers then we have is Debbie Webster and then Alma Musvasvi.
And Chair Esquivel, I do believe Debbie Webster has left the platform.
Okay, and I apologize, Ms. Webster. I'll refer to the comment letter and otherwise look forward to further discussion here then. Ms. Musvasvi.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and board members. On behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and I'm also standing in for Debbie Webster and providing these comments on her behalf for CIVICWA. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. My name is Alma Mushrashri, and I serve as CASA's legislative and regulatory analyst. CASA represents more than 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. On behalf of our members today, we wanted to flag the proposed fee increases set for adoption, which are very steep. The WDR fee is scheduled to go up 17% and the NPDES fee 12%. Over the fee development cycle this year, your staff have done an excellent job keeping the stakeholders apprised of anticipated fee increases and the factors driving them. During the workshops, your staff have thoroughly explained the SWB's accounting procedures, and we're grateful for them taking the time to walk us through these complex matters. While we understand why the fees have to be increased, the increases this year establish a pattern that is not sustainable for our member agencies. In combination with last year's increases, the 2 fee increases during the COVID-19 pandemic amount for nearly 25%, and over the last 4 years, the cumulative increase is 50%. You may wonder what these percentages translate to in actual dollars. Our CASA members are reporting that they'll have to pay tens of thousands of dollars more than they did just a few years ago. As fee payers, our members are concerned that recent years' increases have been used to pay for overhead, other programs, and costs that do not correlate to increased levels of service. And while there have been some programmatic cost drivers, only a small part of the new or expanded activities have been funded result in greater program implementation and effectiveness, which is particularly frustrating to stakeholders who have had to shoulder the increase instead of having the local resources go towards local operations and projects. We recognize the structural challenges and how insufficient legislative appropriation is a significant reason why fees have been raised. And towards this end, we're looking to work with the coalition of fee payers over the fall to reach out to the legislature. We are grateful to the board that the board directed staff to provide technical support and information to us, which will help us educate the legislature about WDPF programs, sources of funding, and trends in the fee increases. In closing, we reiterate our dismay at these sharp double-digit increases this year. Our preference is for lower and predictable increases over year to year, which are more manageable than large fluctuating annual increases. Thank you for listening to these comments, and this concludes my remarks on this item.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for sticking with us today. I know it has been long, but for the good constructive comments as always from CASA, and just thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to the end of commenters for item number 16 here. We did have a good amount of discussion interspersed and through the comments. I think what we are definitely committed to is having a continued discussion here in the months ahead, one that brings us upstream of just the fees discussion. It's not lost on me, certainly, that we are a 50-year institution here. And at a moment, like we all are, with climate change and needing to really think through, well, what does the next 50 years look like of our communities, of our programs, and the success here in Common in California of incredible things like Porter Cologne, which is the model to the Clean Water Act, which itself is turning 50 years next year. So I think here nationally and in the state, we continue to have a discussion of how best we implement these really critical, and I think we all heard agreement here, critical programs that ensure that clean water is the basis of our modern 21st century economies here, and that there are a lot of challenges and pressures, particularly on agriculture. We're not here to paper those over, and in fact, want to continue to get more sophisticated in how we engage. And so here we're committed to, again, bringing this discussion around fees upstream and really getting to, it has been, we use this 10-year time frame because that's when the decision was made last to transition us to a fee-based organization. And I don't think there's been just a healthy discussion as to what has that meant for program implementation, what gets covered, what doesn't, and how best do we continue to support us all. It's a closed pie here as a society amongst each other for these issues that we're challenged with around clean water, around climate change, around aging infrastructure, around our societies. And so anyway, not to pull us back too far, let's get specific here into our programs. Let's use the next months ahead to continue and drive this discussion. And so I'm in commitment with that. When it comes to this decision here, I look at the tightness. It isn't the costs that are being pushed upon us or that we're having to respond and pass along still, like the pro rata and or the restoration of pay for our staff, are what's really driving some of the double-digit numbers here, and the fact that we delayed last year. We said economic circumstances are too deep and dire right now to just agree to a raise. But we did say at last year's board meeting that it would mean we'd have to raise further in future years, but we left off that for last year. And unfortunately, it's what's driving much of this price increase or cost increase rather, not a desire of this board to just extend our staff or grow our ranks, but just really recouping the cost of our program. So I find it hard to make any adjustment to what's been proposed here this year, and know that my commitment is to bringing that discussion upstream, not having the same discussion here this year that I feel is very similar to the one we just had last year, which is again the one prior. I won't repeat all that we've covered here, but I think again the commitment for myself and from what I heard from other board members is there. But I find myself not understanding how best and or needing to make sure we're supporting our programs here, knowing that we didn't last year, and there were impacts to the work and ability of our regions, particularly to function. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation as is, but leave it open to further discussion with board members, certainly.
I'll follow up on that. I would agree. I feel like, what you've said and we've all been talking about is we want to be talking upstream in the budget staffing analysis process, and about overall, staffing and budget, both subsidies and costs that are being put on by the legislature. I did like the idea of, is there some, in the same way that Division of Financial Assistance is looking for some outside eyes on how can we improve efficiencies and speed of doing things. I would welcome, the opportunity to get some additional expertise on how might there be ways that we can create cost efficiencies within our programs and, beyond DFA, but within our water quality programs and all of that.
Yeah. Thank you, board member. I was thinking the same. I mean, I know that the Sac State contract is a good one and it's specific and focused. If we can find something that's specific and focused that we can scope out, I think that can be good. Mr. Bishop.
I would say that our water quality programs at the regions where almost all of this comes from have been doing efficiencies, Lean Six Sigma over the last few years. It's not like they have been ignoring this issue.
Oh, no. Yeah.
So I don't want to give the impression that
that's helpful.
This is state board spending money at random. Almost all the money that we have here in these programs is the implementation at the regional boards of the programs. That is essentially what we're talking about here is the regional board staff. They are almost entirely paid out of this fund. And we're happy to work with them to make sure they know about the tools, but it's not really our place to dictate their how they internally manage their staff.
It's a good caution. I appreciate that, Mr. Bishop. I think, the issue is that Lean Six Sigma work, that those efficiencies don't seem to be translating to awareness. And so if there is a way to prepare, to partner with some external groups to help, provide the convening space, the trust, I suppose, that elevates that work and make sure that it is hitting, if you will, into the community and is being recognized, I think is the important part as well. But important acknowledgement that, our suggestion here isn't because this is all new. There is ongoing work and it's better synthesizing and communicating it. I think that can really provide us some benefits. So thank you, board member. I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, totally agree. And it's, building on the work that folks are doing internally with the lean staffing that we have and just seeing how we can do, be even more efficient and effective, and doing that in a kind of shared scoping and space with stakeholders, I think really helps. Just lastly, I think the issue really here, I always feel like board member McGuire, you're good at being like, and what this decision is really about, it needs to be about always, regardless of these other discussions, is how are we structuring the fees? that and splitting up the fees that we need to charge. And I would say I'm comfortable with approving what we have today. I would like us to just again, and I think our staff committed to this or said that the intent was there, but I would really like us to look at both just doing another check-in analysis of the channels for stormwater, as well as just given drought, just taking another look at fallowing and small farmer structures that might be able to be built in, and maybe taking another run at that. I know there's challenges there because it's going through these third-party entities. So that's,
because you're going to leave here.
Understood that. So that otherwise I'm comfortable, certainly not happy with having to see these numbers. I think all of us are really, this is the last thing that we want right now. This is a hard enough year. So, but I agree with you, Chair Escobar. I think this is the space that we're in, and we need to be structuring the costs that we have across the revenue sources we have. So I'm comfortable with this today. I'll move for adoption, but if there's more discussion, we don't have that.
Thank you, board member. Vice Chair, I know you are on the phone, so I can't see you, so I want to acknowledge if you would like to make any comment. Okay, hearing none. Thank you.
I think she's muted.
Is she still muted?
No, she's raising
Yeah,
her
she
hand.
has her, oh yeah, you should be able to. Yeah, I've asked you to unmute, maybe.
Yeah, and recall board member Diadamo that it is *6 to unmute.
Did that work?
It did. We can hear you.
Okay, yay. I tried earlier, but okay, thank you so much. Yes, I would second and just had a few comments as part of that second. And that is that I think you've outlined the next steps really well, Chair Escobar, and just really hoping that we can be very targeted within the existing authorities that we have, because having been round and round year after year on this, I just feel like we're all frustrated. It takes a lot of time to go through this process, multiple stakeholder meetings, and then there's just only so much we can do. So just really gaining a better understanding of what we can do, and then asking the stakeholders to work with us, and we will be working with you on how to better characterize these very significant challenges and tee up the policy discussion for the administration and for the legislature. I think we should be bringing in the agency as well, Cal EPA and CDFA, and just really getting all of the input possible so that we can just put the information out there in a cohesive way so that the decision makers, the real decision makers, can exercise their authorities over any changes. And I'm just excited about the opportunity here that we've talked about this today, because I feel like having a fee-based system entirely really hamstrings us in our opportunities to do more innovative things like a water quality incentive program similar to the Carl Moyer program over at the Air Board. And I just call out all of the amazing things we've been able to do with drinking water, just because the legislature recognized the importance, and the administration, the importance of meeting drinking water standards and us not having those resources. So I think that this is a real opportunity, but it's incumbent upon us to structure the discussion in such a way that people really understand what the challenges are. Thank you so much.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Vice Chair. Very well said. Any comment, further comment from fellow board colleagues here?
Yeah, just real quick. Ditto the comments that have already been made. I appreciate everyone for being here today and sharing your thoughts, perspectives, and great insights. The decision to raise the water quality fees this year is not an easy one. understanding the need to delay increasing fees last year and not wanting to further compound the need to increase fees by delaying another year. I'm comfortable with moving forward. I just also would like to, continue working together on cost of compliance and, echo the chair's comment about moving some of these conversations, upstream.
Thank you so much, board member.
Well, I don't think there's much I can add. This has been a very robust discussion, and I just plus up all the comments that have already been made by all the board members and all the stakeholders. It seems like there's a lot of cohesion in what we want to accomplish, so I appreciate that. I'll just, we talked a bit about performance metrics, and it made me think also Karen Cowan's comments about kind of, paying high fees and not always kind of seeing action on what, their high priority items would be reflected in some of that work that their fees are going to. It does bring to mind our strategic work plan and that annual, setting process. And so I just want to remind everyone of that as well. And just, taking a look with that in mind, knowing that a lot of the work that we do is set by statute. Again, the legislature comes back into this, and we're following the law in our work. So there's, a small sliver of discretionary actions there and how we can prioritize activities, but there is some. And so that's worth, I think, looking at, and just also making sure that when we do get around to updating that work plan, that it does reflect, I think, this really important discussion today about the fee setting process and budgeting, and just making sure we don't lose sight or momentum of this as a priority going forward. And other than that, I'll defer. Thanks.
Great additions, and thank you. Yes, the strategic work plan will be an important part to make sure we cement this so that folks continue to work on it in the months ahead, and everyone knows it's a priority. It just feels the right time. Again, we as an institution, 10 years, a decade after being transitioned to fees, 50 years into our history, what do the next decades look ahead? How do we structure ourselves for support? These are all very fundamental. And so thank you for all the joint leadership and the stakeholders for engaging in the discussion. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
I don't believe I had a second.
Vice Chair seconded.
Oh, she did. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm sorry. Certainly. Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Board Member Morgan?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the water quality fees are adopted. We still have items number 18 and 19 to get through, and but quickly we will now, that concludes item number 16. It was adopted. We're now transitioning back to item number 15, where we had last left off, and this is Mill and Deer Creek emergency curtailment regulations. And staff were coming back to us with the revised resolution language reflecting the discussion and suggestions of the board members. So Ms. Riddle, are you, and I apologize incredibly as well. I probably should have done better in managing my meeting and known that that last item was going to be going longer than not. And so those that have been holding on for item 15 into 16 and got to hear our water quality fee discussion, I do apologize. I'm glad you are still here with us. We're back to 15 and looking to conclude our discussion on adoption of that emergency curtailment regulation.
I believe that Janine has the updated resolution language to show on the screen.
Yeah, Courtney, there we go. Thank you, Courtney.
So what we've got here is a proposed change sheet. This would be the only change sheet that we have. What's shown on the change sheet is the resolve section of the resolution, and we added 2 new proposed resolve clauses. I can let you guys read them. I'm happy to read them if that helps.
Yeah, if you don't mind reading them out, because I know the vice chair likely doesn't have video in front of her.
Sure. So between what was existing resolve number 4 and number 5, we've added a new number 5 that states that State Water Board staff shall coordinate with staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. That's shortened to CDFW, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, which is also shortened to NMFS, and the California Department of Water Resources, along with other appropriate entities, to ensure that calibration of existing gauges supports implementation of drought emergency flows, and to evaluate whether any new stream gauges are needed or modifications to existing stream gauges are needed in the long term. So that was the first resolve that we added to address the gauging issues we discussed. I can move on and read the next resolve. After the new resolve statement 5, we have a new number 6 that states the State Water Board staff shall coordinate with staff from CDFW, National Marine Fisheries Service, NMFS, and stakeholders in Deer and Mill Creeks to discuss interim and long-term resolution of needed measures to protect fisheries, including in-stream flow needs, water use efficiency and water conservation measures, habitat improvements, and potential funding sources. Staff shall update the board no later than February 1st, 2022 on efforts to achieve collaborative solutions, and will develop and implement near-term and long-term measures needed to protect Mill and Deer Creek fisheries. And then we have an and we go into the prior paragraph 5, which is now paragraph 7.
Thank you very much, Ms. Riddle. I'm comfortable and supportive of these changes. I think they're good, they're strong, and they reflect our discussion. But board members, any further edit or discussion? And I know, I apologize, took us out of the discussion and back, so it may take a moment to kind of boot back up into the headspace. But Vice Chair as well.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm comfortable with the changes and really want to thank everybody for the good discussion today. I did just have a few comments. I feel compelled to kind of talk about my evolution on this subject matter. So in 2014, I have to say that I was uncomfortable with the proposed regulation that we adopted, but I reluctantly went along with it because I felt that we really didn't have other options at that time. But I was able to get some resolution language in there along the lines with what we're talking about today and with the additions, and that is to direct staff to work with the stakeholders on the development of voluntary agreements and longer term solutions in the water, on the streams. And in 2014, when it came back, I was a bit frustrated that there really wasn't much progress. I think everyone was busy, and after we adopted, folks just went forward and focused just on the language in the resolution or in the reg, and not as much on the resolution. And so in 2015, I actually opposed the adoption at that point. I also want to just note that my view at that time of waste and unreasonable use is that it was really case specific. And I spent some time out on the water, out in the watershed, and also the surrounding farmland. And although I did see flood irrigation of some turf and some pasture, I can't say that I saw that across the board. And so I really felt that in balancing that it was important for us to look at it from a case-specific perspective. But I stand corrected on my view because in the interim, it was litigated, the Stanford Vina case, and it went up on appeal, and our action as a board was upheld by the courts. And so I think that it's important to recognize that the law is evolving and that we have these authorities. Just because we have the authorities doesn't mean that we need to use them. But in this case, I think that it is important to build on some of the work that's already been done and to continue to evaluate all of the information. I really appreciate Board Member McGuire, you asking for some additional information on the fishery numbers. Going forward, I think it's important for us to recognize not just that information, but also balancing all of the beneficial uses. So I think that we are in a good place at this point, looking at the livestock issues and monitoring the situation and balancing all of the beneficial uses. But I think we have, with the added resolution language, the ability to build on this decision and hopefully move forward with collaborative solutions. I did earlier in this spring participate in several meetings with some of the affected stakeholders and I felt that the conversation was going in the right direction. So I'm concerned about statements that were made today about lack of trust and, basically us spitting folks in the eye. And I hope that we can just after today sort of do a reset and get back to those good discussions that I was able to participate in the spring. And again, I'm happy to spend more time out there in the watershed with folks and hope to move forward in a positive way. Thank you.
Just thank you so much, Vice Chair. It's not lost on me that we here, the rest of your colleagues here on the board weren't here in the last drought. And so your consistent and steady leadership and importantly, perspective and insight into these discussions and the growth of trust and relationship and the need for that in our watersheds. I can't thank you enough. I just really want to acknowledge your leadership in this space and just thank you for your comments.
Thank you. And with that, I do want to hear what others say, but I'm prepared to make a motion at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to our colleagues here, if there's anything further to add.
Yeah, I just, I'll thank everyone for the input today and the really good discussion. And the responses to my questions. Thank you for being responsive. I know it's short order there. I'm not going to pretend to be a scientist or to know what flows are best and when and the timing of that and how we best preserve our fisheries. I do defer to the experts on that, but at the same time, I think there's a there in terms of thinking about creative solutions, looking at ways to integrate habitat improvement with improved flow conditions. And this is just seems right for one of those instances where we can make things work better and achieve a better balance of our resources when, especially here in dry years when the situation's dire. So I think, the resolution language that Vice Chair Diadamo requested really, for me, goes a long way to making progress on that. Knowing that we don't have all the answers here today, but there's a commitment across agencies and hopefully with stakeholders who are here today at this meeting and maybe not at the meeting to continue to talk and look for these solutions. And I'm hoping that we can find them sooner rather than later. Sometimes memories are short, and maybe that's what happened in the last drought, in that there was momentum at one point and then it rained. And sometimes it's easy then to lose sight of the priorities at that point. And, let's take this as a lesson learned and not lose the momentum this time and try and get and think through these collaborative approaches and how we can get them across the finish line. But in the short term here, we don't know how long this drought will last. So, in the next year plus, let's try and get something done or for the long term. Certainly that's something that we all need to be continuing to work on and appreciate the fishery agencies and all the work that they've done on the science up to this point. So, with that, I think that's the end of my comments, but just appreciate, again, staff and all your work as well in burning the midnight oil here and getting this done in such a rapid pace. I believe this is our last emergency regulation. Maybe I'm forgetting one, but at least for the time being, as it relates to water rights. So it's been a rapid clip here over the last couple of months. And I just sincerely appreciate all the work that you've done to get us here. So thank you.
Thank you so much, board member. Really appreciate the good words. And don't jinx us about needing to do further work still yet this year. Thank you. Other board colleagues? And then otherwise, the vice chair.
No, ditto to everything said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board member.
Yeah, also ditto to everything said, and thank everyone for being here, sticking with us through the day, and for the collective commitment for continued collaboration, and for all the leadership around this. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Vice chair.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution with the change sheet as outlined by Ms. Riddle.
Thank you. And before I see if there's a second, I completely forgot, and I apologize. There was one last public comment period, public comment card that came in the middle of our last item from Trout Unlimited. Since we did conclude the public comment period, if you will, during the meeting at that point, and we had already transitioned to discussion, I did not elect to circle back to that public commenter, but wanted to acknowledge that there was and thank the individual from Trout Unlimited for joining us here. And with that, I can have a second.
I will second.
Thank you, board member. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Certainly. Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the item is adopted. Thank you, everybody. Again, appreciate the incredibly good discussion, the back and forth, and the commitment to continued work, not unlike on the last item we just voted on as well. It's about not just these moments before the board in this discussion, but carrying through the discussion and ensuring that we continue to be responsive. So thank you, everyone. With that, let's take a break and get back here in 13-ish minutes. So let's say at 4:10, and then we will proceed with item number 17, 18, and then 19. So thank you, everybody. I know it's been a long day, a long 2 weeks. So just thank you importantly to everyone participating with us and folks that make these meetings run. Really appreciate your good continued engagement and work here. Thank you. We'll see you here in about 10 minutes at 4:10. Okay, everyone, I think it's 4:10. We can begin gathering back. I may have even given you an extra 30 seconds there. So we'll move on to our next item, which is now, we are to item number 17. Which we will now have, this is now the rest of our tranche of fee discussions. It will share very similar themes, I think, to the fee discussion we had on water quality, but different stakeholders here. So we'll move now and transition to item number 17, our drinking water stakeholder fee discussion and adoption. Mr. Russell.
Thank you and good afternoon. Janine, could you move to the first slide, please? For the drinking water program, we had the three main cost drivers, again, that were out of our control. I won't dwell on those at all. The removal of the furlough, the increase in our salaries, and then the pro rata issue. And then the only other thing I wanted to point out is that this was a very unusual budget year, and that the revenue projections came relatively late in the budget cycle. So in the May-June timeframe, there was a lot of discussion and negotiations amongst the administration and the legislature. And through that process, we obtained a fairly significant staffing increase in the drinking water program. And that's the water resilience and drought package that's referenced there. And David will talk a little bit more about that. And with that, I'll let David get into the meat and potatoes of this.
So next slide, please. So good afternoon. My name is David Chuccarelli, again, lead manager of the Fee and Revenue Branch. Glenn Osterhage is also assisting me on this presentation. So as like we did earlier, we'll be kind of toggling back and forth on some of the slides. Next slide, please. Here is the agenda for today's presentation. We'll talk about the cost drivers of the Safe Drinking Water account, which supports the drinking water program, projected future fee increases, proposed fees changes, comments received, closing comments, and then we'll finalize with questions. Next slide, please. I won't get into a lot of details, but again, similar to our water quality programs and our other fee programs, we host a series of stakeholder meetings that are aligned with iterations of the governor's budget. These meetings were held Zoom and webcast, and these were the dates that the stakeholder meetings were hosted. Next slide, please. So I just want to talk a little bit about the budget cost drivers. So our fee setting budget's going up from 28.4 million to 34.6 million. That's a difference of $6.1 million. So the program expenditures are going up $21.6 million, and kind of what's driving that, as John mentioned earlier, and in our other programs, the removal of the furloughs, the pay letter, pro rata costs have gone up. I think there's been discussion. There's the BCP for the water resilience and the drought package. That's a big portion. There was also one smaller BCP for the local primacy return. And basically what this is for, it was for one position to carry out public small water system regulatory programs at Amador County. The county's primacy delegation has been terminated per the request of the county, and the oversight of the delegated public water system water systems are now with the State Water Board. And so our program costs are going up 21.6%. And so I'm going to pass this next slide on to Glenn, and Glenn's going to talk about, again, what the fee adjustments are going to be needed to generate $6.1 million in revenue. Next slide, please.
And thank you, David. And so introduction for anyone who's participating that was not on the previous item, I'm Glenn Osterhage with the Division of Administrative Services as the branch manager for fee and revenue. So as this previous slide showed, and I know we went through that pretty quickly, there's some primary drivers on the expenditure side that we're calculating just over 21%. The fee increase that we're recommending is over 26%. Primarily the difference there is the fact that last year, with some concern with the pandemic and some of the impacts to the water systems, we did not raise fees, and we're anticipating a fee increase as a result this year. And on top of that, we now have the referred to mention of the removal of the furloughs, pay letter, pro rata, and what we generally call the drought BCP. I do want to note on the drought BCP, staff is going to phase in the staffing over 2 years. I believe it is 9 positions will be staffed this year, so that's part of the fee increase for this year. And the other 5 positions for the drinking water program will hit next year. So we are right now projecting a 9.5% fee increase will be needed next year should the board do a full increase this year. If a decision is made to defer or hold any costs to next year, obviously that 9.5 will then go in the double-digit range. But then 2 years from now, we're back down to our rough estimate of about 4% on a yearly basis. Next slide, please. So with this, I'm not going to go into the details of all the lines. We show the minimum fee for the disadvantaged communities, proposing to go up from 110 to 250. The minimum for community water systems that are not part of the disadvantaged community going from 275 to 500. And because there's so many different water systems that pay off of a metered or tiered rates, we just show the average water system. So obviously there's quite a few that are going to be less than the average, and the other side is going to be above. But the average community water system on that 26% range will go up about $5,800. And then we do have a number of large systems throughout the state. So we do show the average for those 5 large systems. Again, on that 26% increase would be about $144,000. And again, the larger systems have more connections. We don't show the math here, but you can do the math to show that although the largest systems are going up the highest dollar amount, the per connection amount is lower. Next slide, please. And then continue on to some other system fees. Again, without going into the specifics, the changes here are all in the 26% range, going from the base fee and the multipliers for these different categories for non-transient, non-community water systems, the transient non-community water system, and for wholesalers. So on average, fees are going up, recommended the 26% range. Next slide, please. So with this, obviously a lot shorter comments from me than on the last item. I'll hand it back to David to discuss general stakeholder feedback and the fact that we did not receive any comment letters specific to this item today. David?
So thank you, Glenn. So yes, we did not receive any comments specific to this item. Kind of the general stakeholder feedback, though, that we've heard, throughout of our meetings is just the year-to-year fee increases are too high. Although keep in mind that we didn't have any fee increases for last year. I'll just touch bases on that here in a moment. Next slide here. So just to closing comments here, and just to kind of recap, these fees are being driven by cost drivers as detailed in the presentation. These fee increases will generate necessary revenue to support drinking water program authorized budgetary expenditures. Couple things I'll point out. One, again, the drinking water program was one of the programs, or the only program last year that didn't have fee increases. And mainly this was because revenues were able to support expenditures as a result of the furloughs providing a reduction in our expenditures. So when we looked at the revenue levels and we looked at the expenditures, staff made a recommendation that, that we would be able to generate enough revenue to cover our program cost for last year. And one other thing I wanted to point out, I'll say that Darren Polhemus, he performed this original analysis and he asked me to look into it for him also. Through reviewing various reports on the state controller's website, the total revenue from water systems in California was in the neighborhood of $16 billion annually. And just to give the board members a scale of the water board's drinking water program expenses to the overall 16 billion number, the water board's drinking water program fee revenues is approximately 30 million plus. This is 0.2% of the total 16 billion revenue collected from all water systems in California. So therefore, this revenue is a very kind of small piece of the overall pie. So with that said, next slide, please. We'll open it up to questions at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I don't have any questions off the bat. Looking at my colleagues, and importantly, Board Member McGuire does.
Yes.
Yes.
I always have a question.
Yes.
So,
yes,
and because I'm an engineer and a numbers guy, and I like things adding up, so maybe you can just clarify for me, Glenn or Dave. So on slide 6, you have the budget cost drivers, and it adds up to 21%. And then on slide 7, you said 2 things. Well, one is that the fee increase for this year would be 26.6%. And you mentioned that you were phasing in actually the drought and water resiliency BCP over 2 years. So I was wondering if you could just clarify for me in my mind, get my numbers straight in my head.
So I'll jump in.
21% and now 26.
Oh, sorry, Board Member, I almost cut you off there. So if we can go back 2 slides, please. Oops, I was off one. Forward 1, please. So when we list the budget cost driver in the bottom table specific to water resilience and drought package, that 1.96 million only reflects the number of PY's program plans to staff this year. So the entire funding, although it is for this year, we're not setting the fees to the entire amount. Next point is next slide. So the difference between, get to the next slide, please. So that 21% on the prior slide is just looking at the budgeted side of the house. There is no correlation with existing revenue. So this slide is looking at when we put our revenue piece, and we knew we were going to be short coming into this year with the decision not to raise fees last year. Again, we are anticipating furloughs staying in place for a second year. We weren't anticipating the pay letter going through. So some of those costs we didn't know about last year, but the difference really is our revenue is below about 5% from where we need it to be. So that's the difference. David,
Okay.
anything you want to add?
Yeah, I also, I just wanted to add that the way the fee structure is set up, we just don't have like a flat fee, right? There's calculations throughout the fee structure. So if we had one fee, then about the majority of it it'd be like a 21% increase. But because there's different calculations of how we calculate wholesale fees compared to water system fees, compared to non-transient, transient fees. So everything kind of has its own different calculation. As a result, the percentages on the calculation, you need a 26% increase to generate 21% in revenue. So that's also I wanted to just point that out too, that it's has to do with kind of the way the fee structure is aligned and the way that fees are calculated within the fee structure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you both. Yeah, that helps answer my question, which was the first slide was budget versus actually needing to meet the revenue, and that's where the increase comes from. So that closes the loop for me. So thank you. That was the only question that I had. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Board Member. Any other colleagues with comments? And if I seem quick to want to get to Mr. Dwight, it's because I know he's been waiting a long time today and is our only drinking water commenter. And so, Mr. Dwight, thank you for sticking with us, and thank you for being here. And please.
And other board members, good afternoon. Today I'm representing, my name is Cedric Dwight, and today I'm representing the Clear Creek Community Services District, of which I am a director on their board. Today I'm voicing the Clear Creek Community Services District's concern about the 26% increase in fees for small water districts, 1,000 to 5,000 service connections. In particular, these relatively small districts that are disadvantaged communities. I'm surprised there's not more water districts commenting on these significant fee increases, but maybe their day job's getting in the way of that. And I have to reflect on the perspective of hearing Josh Russell characterize the fees, and I'm not sure that Josh just spoke, but earlier he was characterizing the fees as modest, and then hearing about the way the pay raises were going to occur, and then him kind of lauding the thoughtful cost savings that they'd found to reduce the fee increases, makes me think there's a disconnect between Sacramento and the disadvantaged communities scattered throughout California, because 26% is significant, particularly for disadvantaged communities. For perspective, understand that the Clear Creek Community Services District recently had a Rural Community Assistance Corporation rate proposal completed in 2018, and the median household income was calculated to be $35,656. This comports with the Department of Water Resources Disadvantaged Community Mapping Tool, which shows our area as a disadvantaged tract. Our district's facing a couple of challenges. First, customers are still recovering from the pandemic's economic effect. Many customers did not benefit from the K-shaped recovery that people with higher income enjoyed. These working class families' income have not rebounded, but continue to languish. Wages for our customers have not gone up in a fashion similar to the proposed rate structure of 26%, or the water board staff pay raises, which suggests a certain tone deafness regarding the disparity in incomes that occurs throughout the state and how economic downturns impact different population classes and their recovery rates in different and significant ways. Compounding the economic difficulties from the pandemic, this year our district received a severe curtailment in surface water due to the drought. This year, the district only received approximately 14% of our typical allotment from the Bureau of Reclamation. This has caused the district to acquire other water in order to only partially mitigate the severe cutbacks we had to have demanded from our customers. But this water must be paid for, and it's 700 to 800% more expensive than Bureau of Reclamation water. So customers are now incurring significantly higher water costs. Furthermore, we're already looking towards next year and anticipating another small water allocation from the Bureau, and we will either have to impose extreme curtail measurements or buy more expensive water. So our financial difficulties will not ease in the foreseeable future. So taking these facts together and knowing the state is running a multi-billion-dollar budget surplus, I'm requesting on behalf of the customers of the Clear Creek Community Services District and other districts serving disadvantaged communities that the board reduce the fees for community services districts that serve disadvantaged communities to a 1% increase, because these communities continue to struggle financially, and a 26% increase is inequitable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Importantly, because I know, as to your point, you're really busy running water systems here and ensuring safe and affordable water for our communities, and having to deal with challenges like drought or harmful algal blooms in the Clear Creek area and otherwise. I appreciate knowing that it takes a lot for you to have to stick through the meeting today. So thank you for your comments. As you heard with our fee discussion earlier, at this point, I think it's and here our fee folks can help me. The way we structure them the way we currently structure fees doesn't take into account, I feel sometimes, that there are smaller systems that can less afford increases. But at this point, I don't know if there has been discussion either through Aqua or others. What does a equitable spread amongst the agencies, knowing that there's the larger, more well-resourced urban water agencies, and importantly, and here the Safe and Affordable Fund has made us very sensitive and aware to the challenges that smaller systems face, and that yes, these costs are more difficult often to bear. I'll just flag, and this isn't, it's important to note that there are other programs that we have that are likewise sensitive and aware, like the arrearage program that we just adopted our regs for yesterday, that are trying to get to that challenge of, again, this economic downturn, the COVID pandemic and its impacts to our systems, let alone drought and all these challenges, getting that affordability support to your members. But again, has there been a structured discussion on maybe is there a more equitable split amongst the water agencies, knowing that there is such a broad range in capacity? And oftentimes I'm very supportive of how do we more equitably ensure that the costs aren't disproportionately burdened upon our smaller communities, our disadvantaged communities. But I don't know if there has been that sort of structured discussion. I'd be interested in knowing if it's been really advanced, and if not, let's advance it. Again, regrettably, we're always kind of at this end here. But anyway, I'll let both Board Member Firestone and colleagues here in the program fill in. So thank you.
My understanding is that there is a discount for disadvantaged communities and small disadvantaged communities in particular, and that there is a differential, and that was part of the equity structure that was built in when the program came over, and there was a big adjustment. So maybe our staff can clarify.
Yes, I do want to state that that is true. When the program came over, there was a huge fundamental change of the fee structure. We do recognize disadvantaged communities. And so we do, there are discounts and a lower fee for those. I also want to mention that the fee structure, it's based on service connections, but we also do recognize economies of scale. And so depending on how many service connections you have, we refer to kind of descale the fee down. But to kind of give you perspective, I believe there's like 17 large water systems in the state that pay about 80% of all the revenue. So it's the larger systems that are really subsidizing the smaller systems.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. I guess the confusion then can be, as we adopt this fee increase, that's an equal spread or proportional to what is currently then the structure, but the current structure seems to account for and is discounted. Mr. Twite, you're shaking your head no. I believe you disagree.
No, if you indulge me, I did some quick math, and it's 26% across all classes. So proportionally, okay, we get raised 26%. We only have a few service customers, so we're not going to contribute as much money. But proportionally, we're contributing as much. So San Jose produces lots more revenue than we do. Great. San Jose didn't get curtailed like we did either. 14% of the Bureau of Rec allocation. We bought all the other water we needed to keep from being severely curtailed. And
that's helpful, Mr. Twite.
That's just a mischaracterization, David. I'm surprised that you spoke with the words that you used with respect to.
No, I don't think
the fee
there was
structure.
no. I clearly understood here. There was a fee. The structure for fees when the program was brought over built in an equity component where the larger systems, again, it's sounding like the largest are paying 80%. We can get into the details of what the breakdown is. Yes, clearly this yearly fee is proportional to what that balancing had already accomplished. I was wondering if that balancing and that that structure in the program generally already accounted for smaller agencies and disadvantaged communities, and ensuring that they weren't somehow proportionally in the program generally paying that share. Yes, in this instance, this year's increase, it is 26% across the board to what you were already paying. But I guess I was trying to ferret out or understand if there was some accounting that already that did consider the conditions for small communities. I think everyone. I don't think there was an attempt to somehow pad that just definitive discussion we're having around that. Thank you, Mr. Twite.
Yeah, if I could add one comment. There, as we indicated before, and David mentioned, there is a separate lower fee for disadvantaged communities. Another way of potentially phrasing it is there are some minimum costs we're trying to cover with the disadvantaged community fee. By no means is the fee covering staff work at those systems, but in reality, the fee is covering the minimum essentially to pay to process the invoicing every year. The fee is not actually covering staff costs for the program. That's the large systems covering that portion. David, anything else you wanted to add?
No, that's that. I was going to bring that up, but you're right, Glenn.
Just for perspective, though, when we talk to our customers and they hear about state pay raises, considering the general package that state employees receive, it pisses them off. Just some feedback. So,
yeah, there's an
increase. Yeah. It's just hard to pass on that information. And I guess that the answer is we'll be seeing the 26% increase
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll be discussing here further as a board, but I think I'm trying to understand again the ways that the program itself is structured to be sensitive to communities here as we're adopting the fee increase. Yeah, it's there is no, and to your point, there's simply no gradation to that sensitivity here in this yearly adoption. The 26% is again across the board. So I get what you're saying, and importantly, I know there is frustration and sometimes mistrust of state government and rules and smaller and disadvantaged communities, and we're looking to bridge that trust. And so, Mr. Twite, I do want to, and I think what we can have is continued discussion around just is the program structured best? What are the pressures and costs, and how can we best make sure that we're supporting our small communities in the state?
They don't have the same deal. They don't have the same union. They don't have the same horsepower. So when they look to their fellow working class and they see them continue to go on a different trajectory in terms of income, we're talking about people that are in $35,000 average. I mean, these people are just getting by. And so tone deaf relative to the disparity in what they struggle with and what most people, I mean, there's not as many, lots of people doing a lot better. In other words, just an FYI. I hear what you're saying, and I totally appreciate you listening. Thank you.
I appreciate you taking the time again and engaging with us and sticking with us today, Mr. Twite, too. And
welcome.
Let's continue to discuss. I'm very much open to making sure that we're communicating well and understanding how we can be sensitive to each other's conditions across the state. I know there's a lot, and thank you for being a leader and managing there in the local level. Next, actually, I think that's it. Mr. Twite was our single commenter on the drinking water fees. Thank you again. But board members, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion and the comment from Mr. Twite today. That said, I think this is a reasoned approach, and it's hard to parse out 26% versus the actual impact to customers. And like you say, Chair, I mean, that all warrants further discussion and consideration as we go forward. But for today, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo. I'm not sure if she is still on.
Yeah, I believe she had to leave us at this point.
Yeah, I do believe so. Thank you. Chair Escobar.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. The item carries and drinking water fees are adopted. Thank you. Next, we go to item number 18, which is our environmental laboratory accreditation program fees.
Thank you, Chair. Janine, can you go to the first slide, please? Again, we have the same three non-discretionary cost drivers, and the only reason that we're mentioning those right up front is those came to us as a part and parcel package. You have no control over them. We as staff have no control over them. Those were all negotiated at the state level. Like them or dislike them, we really had no choice in the matter when those came to us as cost drivers. And with that, I will hand the presentation over to David once again.
Next slide, please. Thank you, John. At this point, well, for the record, again, David Ceccarelli, the lead manager of Feed and Revenue Branch. Assisting me today is Glenn Osterhage. And like the other presentations, we'll kind of toss it back or toggle back and forth with a couple of the slides. Next slide, please. Basically, here is the agenda for today's presentation. Discuss a little bit about the background, stakeholder outreach, the Environmental Laboratory Improvement Fund budget cost drivers that are known as ELIF, projected future fee increases, proposed fee changes, comments received, closing comments, and then questions. Next slide, please. Again, just a little background. The new ELAP regulations were adopted by the board on May 5th of 2020. And then later in the year, the fee staff took a structure to the board. So the ELAP fee structure conforming to new regulations adopted by the board on July 21st, 2020. The new regulations and the fee structure, though, they went into effect on January 1 of 2021. So although the regs were adopted on May 5th of 2020 and the fee structure on July 21st, 2020, the actual regulations and fee structures didn't go into effect until January 1 of 2021. Next slide, please. Like our other programs, we had 3 stakeholder meetings that were held with iteration of the governor's budget. Meetings, again, were held via Zoom and webcast. Next slide, please. And so this is looking at the ELIF budget cost drivers. The cost drivers are the fee setting budget is 3.8 million for last year, and then our fee setting budget this year is 4.3 million. That's a difference of $501,000, so about $500,000. That's a 13% change in the expenditures. And then there's kind of a breakdown of the expenditure cost. Pro rata was a little high, and we identified that a little early on. Several of the stakeholders, we had some discussions about it. So we worked closely with the Department of Finance, and they notified us that in the past few years that the ELIF was paying a smaller share to pro rata. So in theory, they were not paying their share cost of pro rata. So they made some adjustments for 21-22 and to bring it up to what's the needed amount. And then with that said, they anticipate that the pro rata in the following year will level itself out. So again, we need about 13% in total revenue to cover our program cost. Next slide, please. So at this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it over to Glenn Osterhage, and he's going to talk about the fee increases.
Thanks, David. So I want to correct one thing. It was a slip of the tongue for David. So the previous slide said 13%. That's not the revenue needed. That was the expenditure change from the prior year. So 13% on expenditures. Looking at our existing revenue stream, we have a little bit of a shortage there that's driving our requested fee increase this year of just under 16%. We did have a lot of conversations through the board adoption and our fees last summer, as well with our stakeholders, that it was going to take a number of years for those fees to settle down. Program staff did a great job on trying to estimate where the different labs would fall in on the fee structure, but they were just estimates. The actual landing spots, we're in our first year of getting those validated. So we knew there was going to have to be some analysis and review of the fee structure and identify on a yearly basis what those changes need to be. And this is our first time doing that for this program since it's a new structure. So we are looking at 15.6% fee increases this year. For next year, we're just above our normal target of around 4%. Part of that is we're still estimating where our fund balance is going to end up. We are projecting right now to run this program very lean, below our normal target. And so a little extra revenue above our normal average next year to start getting us back to where we feel is a comfortable reserve. Next slide, please. And without going into details, again, we are looking to raise fees, not for every component of the ELAP schedule. We are proposing a higher than 15% increase for the base fee, and for what we call the low end of the FOA, that's the 1 to 10. Both of those are going up higher than the 16%. All the other FOA categories are right around that 16% range. However, we are looking at keeping the out-of-state lab fee the same, not changing that, as long as the assessment fee. So next slide, please. So there was a lot of discussion with stakeholders, especially in our August stakeholder meeting, on the 1 to 10 FOA fees going up higher. If going back, one is going up 50%. But because of the assessment fee, which is done every 2 years, proposing not changing, an average increase for those facilities with their assessment fee paid to the state, they're actually only going up on average just over 14%. So that's what we're targeting, is their average fee increase, not individual components, which you're going to hear are too high. I'm guessing on some of the commenters we'll have later on. But comparing that to the large labs, those are the ones that have over 350 FOAs. Their average fee in order to generate the revenue is going up over 16%. So they're in line and close to each other. It's just the nature of trying to adjust different pieces or components. Again, the out-of-state labs and the assessment fees, we are recommending no change to those, but we will change the base fee and the per FOA amounts on the 2-year average. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, there we go. Thank you. There are a couple of other ones. I'm not going to read through all the details here, but there's the amendment application fee, doing a non-refundable administrative fee of $200 with the rest of the language, and then the amendment assessment fee for labs using ELAP for assessing and amending additions of their FOAs. We do have program staff available if there's any questions on more of the technical aspects of these proposed changes versus the standard FOA and base fee changes. Next slide, please. And this is where I'll hand it back to David. Very similar to the drinking water program, we did not receive any comment letters specific to this agenda item, but we have heard general stakeholder comments, and David will go over those. David?
So, yeah, so throughout our stakeholder meetings, we have dialogue, and we received a few comments. One of them is, why are we seeing these changes when the new fee structure was just implemented this year? Well, again, as Glenn mentioned, and I think, we talked about this last year when we took the item to the board, that, we fee staff and program staff would continue to monitor the fee structure. And in developing the fee structure, there were many assumptions were made. Where would the labs fall within the FOA structure? How many labs would be using ELAP to perform assessments? We knew that the new program regulations would have to kind of start and run its course to start determining where the labs fall within the fee structure and how staff evaluate the level of work compared to that with the fee structures to determine if revenues are actually supporting each area of the fee structure. So these fee adjustments are kind of in line with revenue with associated workload. So we knew there was and we're still kind of in a work in progress, but by doing this slight increase, we think that we're covering, the workload and aligning the workload with the revenue collected, especially in the level of work with processing the applications and in the areas of the FOAs in the category of the 1 to 10. We also heard, lab fees have increased constantly since coming over from the California Department of Public Health. I've talked about this several times before, and bringing over the stakeholders when the program came over, and just sitting down at the table and having discussions and doing my evaluations that, when the program was over at Public Health, there were no fee adjustments in 10 years, and costs continued to rise. So the program was extremely underfunded, and they were using other funding sources to help subsidize the program. When it came to the water boards, we were, fee authority, and we didn't try to jump with 100% increase right off the bat to, collect the whole revenue. We did glide it in. The fee increases were large at first to get us, to cover our costs, but it took several years to get there. And so those were, again, the main reasons. And now that a new fee structure was put in place, and as a new new regulations and then a new fee structure that resulted in adjustments of fees also. And then the last bullet point there, I think Glenn touched base on it, is that when you look though at the average over 2 years, the small systems is actually smaller than the increase to larger larger labs. So it's really the smaller labs are actually, based on this proposal, on a 2-year average is a little less than actually larger labs seeing the increases. So those were kind of the general comments that we've had over and the conversations that we've had over the last year on these proposals. Next slide, please. And so I think I kind of already said my closing comments. You know, these costs are being driven by the cost drivers that have been detailed in the presentation. These fee increases will, generate necessary revenue to support the ELAP authorized budgetary expenditures. And, now that the program has gone on for about 9 months with the new fee regulations, we're finally kind of figuring out kind of where the labs are falling within the fee structure. And we're kind of determining the level of workload. So we are proposing to make some slight adjustments here to kind of cover those costs, as Glenn mentioned. We've had this dialogue with the stakeholders throughout the year. So with that, I'll just move it to the next slide, which is questions.
I just feel here, especially, it's the things that are out of our hands that are driving this 13%, and it is out of our hands. And your point around the condition of the program and the lack of raising of fees, I know that it can feel like a lot, and I know we tried our best to ease those fee increases, but not raising them for 10 years means some real structural deficits and a really, really critical program for our state. And we won't rehash the entire ELAP discussion here in the fee discussion, but these are important, and just thank you. Board colleagues, any questions though, or comments? I think we have a couple of commenters, still intrepid commenters with us, and I do appreciate the patience, truly. I know there's a lot. Debbie Webster, I believe, is our first commenter here.
Oh, good afternoon, board members, Chair Esquivel. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to talk, and I'm sorry that I missed the other item, and appreciate for CASA for covering our comments. I think,
no, sorry in the least. Thank you.
What I'd like to express on behalf of our membership is that these increases are extreme and have been extreme, and we recognize that ELAP needed additional funding, and then there were some significant increases, but it really had been disproportionately impacting our small treatment plants, both water and wastewater. For example, just even this year's increase, we're seeing a 24% increase in our base fee, and it might be slightly adjusted from that, but it's in a 67% increase in our fields of accreditation. And I know that they say it's less, that the fees say that it's less, but it's not comparing apples to apples. So you have to say, well, the on-site assessment, you have to add the on-site assessment, which is a fee that's not changing, in order to get that number to look less than one of the large labs. If you compare, you take the assessments out, and part of the reason is because some of those large labs don't have the ability to use ELAP for that services, it really is a very different number. It then, it then ends up to be more like a 28% increase for small labs, for the very small labs, compared to the 16% increase that was talked about. And I think that as we look at these increase, and sorry, my network is low, it says my bandwidth's low, but these increases are really significant, and we are extremely concerned about that. And that on top of a new program that, again, as we testified before, disproportionately impacts these small laboratories. And so I think that there's other options as we move forward that'll make this a fairer program and make the cost a little bit fairer. We've been asking for some of those improvements, and for getting to be involved in discussing what those opportunities might be, both with ELAPs, understanding what they're doing, and then understanding how the fees, what services they're providing and how they impact the fee. So again, I other than to say, yeah, we thought we got back to even last year, and then looking at for these small labs, about a 28% increases, not including the assessment fees. It's just very disheartening. So we appreciate your time.
Certainly, I appreciate yours, Ms. Webster. And when it comes to the specific suggestions you might have that make a bit more of a fair spread, if you will, amongst the laboratories, not unlike what I was looking to better understand and need to when it comes to the drinking water systems, open to that. But again, I look at the numbers here, and what's driving those costs are things that are being passed down to us largely here and being passed down to us. So it is difficult for us to say, don't increase or get and wouldn't want to the furlough pay for our staff. I mean, it was a 10% cut for our folks was hard, but I understand and know that this is difficult times for small laboratories as well. I know as we adopted the ELAP regs generally, that was a concern for us and wanting to make sure we're understanding. Are we seeing a lot of small labs close? Is this too much? Here, same question when it comes to fees as well. So look forward to, and let's continue to engage, and especially hearing that you have ideas that create a more equitable spread amongst the labs. Definitely open to better understanding those. So thank you. Next, I think we have Alma Musvasi.
Hi.
Hello again. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. I'm again, on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and thank you again for the opportunity to comment this afternoon, even though it's going pretty long today, but that's okay.
Yeah, evening quite.
Yeah,
here, right?
I guess evening at this point. I serve as CASA's legislative and regulatory analyst, and CASA represents more than 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. And just like the water quality fees that we talked about earlier, the ELAP fee increases are also sharp, and we're especially discouraged by the development in light of the dialogues last year around the cost of the new regulations. We also recall during the ELAP fee hearing from July of 2020, board members admonished staff not to impose consecutively steep fee increases. Here now we have 24% increases to the base fee and 67% increase to the FOA fee, which is disconcerting. Like the water quality fees, we do understand the structural drivers around this, but there are also broader questions for which stakeholders would benefit from clarity. And we think a future board meeting may provide the forum to learn about that. Specifically, we would appreciate it if LTACs update this year to the board in accordance with the language from the May 2020 adoption resolution. If the update would feature progress on the implementation and transition of the new ELAP regulations, and specifically, we would find it meaningful and valuable if it addresses the following items so that we have a better understanding of the dynamics of these fee increases and learn whether any course correction is needed. First, with these fee increases, what are the changes in ELAP services that require additional funding for the program? Is it to add to services to provided or to improve service provisions? Secondly, how is the progress on the backlog for on-site assessments, and how many labs are remaining in the backlog? Third, what is the status of the State Water Board's drinking water and radiation laboratory? Given the BCP a couple of years ago for the 3 new staff, is the lab now TNI approved or ELAP accredited, TNI accredited or ELAP accredited? And what's been the state's experience with the transition? And fourth, the general program statistics so that the year over year, we can track the program's evolution Information here would be the number of ELAP staff, the number of new FOAs added by ELAP, the number of on-site assessments conducted by ELAP staff, the number of on-site assessments conducted by third-party assessors, the number of enforcement actions since the regulations were adopted, number of mentor activities for labs and information about their transition, number of new labs which have been accredited, number of labs that have dropped accreditation. From what we've heard, it's about 50 labs or between 15 or 20% of accredited governmental labs, which is staggering reduction if these numbers are accurate. And the numbers of labs that narrowed the scope of their accreditation by dropping tests or FOAs. We would appreciate it if the board could direct staff to ensure that these items are all covered in LTAC's annual report to the board, and we look forward to hearing more about this program status later in the fall. And again, thank you so much for listening to our comments.
Thank you, Ms. Muswasi. Really appreciate you sticking with us and providing the good comment. You know, I think that we are due for an ELAP update. And so we just note that those are all things that I think we should definitely be covered in an update on how the implementation is going of their environmental laboratory accreditation program. So thank you. I appreciate the notes and the engagement. And I know it's been a long day, so thank you.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of commenters for item number 18. Board members, anything further to add? And or questions? Great. Then I'll entertain a motion. Perhaps there is one.
I'll move for adoption.
Thank you, board member.
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries. And item 18, the ELAP fees are adopted. We're now on to item number 19. And thank you everyone who is sticking with us. And we'll kick it back to our esteemed panel.
Thank you, Chair. Janine, go ahead and do the first slide, please. Water rights is a little bit different than the other programs, just in the fact that the pro rata didn't factor in as much in the increases that we needed this year. It was less than 1%. Other than that, it's the same, you know, salary savings and the salary increases. So with that, I will kick it over to David to start.
Thank you, John. Next slide, please. Again, David Ceccarelli for the record, and then Glenn Osterhage, who is also going to be assisting in this presentation. Next slide, please. Again, the presentation kind of agenda, we'll talk a little bit about our stakeholder outreach. We'll talk about the Water Rights Fund budget cost drivers, projected fee increases, proposed fees changes, comments that we received, and then finally questions. Next slide, please. Again, here's our stakeholder outreach. All meetings were held via Zoom and webcast.
You're unmuted. Apologies. Go on, David.
Okay. That was me at first. Sorry about that. So our stakeholder outreach, all meetings were held via Zoom and webcast. We had 3 meetings specifically to the Water Rights Program. We do have a item that we're going to propose on the cannabis programs related to the Water Rights Fund. And as a result, we had discussions at our July 9th specific cannabis meeting. And then I just wanted to point out that there were some cost of compliance discussions throughout these meetings. There's Bob Gore's correct email there on the website there. Next slide, please. So looking at the Water Rights Fund budget cost drivers, the expenditures have gone up 7.6%. That's about $2.2 million in expenditures. Looking at the cost drivers, and as John mentioned, the pro rata was a little low on this fund. However, the major drivers again was pretty much the removal of the furloughs and then the general salary increases, which is coming from the pay letter. So our program expenditures for the Water Rights Fund are going up 7.6%, which is about $2.2 million in expenditure authority. Next slide, please. And so at this point, I'm going to move this off to Glenn Osterhage. He's going to talk about the projected future fee increases.
Thanks, David. So very similar to what we've just done for both drinking water and the ELAP programs. The revenue side, which is reflected here, is why it's 9.6 versus the previous slide, which was just looking at the expenditure changes. So we are requesting a general 9.6% increase to most of the annual fee portions of the water rights program. There is, and David will talk about this a little bit more, there is I don't know if it's actually a BCP, but it was part of the budget for data modernization. There's a bunch of general fund money being provided this year. And then next year, it's a combined $5 million. 2.5 of that will be out of the Water Rights Fund. So although it's not impacting fees this year, we do know that it's in the budget this year to hit next year. So we are projecting that fees will also need to be raised 9.6% next year, mainly on the basis of data modernization and just some forecasted annual increases. So David, do you want to talk now? I think we had it as part of the stakeholder comments. Did you want to do it now or hold that till later?
Well, I could just briefly mention, I think you did kind of address everything regarding to the modernization, data modernization. This was kind of a last minute budget item. And again, included for fiscal year 21-22 in the Budget Act was $30 million in funding for the water rights data modernization for current year. And then $5 million on ongoing funding beginning in 22-23. Of this $5 million, half of it is general fund and then half of it is water rights fund. So there's no impacts to fees this year, but we thought it was important that we highlight it. We brought it to attention to the fee payers at our August stakeholder meeting because it was in the budget. We told them that there would be no impacts to this fiscal year to 21-22, but we did want to point it out that it was in the budget and that we're going to build those kind of fee increases into 22-23 so they could kind of see what it's going to look like in the next fiscal year. So that's why, and as Glenn mentioned, that's why we're looking at about a 9.6% increase moving into next year to cover $2.5 million of additional water rights fund. Go ahead, Glenn. I'll let you move to the next slide.
All right, thank you, David. So yeah, so our requested changes this year are going to be focused on the annual fees that are paid. The one-time fees, with the exception of one we're going to be adding in here, we're not requesting any changes to one-time fees. This is just the ongoing annual fees. So the first one is permit licenses and pending applications. Again, in that 9.6% range when you do rounding, currently at 9 cents per acre foot greater than 10 acre feet. I'm proposing it to go to 9.9 cents. And there's no change to the base fee for that. It's just the multiplier. And then down for the FERC portion, there's two different fees there. Those that are undergoing licensing, again, going up, the targeted percentage is going from 61 cents per kilowatt to 69.9 cents per kilowatt. And then we're requesting that those that are issued licenses, the fee go from 30 cents per kilowatt to 32.9 cents per kilowatt. Next slide, please. As David mentioned, there is a small portion of the cannabis regulated program for water rights. There is what's called a fully contained spring assessment. Staff is proposing to implement a filing fee of $4,000 to cover staff costs. This is a very narrow community. Not very many of these go through this process. but it is to cover the costs for going through the review for the fully contained springs. And then every year for this program, there is a cap that we're allowed to increase by the California Consumer Price Index, which for this year is 1.67%. So we are asking the cap be raised by that limit as well. So those are the requested changes staff are proposing this year. Next slide, please. This next one is just some language clarification related to hydropower petition fees. We're not actually changing anything. We're just clarifying the language for how the fees are currently implemented or handled for that. So it's just clarifying language to ensure the minimum fee is consistent with the otherwise applicable base fee. So we are doing that today. We're just cleaning up the language so it's easier for people to understand that portion. Next slide. And then I'll hand it back to David like we had with our last two items. We did not receive any comment letters for this agenda item, but because we've been going through a yearly stakeholder process, we do have some standard stakeholder comments that David would go over.
And again, as Glenn mentioned, for this agenda item, we didn't receive any comment letters, but just the general stakeholder feedback over the last three meetings. Again, the year-over-year fee increases are too high and are unsustainable. And then, of course, at our last meeting, when we brought up the data modernization funding hitting, there were some concerns over that. And, we said, we would, as we get more information, we'd continue to have these conversations and without funding moving into fiscal year 22-23. Next slide, please. So, for closing comments, it's interesting when we adopted fees last year for the water rights. I look back and fees were at 5.6%, and then we had calculated kind of moving into the following year that they would be 5.6% for this fiscal year. Of course, not knowing a lot of the things that were going to happen. But it's interesting that as we kind of went through the stakeholder process and we got to, through the May revise, we were looking at adjusting fees at 5.6%. It just happened to kind of fall out that way. And then, of course, the pay letter happened in the salary increases, which then, of course, bumped it from 5.6 to the 9.6. So, we were kind of telling stakeholders that story that, we were kind of consistent on what we thought the increases would be. Of course, there were drivers that we were unaware of at the time, but it kind of came to the end where the pay letter and the general salary increases came into play, which then increased that increase at the end. And I just wanted to highlight, with our FERC program, and when you look at the Water Rights Fund, there's not a budgetary authority for our FERC program, but what we do is we do work closely with water rights program staff to look at staffing levels, and we work with the budget office to cost out those positions. So we figure out, of course, how much revenue we need or to cover the FERC's program expenditures, along with kind of FERC's kind of indirect costs, covering also the other areas of the fund. So I just wanted to make sure that and I mentioned this at our other stakeholder and board meetings, that we do look at FERC and we carve that out. And, the FERC revenue goes towards to pay the FERC program and all of its indirect costs. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that also. With that said, I'll just close by saying let's next slide, which is questions.
I wanted to add one thing, David, and the data modernization project was one of those rare cases where the chips did fall in our favor. I think it was about a $30 million project, and most of that was paid through general fund. And then, like David noted, there will be a $2.5 million water rights fund component for the maintenance of that system in the future. But we really did get a windfall of general fund in that instance.
Yes, thank you, John. And I know for many, this is the first time they may be hearing about it, and know that what we're looking to do is engage a lot more comprehensively on that project, on this new water rights data system that we're going to be looking to invest in. Very fortunate for the leadership of the governor and the legislature to provide us this resource in such a critical year like this. So it's an important project, and there'll be a lot more actual stakeholder engagement and really bringing folks in to understand what that project is looking like, the benefit truly to water rights holders, and then importantly, what the maintenance of that looks like going forward. It's great to see that there is a general fund component to that. And I think as a model in many ways for some of the discussion I know we're all looking to have on how do we better bring resources to the board that aren't just off the backs of fee payers, knowing that something like a water rights data system, which we haven't invested in a decade because of the difficulty of generating oftentimes just these amounts, which, you know, would quickly exhaust, you know, $30 million for us to be able to pull that from fee payers over the course of any X number of years. I mean, I can only imagine what the percentage increases would need to be. So here, just appreciative of the resource, and know that we'll be engaging further on the project, and maybe the first time that many are hearing about it. And because it was part of the budget and part of fee discussions, it was part of here this discussion, so appropriately so. So thank you. Any questions from fellow board colleagues? We did have a few folks looking to speak on water rights fees, including Bob Gore and a couple of his panelists. I think they were looking to bridge their comments from earlier to this. Very similar comments, similar issues here. And the benefit here, though, is there is at least a $30 million investment being made on a data system that otherwise would have been on the backs of fees payers. So helpful. And then otherwise, I think we've exhausted our public commenters. So board members, it's here for us to further discuss. Or not discuss, and you know the magic words.
I'd like to move to adopt.
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Townsend, can you please call roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you all, truly, and thank you for the item carries. The water rights fees, item number 19 is adopted. So thank you everyone for what has been a very, I know, long and full 2 days. That is our last item now on our agenda. I was not able to catch the tail end of yesterday's meeting. Did we get to board member reports and executive director report? Okay, well then that brings us to the end of our agenda. 20 items nearly. I told you we can do it. Here we are. I know. Thank you. Thank you all board members and importantly, our stakeholders and everyone who has made these last 2 days possible. We did a lot of work. We didn't meet for a month. That's what happens, I think, when you don't meet for a month. You get a bit backlogged, but glad for everyone's good work and patience. I'll leave you be now. Go have a great evening. This meeting is adjourned. We meet next October 5th. So we'll see you then. Take care, stay safe, be well, and thank you everyone for the discussions, truly. Bye.